For the first time ever, the world's biggest chess YouTuber, GothamChess, with over 5 million fans worldwide, is stepping away from the screen and onto the board. His opponent, a true chess legend, Grandmaster Pia Kremling, a pioneer, a champion, and a force in the chess world for decades. This match isn't just about skill, it's a collision of generations. Levy.rozman, known as GothamChess, dreams of becoming a grandmaster himself one day. But Pia, she's held the title since before he was born. Can Levy's drive, ambition, and hunger to claim the title stand up against Pia's decades of experience, mastery, and calm, unbreakable focus? This epic battle will be fought across 22 games, 4 intense classical games, 6 fast-paced rapid games, and 12 lightning-speed blitz games where every second counts. The stakes are high, the players are ready, and the world is watching. Welcome to the Battle of Generations.
Welcome everybody to day 5 of the Battle of Generations presented by Surfshark VPN. I'm Anna Kramling and I am joined by International Master Alex Ostrovsky. Alex, we have a new setting today.
Lots of new things today, Anna. We have a new setting from where we're going to be doing our commentary from, and I think it's well timed because today we also have a new format. Yesterday we saw a dramatic game 4, the last game of the classical portion, the Battle of Generations between I am levy.rozman, also known as GothamChess, and Grandmaster Pia Kramling, also known as Anna Kramling's mom.
Exactly, and of course a very strong Grandmaster. The first portion of this match has been incredibly exciting. We've had 4 dramatical classical games. Well, maybe the second game wasn't so dramatic, but, you know, in its own sense. And especially yesterday, as the match finished in a crazy way when Pia was got to a drawn position after fighting for very long, but unfortunately ended up flagging, and Levy.rozman got a win, and now the score is 6-6. It's tied. It's as exciting as it can get. And today we're going to be seeing 6 rapid games that are in total going to be worth a total of 12 points. So today the games and the scores might completely change how the match is going. And this is our first day out of 2 fast time control days. Tomorrow we will be seeing 12 blitz games in one day. So 2 final very exciting days in the Pia versus Gotham Battle of Generations match.
It's crazy because it feels like it's not even feels like we've been here 4 days. We've had 4 really tough games. We have a handshake as the games are about to start, and we still have 18 games to go.
We do have 18 games to go, and we see now as well that the games have started. So c4, e5 are the first moves that we're seeing here, and the time control is 15 minutes plus 10 seconds per move. So it's a bit of a, I wouldn't say a slow or like a fast rapid, I guess. Is this what you think about when you think about rapid?
So I can give some small insight into this time control. This is a time control that I don't know about Pia. I think she has, but Levy has never played this time control in his life. It's because where in America, when we have rapid tournaments, they usually have a time control of 25 minutes with 5 second. Usually we use delay actually, as opposed to increment. With increment, you gain more time. With delay, your time just doesn't go down for a set amount of seconds. So either we play 25 minute, we've also played 45 and 60. That's as kind of the slowest rapid as I guess we can call it. So this 15 plus 10, it's kind of a strange time control. It's kind of like you said, it's not quite blitz, not quite classical. It's got the increment. Where is it? It's in its own sort of universe. So yeah, the players will need to readjust their strategy. No more 15-minute things.
Now, the players are going to have to be fast today, and we want to remind everybody that for each game that the players win, they will be receiving 2 points, and if a game becomes a draw, both players will receive 1 point, and if a player loses, that player will receive 0 points. So now, instead of getting 3 points, it's going to be 2 points that the players can get for a win. So we're seeing here the opening. Knight f3 was just played by Levy, now threatening this pawn on e5. What are you seeing in this opening?
Yeah, so we have a repeat of their game 3 opening, at least with c4, e5, the English and the reverse Sicilian, but it's Levy who deviates because in that game he opened with knight c3, allowing bishop to b4, and now he takes a different approach with g3, bishop g2. It's funny because this position, for those of you who may remember who joined us on that game, Levy was in the confessional talking about, oh, if Pia plays e4, like there's a position like this, which he was comparing to the position he got in the game, and now he does get this one, but Pia doesn't push. She plays the more sort of, I guess, defensive move, d6. It protects the pawn, but it also blocks the bishop. Usually, to my knowledge, you play c6. It looks like you want to play d5, right? So I'm a little surprised that Pia decides to go d6, and now she goes g6. So this is kind of like maybe a King's Indian type structure to come.
Yeah, I have no idea, but what I'm seeing just is that Pia is trying to play very fast. Yesterday, she did get flagged in classical, which of course is not what she wants coming into the rapid. But I would like to tell everybody that Pia actually went to a yoga class yesterday evening, and I found that very inspirational. She was able to take it as good as she could. She was obviously very upset after the round, which is very normal after something like that happens. But she decided to calm down and she went and took a yoga class last night. And now she's feeling a lot better. She said that she had great sleep today and she's just seeing this as a new day. And she told me, Anna, sometimes these things happen in chess and you just gotta let go of them, and you don't gain anything by still thinking about it one day after.
That's a great attitude. I think another way to look at it is don't turn one loss into two, right?
Exactly.
It's very easy to get up. Of course, it's only natural to get upset after a loss, but in chess and especially in this format, you have to keep going, keep pushing. And I think it's great to hear that Pia, even though yesterday's game did not go her way, seems like she's coming into today with a great nights of sleep and a great attitude because she's got 6 games to go and she's playing very fast. Look at this. She's almost got a 2-minute time advantage against Levy at the start. And like I said, Levy's never played this time control. I think Pia has because she played in the Norway chess tournament earlier this year. And when they go into the Armageddon, this is kind of similar to the time control that they used, right?
Yeah, I believe it is. I can't fully remember what it was, but she has definitely played a lot of 15+10 in her life. She has played a lot of Rapid, but Rapid can be this kind of weird time control because, I mean, I remember when Dubov said something along the lines of, Blitz, I understand what to do because it goes so fast. Classical, you know you have to think, but Rapid, what do you do? Do you think or do you play fast? I don't know. And it can be that it's this kind of weird in between, I think.
Wasn't he the world rapid champion though?
So
he's figured it out. Yeah, eventually he figured out what's going on there. But yeah, no, for sure. Because in Blitz, you kind of have this pace where you're just constantly moving. Classical, you take your time. Rapid, you do have a bit of time, but not so much. So I guess you can afford to do a couple of pretty serious things. But here, yeah, again, I think Pia, she's, of course, in the Rapid, the opening matters a little bit less than Classical. And then in Blitz, it matters even less because the game is moving so fast that opening mistakes don't really get punished as much as they could in Classical. You can take more risk. So I think Pia should just content to play something, something that looks reasonable. And Levy's kind of trying to figure out his opening moves, but he's also played very sensibly. We see him push d4, claiming stake in the center. Pia's playing super fast.
Pia's playing very fast. I think that the one thing that matters in the opening, though, is who's going to get more active play. I think that in these fast games, when you get more active play and when the moves come a little bit easier to you, that can actually psychologically give you a huge advantage out of the opening because moves, you're going to play so much faster. You're going to feel like you have a better position. And that can very easily, I feel like, turn around for the opponent. So I think that the more active opening you have, the better it can go. But we're gonna see. I mean, this is just a position. What do you do now? Do you take? Yeah, I was gonna ask if you take. Levy does decide to take. Pia takes back instantly with the D pawn, and I have to say, Pia almost has 15 minutes. I mean, she is playing so fast.
That yoga's working wonders.
Yeah. I told her this morning, I was like, Mom, please do not get under 5 seconds at any point during today. And she was like, okay, no 5 seconds. So I am hoping that today we don't see Pia Kramling getting down to 5 seconds because I will have a heart attack. And well, yeah, it's going to be very stressful. So she did say that.
We've seen what could happen. But good news is that we no longer have to notate, right? This is time control. You don't lose any time having to write down the move. You just focus on playing them as quick as possible. But already a 3-minute time advantage. And I think Black's moves are quite easy. Like, for example, Levy can play Rook D1 attacking Pia's queen, but she wants to move it off the D file anyway, perhaps C7 or E7. Next, I'll play A5. I'll probably bring my knight to the C5 square. And I like this structure a lot for Black. She's got the pawn on E5. In the meantime, you have ideas of playing E4, which could open up my powerful bishop. So Levy plays e4 himself. So again, I was just mentioning maybe black can play e4. He doesn't want Pia to have that idea, but now in the long run, this is an outpost that Pia is going to want to exploit. I already like bishop g4, looking to take this knight, and eventually maybe I go here, 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 here. It's going to take some time, but maybe some ideas like this. And this is an outpost that if Levy doesn't compensate with piece activity, he's going to live to regret. But also he has his own idea. A classical idea here for white is to flip the tables and go c5 and maybe knight d2 and knight c4 and make your own outpost on d6.
Yeah, that can become a very strong piece. We see also now this d file is open for the rook to come in, and this square on d6 can definitely become a weakness. Maybe you can sometimes play bishop f8 to try to undermine that, but that can be an idea. And there we go. There we have this bishop g4 move that you were talking about, developing the bishop, and then maybe getting ready for a knight maneuver to try to get the knight up here to d4. I am also seeing, wait, let me just move this jacket that is in the background.
Oh, sure.
It's a beautiful jacket, but I just keep seeing it.
We don't want to distract everyone from the game with the beautiful jacket.
It's a beautiful jacket, but I just keep seeing it in this little window, and I just wanted to move it. So there we go. Okay, so h3.
Wow. So of course, Pia instantly. So Levy's kind of like, one of them is calling the other person's bluff, is what I want to say, because h3 is like, you're really going to take an f3? And Pia goes, of course. Look at your bishop. You have the pawns in c4 and e4 blocking it. In the meantime, knight d7, knight c5, knight d6, knight d4, very quickly. And these moves for black, they're quite straightforward. And Pia, she has a very strong positional idea. She obviously knows it. She's seen it. And so far, I think she's playing this excellently. Excellent speed, excellent position. Still not like winning or anything like that, but I think she's off to a strong start.
I think she's off to a strong start, and I love this idea now of going knight f8, knight e6, and looking at this square, just like you were talking about. You want to maneuver this piece to the best square possible. And there we go. We have knight f8 pretty quickly on the board. And so I suppose for Levy, it makes sense to try to bring in the rooks. Is this where you want to go? Do you want to go with this rook or this rook, do you think?
I want to go probably rook fd1, and that's what Levy does. And again, the key idea for Levy is going to be here is to try to play c5. And once he does that, he lost that knight on f3, but he can play bishop e2, bishop c4. So if that bishop, he's got the bishop pair, right? So many bishop pairs this match. That bishop right now is not very impressive, but on the c4 square is going to be quite strong.
It can be very strong there. So this is something that you have to be careful about. Can Pia ever play b6 after c5, or is that a move that she doesn't want to make?
She could, but I'll play b4, right? So I'll continue trying to hold that strong point.
Yeah.
And in general, even if I have to take on b6 into positions, that might not be so bad for me because I want to open things up more for my bishops. But yeah, Pia's thinking, I think, just queen c7 or e7 are both fine. She chooses e7, and still she wants to play rook d8, knight e6, knight d4. If that knight ever gets here to d4, she's going to have the advantage.
Yeah, so it's going to be the battle of getting the knight up to d4, but now she's also going to try to bring in a rook to d8, I suppose, and then she's just going to try to be as fast as possible. She spent a little bit of time in thinking, should she go to e7? Should she go to c7? What are the differences, do you think, or is there no difference?
I think there's a small difference because on e7, you get more pressure on c5 square, and on c7, you don't. So I think that's the biggest one there. So I like e7. I guess on c7, you keep e5 defended in some positions, but white also doesn't have that knight on f3 anymore. So it's a good choice. And I like how this is a position. I mean, a lot can change, but overall, it's a strategic battle. She has a clear sort of plan to invade on d4. That's also, like you said, very important from the opening. Have a confidence, clear plan, make your moves quicker, be active. So I think it's easier for her to play. And we'll see. Does she normally play these King's Indian positions? I'm not too familiar. We didn't see it in this match yet.
I'm not sure exactly, actually. I'm not 100% sure, but she can play a lot of different things as well. And maybe there's things that she's played in the past that she thinks she wants to play now or future. I actually don't know her repertoire myself. I wish I did, because then I would play more openings myself, but I don't. How was Levy feeling yesterday? How do you think he's coming into the match today?
Yeah, I mean, well, equalizing the match in the classical portion was obviously huge, especially to remind our viewers, these are weighted games. The classical portion, each game, 3 points were up for grabs. Now we're playing 2 points per game. And tomorrow in the Blitz will be 1 per game. So, of course, he was really happy to equalize the match. He was really happy with how the game was going because we did see him build an overwhelming advantage. He obviously wished that he finished it off that moment. But Pia fought back really tenaciously and, win's a win, as they say. He would have loved to take it in the middle game as it was. He got in the end game, so I think that had he got it even earlier, he would have been even more pumped.
Even more happy.
But overall, yeah, he's in good spirits, good mood. there's been a lot of talk about the different time controls, and I don't think this is on our viewer screen, but we see it. The players' ratings have changed.
That is true.
That? Mm-hmm.
That is true. Right now, we see that the ratings are for levy.rozman 2284 and for Pia Kramling 2374. So they both dropped like 100 points.
Yeah, from their match.
From the which is a bit sad. We're taking away their points, but that is the rapid rating. But here we see a move from Levy, 92, and Pia instantly goes 96.
It's all about the square, right? Levy goes here because he wants to keep a good eye on the square here, but then he also loses this idea of bishop e2. What he could do, though, which I like in the future, is aside from the c5 move, is he can try to play something like h4, bishop g2, bishop h. Just I'm trying to find a use for this bishop. Although if I do that, I do need to watch out for knight g4. So this guy right here, there is potential for him, but not right now. Right now, it's very blocked in by all these other pawns and pieces on the light squares. So it feels not so easy for Levy to find the best setup here.
Yeah, and he's really trying to take control of the square, so that's why he's going 92 to really control the square. But I suppose now, I mean, I'm not exactly sure what he's going to do, but I suppose the rook is going to come to d8 after. And then it's still going to take a little bit of time before this move can happen. But maybe if we just get to move this, I don't really know exactly where we can move this knight, but I just want to make this knight d4 move happen.
Well, another way to do it, other than rook d8, which is very natural, there's this bishop right here. We mentioned it could come to a c5. Obviously, now it's hard, and Levy plays an excellent move c5. There's another really funny idea, and I think it looks quite strong. It's to play queen f8 and bishop h6, because if I eliminate this bishop, that's going to give me more control over d4. That could be an idea we see in the future, but I think c5 from Levy is a really good move because he gets his own outpost, and now Pia brings the rook over to challenge the d-file, but also keep an eye on this d4 square. So it's all about that d4 square.
It's all about the d4 square, and I have to reiterate how impressed I am by the fact that Pia has 14 minutes still. We're seeing before Levy's starting to play a bit faster now as well. And yeah, it makes a lot of sense to control this c5 pawn, but now maybe, I'm not sure if you want to do that, but can you sometimes play a5 now that the rook is still in a8? I suppose that's the reason she wanted to move her e-rook and not her a-rook, so that she could have these ideas of playing a5 and try to undermine this pawn structure on the queen side. Could we see a5 immediately, or is that something maybe you don't want to do yet because this rook is a little bit up in the air too?
I think you can definitely play a5. White can respond with a3, but I'm going to point out a plan I think you'll really like, because you were saying, I want to get this knight somewhere. So imagine this. Let's say we go a5, a3, just like some kind of trades, and maybe we trade here as well. But the point is, I have a funny route. I want to get my knight to b5 and just try to find a way to get it to d4.
Yes, I love that. I love that. Yes, let's do that. I just want a knight on d4, and then I'm the happiest person.
Let's see. So Pia, she's slowing down, but I think it's a good moment to think. She's built up a 5-minute time advantage, and the natural moves have kind of been played. So what does she do next? And by the way, I saw someone asking, how did they lose 100 points? How is it possible? Well, these are the rapid ratings, as Anna said. Now, we'll say these are not, I don't know about for Pia, but for Levy, it's not accurate. Maybe he's overrated, maybe he's underrated. And I say that because I don't remember him playing a rapid rated FIDE tournament within the past minimum 7 years or something like this. So it's a rating that's quite old. So yeah, obviously your rating will be more accurate the more tournaments you play. So I don't know. Like I said, he could be underrated, he could be overrated. Who knows? Maybe he's a very poor rapid player. We'll find out today.
Does he ever play rapid online?
No,
never.
Maybe in like his educational content, right? Like some kind of speed runs or something.
I've done that too. Yeah,
but it's not the same, right? It's not the same playing your subscribers in a game of rapid as it is playing Grandmaster Pia Kramling.
Of course. And we see a5 here on the board. She does decide to go for this move after a minute of thinking. And I do think it's obviously good to use your clock too. So it's good that she spends a little bit of time thinking here. And now Levy has to make a decision. Does he try to trade rooks? Does he go a3, simply protecting this pawn? This looks very flexible and natural, I suppose. But maybe after a3, she's going to start with this idea.
That would be a nice idea to see. I think a3, I'm surprised Levy's thinking here, because it's like one of those automatic moves you play. Oh, you attack my pawn, I defended, but yeah, what else could it be? Well, taking an a5 is, I mean, maybe you can consider to open the b file, but I would be a little skeptical because now my c pawn is a little bit more vulnerable. But maybe, yeah, maybe he's not happy with how it's going so far, and he's looking for a way to imbalance the game somehow. I mean, maybe b5 can be an idea.
I was going to ask you if
yeah,
b5,
if you take,
it's crazy.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my knight to c3 and d5.
But it looks crazy because you allowed b4 maybe?
Yeah, well, if b4, knight d5, like this is my dream, right? If this is not what you want to have happen, even though you're up a pawn, now I'm pushing these guys. My bishops are opening up. I mean, Levy is a fan of dynamic play. He might try something like that because he is thinking around a minute here. A3 is a move you play normally in 5 seconds because it looks so natural, but he might pull out some crazy levy move here.
He might be thinking about something else. We're going to see that very soon. It just feels like a very risky move to do, to give up a pawn like that and just go for dynamic play, especially having half of the time. But maybe that's exactly what Levy wants right now. Who knows? So yeah, at this point in time, he has almost half of the time that Pia has. So we could be getting into time trouble territory very soon. And today's going to be insane. We got 6 rapid games. We're going to be getting into so much time trouble territory that I hope that everybody is ready for what this day is about to give.
Yeah, it's basically going to be nonstop action with small breaks between the games for the players to calm their nerves and get ready for the next one. But for us and for all our viewers, it's going to be extremely exciting. And yeah, Levy's already down to 5 minutes, and it's 10-second increment. Even yesterday, we had the players at 5 minutes. We're like, wow, they're in so much time trouble, but they even had 30-second increments. So it's funny how it's all relative, right?
Yeah, it's absolutely all relative. And, you know, it would be perfect for the players right now to have some Blitz Fuel, which is one of the sponsors of this match. We're very thankful to be sponsored by Blitz Fuel. We have a fantastic link for all of you to get a good discount over here. Unfortunately, we don't have Blitz Fuel with us, but, you know, I know that Levy, he's been having a lot of Blitz Fuel in the past, and he would love to have some by his side right now.
Yeah, he's going to need it because he is about to start playing Blitz, and he does play 3 again. He'll probably be, yeah, I see he spent 2 minutes and 50 seconds in that move. He must have really been looking at B5 or B8, just trying to make the game more complicated and kind of push Pia into a more tactical battleground. But at the end, he probably just wasn't able to make it work. And Pia, quick AB. Yeah.
What is happening? This is crazy.
It's that good night's sleep and that good yoga. You know, it's giving her a lot of you know, good vibes.
Good vibes. Yeah. Maybe once we had dinner together, me and Pia.
That's true.
I thought we have to have a dinner together. I just want her to feel good. And hopefully that made her feel a little bit happier too.
Yeah, I also got dinner with Levy, full disclosure. So, you know, I'm also supporting him in my own dinner role.
Okay, good. So we both got dinner roles here to support our favorite players.
We have the same schedule. We get up, we do the commentary, then we go to dinner with the players, and then go to bed, and then next day is the same thing.
All right, that sounds good. Well, now she's spending a little bit of time thinking. Maybe I guess she just didn't want to have this pressure of this pawn on a5 hanging. Is she now going to go for this knight e8, knight c7 idea, or is it just not as good anymore?
Yeah, it still looks possible because the knight in f6 doesn't have any fantastic role, but maybe you have to consider that if you move this knight, you do allow me to play bishop g4. Although I'm not, you know, I just play knight c7. I'm not worried about this trade because even though the bishop is not so great, I mean, for Levy, if he could have it here, that wouldn't be a legal move, but it would be an excellent move because now the bishop gets great pressure. Also, this knight in e2, it's pretty passive. I mean, you are defending this d4 square, but this is really the square I'd like to be in, but the route looks quite can't even think of one. Maybe here. That's gonna really take some time though.
No, I suppose that's not. I was thinking, okay, knight e8 also stops any piece from going to d6 now that I'm thinking about it. Because I was thinking, oh, can we maybe as white try to trade and then go rook d6 and try to double up? But no, that's just not really the plan. And okay, she ends up taking, maybe because she wants, is it because she wants to jump in here immediately?
She could jump in there, that's right. Now that she's deflected Levy's rook. And then he would have to take because the bishop on f3 is also hanging. But let's see.
It does feel better to be able to take back with a piece though, maybe.
Yeah, okay, well, let's look. Knight d4. Presumably I'd want to play well, can I take, I would want to take with the knight to keep the bishop pair. But okay, let's put it on the board. Knight takes. If I go knight takes, what I'm worried about is that there could be some tactics on this diagonal, and the pawn is ready to move.
That's probably what she's thinking about.
Yeah, with very good reason, right? D3 is coming next, supported by the rook. So Levy would probably need to take with a bishop, which doesn't feel super great. But after takes, maybe now he's in time for some kind of blockade, either with queen d3 or like in game 1, when he had this move knight e1, knight d3, he can kind of do the same thing, knight f4, knight d3, block the pawn, and maybe he's going to push up the board and open up his bishop, right? It doesn't look so great right now, but perhaps has some potential. So yeah, this is a committal choice from Pia, and that's why she's rightly thinking about it, because it forces a change in the position, as opposed to the move we've been shouting out, like maybe bringing the knight over. Maybe this is also an idea that I was talking about.
Yeah.
And other moves as well.
Even queen d7 to just take control of this file as well, and preventing something like rook d1 could be an idea. Although, yeah, I was thinking, oh, can you go knight c3 to try to go rook d1? But then you always have this move knight d4. So maybe a move like queen d7 could also be very flexible. We could maybe also even see h5. I don't think we're going to see h5.
You could, because h5 has the idea of h4.
Yeah.
And your dream is if white plays g4, which Levy will not do, then your dark squares are becoming, you know, Swiss cheese, as we like to say.
And what does Swiss cheese? Oh, it just
It's got all those holes. Yeah.
All the holes.
All
Okay,
the
I
holes.
see.
The Swiss cheese pawn structure is
I never
not
liked
structure you
Swiss
want.
cheese.
And you shouldn't because it's full of holes.
It's about clear me not liking it.
Yeah.
Good. Well, she's spending a little bit of time thinking here. We got some questions of, oh, why do you have a new setup today? Well, we had to move from the setup from yesterday, and we just thought, oh, she does go 94. We just thought, why not be here? So he ends up taking very fast and goes rook d1 instantly, and is now going to put some pressure on this pawn. So now it's time for Pia to defend it.
Yeah, rook d1's great because you also get the rook out of the way of that
Yeah.
bishop on g7. You put pressure on the pawn. You keep an eye on d3. Yeah, that knight d4 move, it was not bad, but it definitely clarified the position a bunch. But now we get knight d7, so Pia is looking to play knight e5 and d3. It has a little tactical idea here, because you're also hitting the bishop, so perhaps we just slide it back.
What happens if you take the pawn with white? There's a free
Knight
pawn on d4?
Yeah, that seems very suspicious because let's see why. It's gonna say, do we have that? I mean, I have knight c5 at the very least to get it back. But I was like, yeah, I guess I was trying to see if I can. I can't play both at once. I mean, I could go here. I'm trying to line up some tactics, but perhaps Levy's not losing any material here. Yeah, it looks like he's not. It looks suspicious to me, but
it looks very suspicious.
But he can just take on c5.
Yeah, that feels more safe.
Yeah. So what do we get? We get knight c1. So Levy doesn't want to bother with that. All those tactics. He's only got 5 minutes, so he's starting to speed up.
Yeah.
And he's going to start relying on his intuition even more.
Yeah, exactly. So we're seeing now an opportunity for Pia to play knight e5, which I think looks like the most natural move in the world. You're holding a little bit this d3 square. You're threatening the bishop. You're getting that move with the tempo. You're defending the pawn with the rook. Looks very natural. I don't know if maybe she doesn't want to do it because she's scared that after bishop g2, something like f4 could come, and then all of a sudden those pawns could start pushing. But we're going to be seeing what she ends up doing. Now, I also really like this idea of h5, but I don't know if h5 is such a Pia move, you know?
Normally we associate h5 with like some attacks, but here it's also quite a positional move, right? Because the whole point is to create weaknesses. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know if we'd see it here. At some point, I think that move would be quite natural because you're also taught that when you have a bishop, here Pia has a dark square bishop, you want the pawns on light squares, right? So that way they complement each other. So this kind of continues that trend. But I like Levy's move knight c1. I wonder if he's thinking about, like I said, that game one, where it was same thing. Pia had that pass d pawn, and he had a chance to put the knight in d3. I feel like he's got to be keeping that in mind, and he's thinking, I'm going to get this guy over to the d3 square. And like you mentioned, Anna, right? He's going to try to retreat. And if he gets his pawns moving, he's got the 4 and 3 majority. That seems like a good idea to grab some space.
It does. And we're seeing right now the time is becoming a lot more close. 5:30 versus 7:50. Pia's got to start once again making moves soon if she wants to keep that time advantage. We've seen Levy playing faster moves here at the end. So let's see what she decides to do. Will she go 95? Will she play h5? Yeah, I mean, is this something to worry about, this f4 move? Or is it maybe you can try to get into these light squares with something like queen e6, knight c4, queen c4? I don't know.
If I play f4, then e3 becomes very weak all of a sudden. Knight c4, knight e3 is going to be a major problem.
So she makes a move and she goes 95. That is the move that we see. I think we're going to be seeing a fast bishop e2 or bishop g2. Where do you think he's going to go?
Bishop g2 looks more natural, but keeping that idea of queen e6 in mind, I guess bishop e2 is very subtle because you prevent that knight c4.
Exactly.
But that's not so easy to understand. Yeah, because also it keeps bishop g2 keeps h3 defended, keeps my king defended, feels a lot more cozier that way.
Exactly. And here, I mean, you might be scared of some forks at some point or something like that.
Bishop g2, and then he'll play knight d3 after.
Yeah. So we will see. He's going to make a choice. He's definitely, now that he's not playing it instantly, he's definitely probably considering both of these moves. Yeah, I wouldn't be fully surprised if he played bishop e2 to prevent any of these ideas and also to prevent this pawn from advancing even further. But like you said, this pawn will end up being weak after something like queen e6. Maybe then Pia can start a kingside attack. I mean, can she then start h5, h4 and just go a bit crazy over here?
Yeah, I mean, we've been shouting out that move for a while. You said it's not a Pia move. And you've been making lots of big calls that have proven to be correct regarding your mom. So I'll trust you on that. But I also wouldn't be surprised if this game kind of goes towards draw very shortly, because there's a chance after the move, whatever, bishop g2 or e2, let's say g2, Levy can play knight d3 next. They trade the knights. And with this more trades in the opposite color bishop position, we might just be heading for a draw this game.
could be possible, but I think there's still a lot of play left. And especially with this time control, I think that blunders could happen from both sides. So that is what makes this so exciting, that the clock becomes a big part of the game. And he plays bishop e2, probably seeing this idea of knight c4 and wanting to keep the light squares in control. Maybe even can have ideas of playing b5 at some point. I don't know. But could maybe become possible. So now Pia's going to have to make a choice. How does she continue the game? And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something like queen e6 just to attack this pawn and ask a little bit, where's this king going to go, and activate the queen a bit more. But we will see what she ends up doing. It's starting to get very exciting.
Yeah, the clock is ticking. I mean, still Pia has that time lead from the beginning, but at some point, like if Levy gets to, a couple seconds, he's going to have to play very fast. And inevitably the clocks will equalize because one side keeps playing moves quickly. But yeah, queen e6 looks like an excellent move to activate the queen. Also, there is some questions about how does Levy want to play this. Does he feel like he wants to just keep it safe and play knight d3, or does he want to utilize that knight's not vulnerable but exposed position to play f4, right? So that's also a choice of his to make if he wants to make a trade or try to start pushing his pawns down the board himself.
Yeah, because P has to be careful. I mean, you go queen e6. What happens after f4?
I might take an h3.
Maybe you can take there, yeah.
I think, and I'm going to take h3 and g3 and
wow.
g5. So that's a very, very interesting move. She's pushing the pawn from her king, but it's directed against f4. And quick king g2 from Levy.
Is she going to... No, there's no way. There's no way.
Could play h5 to play h4 and just continue fighting for dark squares. I mean, she's already played g5, which, has your eyes open wide. So h5 be such a big surprise. That's a bigger surprise than h5, I think.
Yeah, g5 is a huge surprise. But I guess it's also kind of looking towards stopping f4, right?
But it might not stop f4, right? I could still maybe play it, and then now I bring my pieces. Now both kings could be weak.
What if queen f6 here to stop f4? And then also, if at certain points, we might have ideas of d3 to deviate this bishop and come in with the queen. I like this move, queen f6. Time is starting to get closer, but Pia still has around a 2-minute advantage from that opening. So let's see how she decides to continue this position. I mean, we might even see queen e6. Do you think she ever wants to play g4?
I think g4 probably is not that much in the cards because Levy can take it with the h-pawn. And then at the very least, you have these, you leave yourself with the f7 and h7 pawns, which are now isolated, right? So
exactly.
Unless there's a tactical reason, I wouldn't expect there to be a g4. And now again, Levy has to decide, does he want to play knight d3? But now, by the way, even if we do trade knights, I was talking how you want to have the pawns in the opposite color of your bishop. And the fact that Pia has played g5, it weakens a lot of light squares around her king. So after knight d3, let's imagine they trade, and then I'll take back with the bishop. I'm going to be able to play moves like bishop c4, maybe later queen e2, my queen can come to h5, and with, a lot of opposite color bishop endgames are drawn, but in the middle game, I'm going to be able to attack you on the light squares, and you can't defend as easily because you have a dark square bishop.
And that is what they say. A lot of times when you want to attack, it's actually good to have opposite colored bishops because it's harder for the opponent to defend. You've got control of a diagonal. The opponent doesn't have control of it in the same way. So it can be a great attacking piece. So knight d3 is played, and I would be surprised if she would just take and allow the bishop to come in so easily, especially with the queen being on e6. So let's see what Pia decides to do. I'm sure that she's thought about this move. Oh, she does.
She takes it quickly. I was saying maybe you play knight g6 to just keep the knights on the board.
Yeah.
But now, bishop takes d3. And if Pia had the pawn on g6, there would be no issues at all with the position. With the pawn on g5, it does create those weaknesses around the king.
Yeah, it's going to become a dynamic position for both. So Levy ends up taking with the bishop. And let's see now what Pia does. Is she going to go h5, or what is her plan now?
Yeah, let's see. The clocks are ticking. Levy's down to 3 minutes. Pia's getting down to 5 minutes here. They do have a 10-second increment, so they will be getting that bonus time. But as we saw, sometimes it's not enough. So obviously it'll get very critical. But yeah, Levy's moves here, I think, are quite easy. h5 here, I would still play the same plan. Maybe queen e2 first with the tempo, bishop c4. The pawn on d4, it's a pass pawn, but it's securely blockaded. And yeah, I wonder if white can even play moves like rook h1, h4, and just really start to get all the pieces into the attack at some point.
And it looks like Pia's the one that is attacking, but like you're saying, it could actually turn around and become Levy that is the one that starts attacking. So Pia has to be careful here now that the knights are off the board. Honestly, I'm just happy to see moves coming in relatively quickly. So I am right now starting to feel the pressure and stressed, but she seems to have a plan. She's kind of, what is she doing? Yeah, she's looking at the clock.
She's got her signature pose.
She's got her
The I'm
signature
about to
pose.
move pose.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Seeing, and she plays rook a8. Okay, so that she wants to play rook a2, but I think for Levy, bishop c4 is the move he wants to play anyway. And now, but then Pia might try to play like rook a3, right? Rook a3, rook c3. She's looking for counterplay. She's looking for active play, so seems quite natural.
It does seem natural. I mean, here, can you go something like queen f6, or is that something you maybe don't want to do? She goes queen e5 instead. Yeah, she's definitely looking for counterplay. Maybe even put a little bit of pressure on g3, and now after rook a3, rook c3 could be an idea. So what is Levy going to do? Maybe he'll go queen d3 to prevent the rook from coming in. That looks like quite a nice move.
Yeah, I prevent rook a3 and rook a2, and my queen is not going to stop there. I'm going to go queen f3 next, and again, just trying to get some pressure on Pia's king side. He also might play like queen b3 or something because it's like with the tempo on f7, and then maybe an idea becomes rook. Oh no, sorry, my pawn on e4 is hanging. But I was going to say maybe he can try to play like rook d3, rook f3 in some positions. Wow, rook f1. He wants to play f4, I guess. That's very double-edged.
Very double-edged. I mean, here it makes sense to go rook a3, no? Or is that scary to do because of f4?
I'm scared to play f4 if I'm white, but let's see. Yeah, rook f1. I mean, he's really signaling this. Yeah, rook a3, f4.
Because you can go queen h5. No, and how do you even defend here?
Oh, you mean after both pawns get traded?
Let's say we do something like this. This is what I'm looking at, queen h5.
Yeah, this could be bad for white, right? With the king being so open, but he kind of scares P off. She goes rook e8, so she's attacking the pawn on e4.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
Makes sense, and I think also these kind of moves are good to make relatively quickly, and now maybe she's going to go back, rook a8.
Yeah, because I think you're quite happy to get the bishop off the c4 square, but yeah, that clock is going to be more and more of a cause for excitement.
Yeah, it's going to go down faster than what we are imagining. So P is trying to come up with a plan. Maybe she hasn't really seen this idea of rook a3, rook c3.
Well, I think she has. She played rook 8, but let's see.
Maybe she'll come back though. Maybe she'll come back. Because I just don't see otherwise. Let's say she goes bishop.
Okay, so she's really this f4 plan really obviously
is
disturbed her. Yeah, so she will go. It reminds me of Levy's bishop a6 yesterday, right? Putting that bishop right in front of the pawn. Okay, I mean we understand what the point of this move is. Let's see what Levy can do. Queen a2. That's a nice move. Now Levy wants to maybe invade like queen a7. He's still keeping that pressure on f7.
Yeah. Now the bishop is anyways defending. Yeah, it makes sense. So let's see how she continues. That's why I kind of liked having the rook on a8 because there were no open files. It feels like now PS pieces are becoming a little bit more uncoordinated. And
yeah, maybe rook a1 now since you're not playing f4 anyway.
Yeah.
PS pieces. That sounds like a nice. I don't know. Maybe series to come on your channel.
Oh,
PS pieces. I don't know. It just rolls off the tongue.
It rolls off the tongue. Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe that's gonna be a podcast one day. Okay. Yeah, I mean, tables are turning. Levy definitely with a maybe slight advantage now, but still gonna be a long game. So now
he wants to play e5, I think. Yeah, he wants to play e5, open the bishop. Maybe he can even play e6 at some point. So I think Pia is going to come back to e5 with the queen, especially because she played bishop h6. She's really kind of trying to play prophylactically.
Yeah. So let's see. Will she do that or where is she going? Time is taking now only almost a 30-second advantage for Pia. So now the time advantage is almost gone.
It's a blitz game now.
It's a blitz game now. I think that I think that she's making a lot of these moves very fast because she just wants to play fast and not because she maybe has realized if it's the best or not best move. So I think we're seeing a lot of her moves just being played to get a move in fast, which I do like that she's trying to be practical, but here Levy seems to be getting very nice positions for all of his pieces.
The thing is, Levy, I think, is going to be pushing this position for a while because he has no weaknesses. His king is very safe. And he also has small advantages. He has the control of the open A file. Pia does play queen e5. He has the open A file. He also has a much more sturdy pawn structure. Pia has a pawn on d4. It's an isolated pawn, actually. I don't think she's going to lose it anytime soon, but it's securely blocked. You almost wish you didn't have that pawn because then your rook can come to the d file. Your bishop has an open diagonal. But it's that pawn on g5 that's really a problem. If that pawn was on g6, the bishop on h6 would be happier. So it was a very interesting move earlier, but it was very committal as well.
It was very committal, and I think now the problem is that this bishop on h6 is just not really doing much. So the bishop goes back to c4.
Yeah, Levy's just gonna poke around. Like, can I do this idea? Can I do that idea? I wouldn't be surprised if he plays rook a1 at some point, just to try to get that rook to a7. I mean, I would want to get. It's gonna be hard. I don't know how I can do it, but if I can get that rook to like f3 and then put it on f5, but it's hard because my pawn on e4 is gonna need protection.
Yeah.
And I need the d3 square or the b3 square to rook lift, but I can't because my bishop is gonna be on d3. So it's like one of these like logic puzzles that like how do I
How to make that happen?
Yeah, exactly.
And we see very fast moves coming in here from Levy. He's definitely trying to put the pressure. I mean, this queen is coming into h5, which looks very strong. So how
time is even.
Continue? Time is even now. Time is even. For the first time in the match, Levy has more time than Pia. So he's been playing very fast these last few moves. And Pia's 6-minute advantage is now gone. So let's see what she does. Will she go bishop g7? Will she go king g7 to try to play f5? I don't know. That looks crazy.
Yeah.
That looks crazy. But okay, maybe the king on g7 isn't that bad either. But then the bishop is just going to be so bad.
I was going to say that bishop is going to be crying. Pia's pieces are going to be crying then. But yeah, in this position, there's nothing like Levy doesn't have yet, at least that I can see. Some like queen h5 is an idea, but like you said, she can play bishop g7, maybe then h6. But the danger is Levy's going to just make a threat almost every move, and you constantly have to be on the defensive. It's only going to get harder as we now see Pia's down to a minute.
Yeah,
20 seconds.
She's down to a minute 20 seconds, so this is looking difficult for her now. But she does play bishop g7. So I think Levy's now, I mean, his best chance here is just to keep going and just try to keep attacking and keep trying to have that time advantage. And I think that is exactly what he's going to do. He goes queen h5, making moves that look scary, you know?
I was thinking queen g4 is more precise because he can play queen d7 afterwards.
Bring the queen in here and attack this pawn. And now that the rook is on f8, you don't have this move rook e7. So all the pieces become a little bit strange. But she goes h6 relatively quickly, which is good, defending this pawn. And now, at least, I'm happy that we got some of our pieces into better squares. It felt like this bishop was very misplaced on h6, and I think she's kind of regretting that move. So can she now try to reroute everything again? Like, can we try to get obviously she can't move the rook, but queen e7, rook e8, and try to go for this plan again, or queen f6 maybe is better. Although, maybe then this pawn can start rolling.
Yeah, I like this queen g4. Levy admits that his earlier move was maybe not the best. Is queen h5, but maybe his idea was, like now that Pia's played h6, there's no bishop h6, although I don't think I was too scared of that move. But queen g4 is very nice because he wants to play queen d7 potentially, but he also now can play f4, and that would open up the position, and he also give him an opportunity to play e5 next and f5, and all of a sudden d3 for Pia.
And I was gonna say, this is the best move for Pia, the only one that gives her counter attack chances, and she plays it. And I'm so incredibly happy to see that on the board, because she had to kind of find this move to not start getting rolled back, I think. And she finds it with a minute on the clock. So look at that, queen c3, now attacking the rook, the bishop, the pawn on b4. I think this is a crucial idea to get Levy off this, let me just try to roll you over kind of thing. Because that's what we're going to see with f4, with all of these moves that were about to happen. Queen d7, it looked terrifying. Now at least she gets a little bit of counterattack.
It's what we said earlier, right? You almost wish you didn't have that pawn on d4.
Yeah.
It's blocking all your pieces.
Yeah.
So Pia realized that excellent move with them. Things were getting very critical. And now she gets her own activity. Levy's pausing. He's also, now time is equal again. I mean, he can still play, that plan that I was shouting out. Rook e3, rook f3. I'm kind of looking at that as well. But yeah, Pia's got some counterplay. She's going to take on b4. c5 could drop. And then, who knows? Maybe you get a connected past the b and c pawns. But still, like this position, I'm looking at black's king. And Pia's not out of the woods, because after rook e3 to defend both pieces, Levy can consider playing something like queen f5 followed by e5 and queen h7 and e6. I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to manufacture a strong attack here.
I think an attack can be very strong, but what we're going to see is maybe going to be a lack of pawns, but a strong attack where either Levy checkmates Pia or gets a very strong attack, or she could get the long-term advantage. The good thing, though, about the different colored bishops is that even in certain positions, if the queen was able to get to h7, maybe we can move this rook and get an escape square for the king. Levy goes rook d1 instead, and I think now we're just going to be seeing queen takes b4, maybe rook d8. Maybe she's going to try to really push here. We're going to see now what she does, but rook d8 also maybe runs into the scariness that there could be some checks at some point, losing the piece.
That's true. Yeah, rook d1 surprised me a bit because rook e3 looked more active, but perhaps, I don't know, maybe Levy was worried there's some bishop d4 ideas or something. But either way, both players now have 40 something seconds. And yeah, Pia has to make a decision. I mean, if she takes them before, that plan that I was saying, maybe queen f5 and e5 or something like this could be annoying. Maybe Levy. Oh, I see. Maybe Levy's idea is that if queen b4, he wants to have rook b1. Maybe that's what he's trying to do, and then counter on the pawn on b7. So he thought this was more flexible. All right, Anna, this is crunch time. Pia's got 25 seconds.
Yeah, she's got 25 seconds, and she hasn't made a move yet, which is stressing me. And she's really calculating, and she plays rook d8, which is a very nice and accurate move, but she does that with 17 seconds. Fortunately here, there's no writing anything, so it's just make a move, but I just really hope she doesn't, you know, forget about her time.
But with the rooks coming off the board, I think a lot of pressure is going to be off Pia's position. Now she can take on b4. This also defends against queen c8 check.
Yeah, she takes it immediately. Now adding up a little bit of time as well. 35 seconds. The c5 pawn is hanging. I think we need to see Levy doing an attack. h4, open up for the king. Do something. Because he's going to lose the c5 pawn.
Yeah, and I can play bishop f8 next. So he could just be down a pawn here. I mean, I don't think he should be in trouble because obstacles are bishops and he should be able to make some attack work. But the bishop on d1 is pretty strangely placed. I mean, maybe I can get like queen f5, bishop h5. And then all of a sudden, like some pressure on f7. Yeah, Levy's thinking now because he doesn't have that move. That d3 move was brilliant because now look at Pia's queen. She got rid of the rook. Her bishop's active. If she didn't play that move, I think she would have lost the game.
I think
now
so
it's a huge fight.
Yeah, it's so important that she found that move. Can Levy go queen f5 here now? Just to at least put a little bit of pressure over here, defending this pawn as well.
Makes sense. He does. I think bishop f8 here was something I was looking at, or bishop d4. Because on bishop h5, I still have like queen b3. Bishop d4 is interesting because I can play queen b2, but also it feels, oh, my bishop's leaving my my king, right?
It looks terrifying, but you know, we will see what she does. She has 18 seconds on the clock. She goes queen b2. Probably to go queen f6.
Okay, but I would play bishop h5 because if queen f6, I'm going to go queen c8 check and I'm going to pick up b7. Levy's got 5 seconds.
He has to make a move.
Yeah, goes bishop h5. Queen f6, queen c8 though. So I think queen b3. So you keep both f7 and b7 protected.
Yeah. Let's see.
Pia's thinking.
13 seconds. Don't flag.
Queen f6, but okay, is there anything wrong with going for this pawn? Okay, bishop f8. Aha, excellent. So if queen b7, bishop c5, now I'm taking the pawn back and I'm attacking f2.
After he becomes a threat, so what does he do?
He just goes for it, but now, yeah, things are getting very simplified. Bishop c5. Yeah, I guess, well, Pia has some, you can't go queen b2, so there's like some tricks with this f2 square, but Levy should be able to defend queen a8, queen a2, for example, or bishop f3 now. I
think we're going to see a check just to get also a little bit of extra time on the clock. And then king g7 looks natural.
Gives this check. He can go queen f5 as well. Yeah, I think we're now heading surely towards a draw. After queen f5, for example, trade of queens, the obstacle or bishop endgame is certainly drawn, but Levy's got 6 seconds. You got him.
He's going to have to make a move.
Don't blunder f2. He doesn't.
With 2 seconds on the clock.
2 seconds on the clock. He's been making a lot of moves with 2 seconds. He really likes to give us a show. And yeah, with the queens off the board, of course. Yeah. Now this well, Pia has this passed c pawn, but I don't think he'll be promoting anytime soon.
Oh, but now king f6 looks very
king f6, bishop f3. So she'll probably move her dark squared bishop first.
She'll move her dark squared bishop. See where she goes. 32 seconds. As long as she doesn't forget about the time, it's fine.
Yeah, she's got some to spare.
Okay.
Go bishop d4. So yeah, I mean, her dream is to if her king can somehow quickly run up the board and support the c pawn. Of course, it's a draw, but that's the dream. We're allowed to dream, aren't we?
Of course we are. That's the point of life. We should dream. Okay, 3 seconds.
Yeah, he brings it back.
King f6, I suppose.
Yeah, this is a risk-free, like, Pia's gonna try, but Levy should be able, again, the drawing margins are enormous with the obstacle or bishops, but he's thinking, he doesn't know that.
Of course, none of the players know that, right? So 5 seconds. 3, 2. He makes a move with 2 seconds.
2 seconds, yeah, but Pia's gonna go king e5. Followed by king d5.
Come on.
Followed by c5, c4.
Keep the pressure, Pia. There we go. King e5. Nice.
King f3. Maybe Levy can go king f3, king g4. You have his own counterplay.
Yeah, of course. Can she go h5? Maybe she doesn't.
I mean, also, if he loses a pawn, like if he loses the f5 pawn, like let's say he just goes bishop c4, it's still a draw. we talked about obstacle or bishop endgames, right? Like if I put all my stuff in light squares, you're not breaking through. But yeah, Pia's got the almost like an extra pawn with the C pawn.
She does. This is a passer, so that is why she has this little advantage. Of course, the king can try to go up here, but
it's
we see
bishop C4. So now we'll get F6, and then Levy can play bishop E6. Should be out of the woods, but I guess Pia can still try, like, yeah, she'll try to, if she didn't have the bishop on D4, she could go king D4.
Yeah, the king cannot really go to G4 right now because the bishop is hanging on, or the pawn is hanging on F2. So he's putting all his pawns on light squares. Is this what you want to do when you have one light squared bishop left?
Not always, because then your bishop can be really restricted and you let your opponent invade on dark squares. But here it looks fine because, yeah, then the bishop can just defend it.
Pia. Okay, sorry.
King D6. She made that move quite quickly there. You could see I think she's definitely aware of the clock situation. But king D6, yeah, now Levy can play even king E4, give up the pawn in F2.
I'm surprised she made this move.
Yeah, I mean, she just needed to make a move. And she was looking, I mean, it's a draw. She was looking if there's any way she can set a trap or trick to win. But now, even though she's up a pawn, it just totally blockaded the light squares. And Levy's king on E4 completely blocks any, any attempts for Pia's king to get in. She can go through the queen side, but it's not going to help.
I just want her to make fast moves.
She didn't go there. She didn't go there.
I panicked.
I know. Yeah.
Oh, my. Okay. So the bishop goes to D4.
Yeah. Now bishop C4, and we're going to get a draw immediately.
Okay, and it becomes a draw.
Yeah.
All right, so the game finishes. All right. Whew. What a game, though. What a game. 55 moves. And actually, funnily enough, they both end up, according at least here to chess.com, having the exact same accuracy with 96.5. But it was a very crazy game. Let's add the postmortem as well. Let's add the audio. But very crazy game. Levy starting with an advantage, but then Pia finding the key move D3 that I think saved her the game.
That was the move of the game for sure.
Yeah. That is the move that saved the game. And let's hear a little bit what the players are saying.
10
or maybe they're not by the board. I think Pia just ran away.
Pia left. Yes. So now we have a break before we have 6 games today. The players get a short break between all the games, and yeah, it's quite funny because where are they gonna go? You're just gonna hang out together?
I think Pia's gonna run and
now you have to just play
get.
Oh, they're still there.
Discuss the game. You're free to do that.
Are they looking? Are they looking happy? Yeah, smiling. She looks happy.
Yeah. I mean, I think she's definitely happy with a draw there.
Yeah.
The opening was definitely going her way. Just the momentum. She was up a lot of time. She was playing some great moves there. But then, yeah, Levy brought it back. He even got the advantage, and she really held on tough with low time. So why not be happy about that result? And she had the black pieces, although maybe it doesn't matter as much, especially in the rapid.
Oh, but I think for her, it was important to just, especially after the loss yesterday, due to the time, it was important for her to come in here and just feel like, you know what, I can absolutely play rapid against Levy.
Yeah.
I think that is the key. And yeah, I think it's really nice that she just gets this first game, she draws, and now she's going to have the white pieces, and hopefully she's able to keep the momentum, because people have constantly been saying, oh, Pia is just going to be so much slower or whatever. But I think in this game, especially in the beginning, she proved that she can play fast. And she actually only went down to 5 seconds one time, which I'm very proud of her for doing, because that's what we talked about this morning.
This was your preparation as one of her coaches.
Yeah. I'm not going to call it my
a second aunt.
Yeah. All right. So she's left the classes. They've left everything. We're going to be seeing the next game happening in just a few minutes. And we're reminding everybody that today we're going to be having 5 more rapid games. So what you've seen, you're going to see it 5 more times. It's
and more. And more. What you've seen, and who knows what else. Yeah,
it's gonna be crazy, but this gives both players a point, and the score right now is tied 7-7. It could not be more close in this match so far, literally equal by the point.
Yeah, and as we saw, equal by the accuracy in this game as well. So, but I think today it's a long day, and really the the energy levels are going to be crucial. Because by the time, I can only imagine myself, like, but game 1, you got the energy, game 2, game 3, but time you get to like game 4, game 5, it's gonna get tough. So the players, right now we don't see them on the screen because they are taking a much deserved rest, and yeah, they're gonna need it because today is I think the most intense day out of them all.
I think today's the most intense day. This, of course, could maybe give Levy a slight edge in the sense that, of course, Pia, she's 61 years old. So with age, you get typically less energy, even though Pia is the person that I know with the most energy in the world. Who does yoga after being very upset about a loss?
Game? Yeah.
I'm very impressed by her. But that is one thing that she was saying. Anna, I hope that I just can make it through the whole day with energy because I'm scared that I'm going to lose it by game 4, 5, 6. So it is a tough day. And that is honestly, well, I guess my fault. Not me and Levy's fault as the organizers of this event for choosing that. But, you know, we live, we learn, and hopefully it's going to be great for both of the players. So we are going to see the next game is going to start in just a few minutes. We've been giving them a 10-minute break in between games. So it's going to be a total of 10 minutes in between games, I suppose. So we might actually get also some confessionals. This is very much up to the players if they feel like they have the energy to give confessionals. We're going to see if they do, but that would be a lot of fun.
That would be great. I don't know if we'll get them during these breaks because obviously I think after game most of the games are going to end in time scrambles. So I feel like you need like to calm down your nerves because obviously the tension is so high. So I can imagine they're spending at least half of those 10 minutes just calming down.
Yeah. Maybe
then they'll be like, oh, maybe I'll do a little confession. But I think we'll definitely get one at the break, right? After 3 rounds, we're going to take a longer break. And there's CPS coming back. Oh, just to grab her jacket. Maybe a quick stroll outside is in order for her.
I think she's just changing places.
Oh, she's already ready to go.
And you keep signing. Oh, she's even giving the cup of coffee to Levy.
Yeah, and there we see, I believe, our arbiter.
Our dear producer.
Yeah, producer.
Shout out to Daniel, everybody. He's producing this whole event and he's moving there at the microphone. So big shout out to Daniel. We're very thankful for all the work that he's doing every day. And yeah, we see her putting the cardigan on. Do you want to know something funny?
Of course.
My mom, she has that cardigan. And I didn't know that she owned that cardigan.
Okay.
And I went a couple of months ago to the same store she bought that cardigan.
And you got one yourself?
Bought it myself. It's here. Let me actually show it to you.
Okay.
It's the same card. It's exactly the same.
It is. Same color, same pattern.
It's the same store. It's the same. I own the same cardigan as Pia, and I didn't even know that she owned it herself. So we actually have the same piece of clothing. Maybe I should have thought about it and worn it.
They should have sponsored you, I'm thinking.
That would have been something. But we have a lot of amazing sponsors that we are very thankful for. So big shout out once again to Blitz Fuel. Also very big shout out to Surfshark VPN. They are sponsoring the prize pool, and we're very, very happy that they're sponsoring this event. So yeah.
What are the players playing for? What are the 7 chrono or something like that?
There's $10,000. You might say, oh, so what is this match? What are these players even playing for? These players are playing for $10,000. The winner of this match will be receiving $6,000. The loser of this match will be receiving $4,000. People have been saying, oh, why is there such a little difference? It's a $2,000 difference, which is very nice. And both players do deserve to get, very rewarded for all the work and effort that they're putting every single day here by the board. So we're very thankful to Surfshark VPN for sponsoring this event, !VPN. And yeah, I mean, I'm sure that you've been using Surfshark VPN whilst being in Sweden now that you're traveling.
Yeah, I'm doing, actually, it's a long day for me. I do the commentary, then I go and do my lessons. So I got to make sure I'm on my right server. Perfect VPN to use it in Sweden for your chess lessons.
And a lot of times when you're using hotel Wi-Fi, you might not feel so secure without hotel Wi-Fi. It might not be a secured Wi-Fi, right?
That's true, because you might be trying to get my preparation for Levy and give it to Pia. So I make sure I'm on the VPN.
I'm not trying to hack you in any single way. I promise. But yeah, VPNs are very useful because of that. And another thing that are very useful is our confession booth. And we have right now a confession with Levy. Let's go ahead and listen to it.
Hello, this is not a confessional because the game is over, but we have a very intense schedule today. Actually, this is more intense than the World Championships. Like in the World Rapid Championship, they play 5 rapid games in a day, and we're playing 6. So all those guys are just lazy. Is there even a venue announced for the World Rapid Championship? Anyway, happy November. That was a wild game. I mean, yeah, I think Rapid is going to be the hardest for me because... it feels like classical, then you suddenly have 5 minutes on the clock. Now it's blitz, and all of a sudden you're playing bullet. I went for another English. This time I changed it up with knight f3. I was expecting Pia to play c6, but she didn't play e4. Like, the critical move after knight f3 is to go e4. But in like true Pia fashion, she played d6. And according to like modern theory or computers, it's like exploitable by white, very slightly. But I'm an idiot, so I like probably did some bad things. And but then I managed to kind of get back into the game, and she had this d4 square, but I managed to play around the pawn and generate an attack, and I was feeling really, really good. And when I played queen takes b7 and she took my pawn on c5 with the bishop, I straight up thought she made an illegal move. Like, I forgot that when my queen goes to the 7th rank, it doesn't pin her bishop anymore. So like, that's what we're dealing with here, boys and girls. It's gonna be a fun 5 games. Enjoy. Also, I'm gonna stop shouting out my Snapchat because none of you follow anyway. Literally, I've like shouted it out like 7 times. I got 300 followers and like 50,000 people are watching this live. So shame on you.
Okay, so we get to hear a few words from Levy. Very funny, this whole illegal move thing. That can happen sometimes when you're under pressure.
It just goes to show you, right? Like, you can really lose your mind with load time. But we do see the players. They're seated again. We have they switch colors. Pia will have the white pieces. And yeah, like Levy said, it's going to be a tough day. One of the toughest days. So intense with all these games. But he seemed to be in I think, a pretty positive mood.
He seems to be in a positive mood, and I was about to be in a very positive mood because I thought we were seeing 1d3, and I thought, wait, is my mom gonna play the cow opening? Yeah. I was getting very excited there for a second, but no, of course it was a bug, and instead the move was d4. I got very excited there for a second. So we're seeing now the switch of colors. Pia has the white pieces, and look at this a6.
So yesterday, Levy played h6, and now he's going the other way, and he's playing a6. He did tell me this is one of the things he was looking at, so I'm not surprised. But I was thinking, like, is he going to play h6 again? But this is actually the 3rd game that Levy's playing with black against Pia in this match, and we actually transpose now through this move order to their game, game 2. Same exact moves, c, d, e, d. Bishop g5 is coming.
Is she gonna play it?
Yeah,
she is.
Main move. But let's see. We did see Levy play. We had that quick repetition. Levy's gonna play bishop b6 here 100% because there's no other move. But Pia's ways to deviate. For example, here bishop f6. She does go e3 though. Wow. Okay, so let's see what's going on here.
Are we gonna see I don't think we're gonna see a repetition again.
We're not. Yeah, I mean, we could see that same line, but Pia can avoid the repetition. I mean, Levy has to play knight bd7 here. Pia's playing super fast. She has 15:45, so no time to waste, right? You're building up that clock as soon as possible.
And you want to have that for the rest of the game. It's not about just having it for now. It's about having it when it matters. And she's saying, okay, this is not the most critical moment. Let me just play quick moves. And look at this h3. She doesn't want this h6, g5. Now she can hide her bishop. She's literally doing this to avoid the repetition we saw in game 2 of the classical. So bishop b4.
Wow. Yeah, and the fact that Levy, I have not seen this move. Now, I've actually had a game where my opponent also played h3. I was playing last year against this grandmaster, but I played bishop d6 or c6 first. I don't remember which, but bishop d6, castle c6. These are kind of the normal moves for black. Bishop b4 here, it's a little bit unusual, at least to my eyes. To my understanding, I wonder if Levy is still plotting h6, g5, knight e4. Yeah. Oh, okay. I was like, bishop b2. that one fooled me. That one fooled me. Yeah. Because it's normal enough, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
So I wonder if Levy's going to do this, because what else is the point of having the bishop on the b4 square? I mean, I guess maybe you could try to go for c5 as well. But he played it so fast, and now he's thinking. So it's kind of weird to me.
Yeah. Well, he maybe knows what he wants to do. Maybe he's just taking a few seconds to think about it. Or this bishop b4 was a little bit of actually, I'm not sure if I want to play this, but let's just do a move fast. And he's, a little playing mind games as well.
Yeah. I mean, look at the second best move according to the engine here.
The second best move here for black is to go back bishop d6. And there is not an absolute way on earth that we see bishop d6 happening.
I was going to say, I feel like he has to go for this well, not has to, but that's the whole point of going for this bishop b4. It looks nice and active because you're pinning the knight, but that's not really a trade you want to make in a lot of cases, because I'm just going to recapture. Now I'm going to later push this pawn. I have the bishop pair. So this is a very kind of aggressive, not super aggressive, but it's pretty active move, and you have to justify it. I would have put my bishop here, nice and classical. Bishop kind of has a lot of flexibility. So I feel like Levy is maybe half winging, half, I don't know, half something. But Pia's not phased. 1540, making her moves very quickly.
Yeah. And I think this is going to be what Levy's going to try to do this whole day of Rapid. He's going to try to play very active moves. He's going to try to make Pia uncomfortable. He's going to try to put pressure, and he's going to be fearless when doing so. But Pia just has to keep this calm composure that she has right now and just not let herself be bothered by it. And we see now c5, another very active move by Levy, which makes sense in conjunction to this bishop b4 move.
Absolutely. Like I was thinking, how's he going to justify it? The point is that, let's say Pia takes, I think he's going to take back with the knight. He'll open up moves like queen a5, knight e4, rook c8. So really trying to justify the active placement of this bishop. Another idea that Levy could consider here going forward, let's say we get a castles or something, maybe he can play c4 in some positions, followed by b5, and just get this unbalanced position where he has the queenside pawn majority, but then Pia will have the center and king side. So he's really looking for a fighting game here with his a6, h6, bishop b4, very provocative chess here.
But we love fighting chess as commentators. Yes. The more fighting, in the chessboard, the better.
Yeah.
We see castles over here by Pia. Will he go rook c8 to get another piece into the attack? Or will he just castle maybe nice and calm? Rook c8, maybe rook c1 just also makes sense. Just get that rook into this file. So the moves for both players now look relatively easy, but this can turn around at any moment. Levy's turn. What is he going to do?
Yeah, I think he's either will castle immediately, keeping kind of the tension, or he will decide to play c4 now, which he does. So c4 is very committal. Again, he gets this nice queenside majority, but he also takes the pressure off of Pia's center. So now she has a couple ideas. First of all, in some cases, she could consider e4 because there's no pressure on d4. But more likely, she's probably going to play something like knight e5, try to maybe slide the queen in some positions. And in general, like I'm looking at these bishops, they're eyeballing this king side. I can bring my knight in, maybe my queen. Somehow I know it can't go there, but the point is that the pieces are kind of angling towards that direction for Pia.
And that is what we do in chess. As chess players, we dream about if we could put all of our pieces on the best possible squares, where would they be? Many times that's close to the king because the goal of chess is checkmating. So moves like knight e5 make a lot of sense because we can maybe get a pawn up here. And if we get a pawn up here, we're eliminating one of the defenders of the king. All of these pawns plus this knight plus the rook are defenders of the king. If we eliminate them, the king is going to be alone and the king is going to be more vulnerable.
And no one likes to be alone.
No one likes to be alone. Not our pieces in chess either. So that's why you got to talk to your pieces, everyone.
Exactly. Got to make them feel nice and comfortable. And again, we see for the second game in a row, in the opening, Levy seems to be much more hesitant than Pia.
He does, but then he kind of fools her because then he starts playing really fast. So it's kind of funny, I think.
Yeah, and he goes queen a5. Wow, he's really busting out these unorthodox moves. I think he's maybe trying to throw her off. Like queen a5. Okay, obviously he wants to, I guess, put pressure on the knight. Well, what if I just move it? I don't see the big deal. Do I really want my queen here? Because I feel like the knight, maybe it'll even make some, or maybe I'll move my bishop and then play knight f4.
Yeah, I'm really not sure about this move.
Yeah. Oh. Whoa. And I'm not sure about that move either.
What is this move?
Pinning the queen?
Why?
I don't know. Maybe, well, Pia wants to play a3 next. So
I guess, yeah. So it's not going to be pinned forever.
It looks a little awkward, right? You block in your rook, you put yourself under the pin.
Knight e4? I mean, you're going to force to get rid of your bishop.
Yeah, knight d2 after. I don't know. Yeah, so this queen a5, maybe, the provocation kind of worked.
Yeah. Chess can be a game of you provoke your opponent to make a move and they might make the move you want them to do. And maybe this was one of those cases. So she's playing this move she has almost 50 minutes on the clock.
I was going to say, do you think she's just prioritizing fast moves in the opening? So. Regardless, just like first, just go.
I think she knows that she needs time later on. So in moments, she doesn't think that it's going to change the game. She just makes moves. And I think that's going to be her mindset today. And I actually quite like that mindset because I think otherwise she could spend a lot of time analyzing all of these ideas. And yeah, maybe she won't play the best moves throughout the match, but as long as she plays them relatively fast, I think that can give her more practical chances.
Yeah, makes sense because again, we heard Levy say in the confessional, she played this d6. That's I don't think that's the best move, but you got 15 minutes. You're not going to be able to necessarily figure it out. So I think it's good to prioritize, especially the start of the game. And for Pia, just keep the clock because, okay, if anyone's watching with the eval bar, you're like, oh no, this move is 0.3 instead of 0.4. Yeah. And it doesn't matter because games are going to come down to massive, swings in evaluation in the scramble. And Levy's really, and again, very quick a3, right? That was the whole point of queen e1. And again, Levy has to choose. Is he going to give up the bishop and take on c3? Or is he going to retreat? But then why did he do this whole like queen a5, bishop b4? Doesn't make sense.
And I think P is just very comfortable with this position. After takes, let's say that we have, well, this is what we're having, takes and rook b1. I think that she just wants to play with a little small advantage of playing against this pawn. Sure, you can maybe go b5, maybe then we could play a4 in certain moments. And I think she just likes this idea of playing against this pawn. The rook cannot go to b8 because of the bishop on f4. The bishop cannot be moved because it can always retreat to h2. So it's just playing for these small advantages that she knows exactly how to deal with.
Absolutely. Her position is, as you pointed out, all these plans with rook b1, with a4. She's got some relatively straightforward plans. And it's super important, especially in a fast time control game, that the ease that you can play the moves. You can have a large advantage, but if you have to play really difficult moves to keep it, then it doesn't really count, because you're not going to be able to practically do that. And Levy, I don't think he wants to trade queens here. He's and it's also, we talked about this in another game. It's in your mind, like, yeah, she's positionally so strong, but he has to go for it, because otherwise, not has to, but it feels now you're gonna play queen a5 and back to d8.
It just doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense at all. Yeah.
Now Pia gets this position where she has 5 minutes more than Levy, and she has a straightforward plan. She just wants to go for that b pawn and then try an endgame. And
but Levy's okay. He's fighting. He's going after. He's forcing her. I think she has to take. He gets the exclamation point. He's forcing Pia to take on e4, so at least he can get rid of one of these two annoying bishops.
Very nice move by Levy. Yeah.
Then after this trade, he's gonna have which is forced. Okay, he's going to be able to have opportunities to maybe bring that knight to d5. Pia has a passed pawn, but the knight. By the way, you notice something? We're getting another potential opposite color bishop position this game.
You're seeing all of those nuances that, to be honest, I am not seeing. So that is very nice. I am just looking at how do we take this pawn. That's everything that I care about right now. But yeah, I mean, now I suppose you have to go f5, defend this pawn. And then after this, I guess just rook b1, or what is it? Is Levy going to start playing on the king side a bit?
That makes sense. If he can, his dream is f5, knight to d5, g5. And then, yeah, he has options on both sides, right? Even it's going to be hard because the bishop controls b8, but I'm even imagining some kind of a queenside attack here. And at the same time, as you said, kingside attack. So if Levy's able to get all these moves on the board, he's going to have some ambitious ideas, but Pia's not helpless either. She can try to play f3, aside from your rook b1 idea. And imagine we trade this pawn, then she's going to be rolling and, snowplow or something like that is what we call those pawns, or steamroller. And 15 minutes versus 10. Very fast from Pia.
She has more time than what she started with. I want to point that out. So now we see bishop d5, logical move to defend the pawn. This is actually
the wooden shield.
Yeah, I'm loving all these chess terms that I'm learning.
Chess terms, yeah.
I mean, I don't know if there are chess terms, but I've never heard these terms, and I've played chess my whole life. So now the move that I like is f3. Maybe it's wrong, maybe it's not. I don't know. I just want to play e4, d5, and get
But
rid
Levy's
of
going to fight back. He'll play f5, right? It would be a huge mistake for him to trade that pawn.
Yeah.
Because then, yeah, we're going to steamroll the center. But
true.
That bishop on d5 is really like holding everything together, both the queen side and king side. I like f3 also, but after f5, how are we going to put more pressure on that e-pawn?
So, okay, another idea. What? Oh, no, I don't know if I love it. I wanted to go a4.
That makes sense. So you try to stop d5, yeah? Like a4, a5 if you can play, and then you can fix that pawn. But the problem is the bishop on d5, it just defends b7. So f3 comes, f5. Can you play like g4? Trying to undermine everything?
I mean, g4 would be crazy.
I don't know if it works. It's like, I like the concept, but I don't know if the move is good.
G6. Yeah.
Well, then h6 hangs, right? So
oh yeah, h6 is hanging. You can't do that. Okay, so she's dealing with this situation. Rook b1. The problem is that you have b5. She takes.
Yeah, now f takes. Yum.
Now, what is she going to do? Can she go something like bishop d6 and just try to take control of the f file? Or is she going to start maybe by going rook b1? Maybe she wants to actually double up and go rook f b1 and then go a4, because then if b5, you can go a4.
Right, but even once you do that, I guess maybe, but the b7 pawn is still well defended. This knight on d2, it's pretty dominated, right? Like it puts pressure on these c4 and e4 pawns. And we do have a4, which is quite normal.
So my idea,
gaining space. Yeah, what's your idea with this rook b1?
The idea was that if this,
what if I don't touch it? Is the thing.
Well, I wanted to go rook b4.
I play rook c8.
And yeah, you're just gonna stay.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like you're getting some pressure. You can play rook b1, but that one bishop is just holds the fort. I like a4 though. Just push the pawn up, maybe a5 to gain some space. But the bishop is a monster defensive piece on d5, I think.
Yeah, exactly. So, let's see. Yeah, so a little thing for the scoreboard, for our dear producer. Can we have in the rapid 0.5 instead of 1? Because we're applying different systems for the classical and rapid. Let's put 0.5 on the rapid just to make it clear for everybody what's going on. So we have b5 on the board, and here we see the move that we were saying. Okay, you go rook fb1, very nice. I'm happy that she's doing all this so fast.
Yeah, I was wondering what's Levy's ideas with this b5 because the pawn can't go any further. So I'm thinking, could this just be a target? Because you can't play rook to b8 in these positions to defend. I guess you could just go back to c6 and the bishop does a double duty. Yeah, maybe that's the plan, and then bring the knight to d5. I'm looking at both of these knights, and it feels like they could have a much better role. For black, it's clear, like getting it to d5 would be excellent. For white, not so easy, right? Like, how is this? How is this knight gonna go?
So what about this? I have an idea.
Sure.
If bishop c6, can we go d5 to try to take this pawn and then come in with the rook?
Yeah, that could be an idea. Kind of echoes of d3 from the earlier game.
My idea is that if this, we trade here first.
And take on d5.
And then just try to play against these weak pawns. And, we're not winning anything.
And your rook is very active. Yeah.
Slight advantage, right?
That's a nice idea.
With white.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because especially before the knight comes to f6, I think it's an important... Because the moment that I don't want Pia to allow this knight to come to d5. The moment this knight is here, this knight is so much better than this knight. Okay, maybe it blunders a pawn, I'm not sure, but I just don't like the idea of the knight over there.
No, absolutely not. And even then, well, we're hypothesizing, but even in that position, e4 is not actually hanging because there's all these discovered attacks, right? Knight f4. But yeah, I think that's a good point. And yeah, Pia's she's really kept the speed. She's got almost double of Levy's time. They've both played quite well.
Yeah. I'm I am really impressed. Like, I'm really happy to see this.
Well, that's the thing is that, I saw a lot of comments like, oh, because Pia lost time in the classical, like, it's going to be so bad in the rapid, but it's a different game. It's a different game. And she's from move one, she's just playing quickly. Whereas in the classical game, the change of pace can be very difficult for players. It's funny. I know a lot of players who are, amazing blitz players, but they get into ridiculous time trouble in classical. Like there's some, like one famous example is Grishuk, Alexander Grishuk. He's like 3-time world blitz champion. You look at his classical games, he's like down an hour every game.
Yeah.
Right. It's like, yet he's an amazing blitz player. So it's chess, but there's also a lot of differences between these formats.
Very much so. And also we have to remember that in classical, you're playing for so many more hours. So the game also lasts a lot longer. So it's a whole different format, like you're saying.
We got this idea that you were pointing out.
She could play d5 here. And I wonder if that's why she's spending a little bit of time thinking.
I think it's like you said, if you don't play it now, then you got to really be careful. Knight b6 or, knight f6 or even knight b6, right? Like there could be I could maybe bring my knight here even, or here, and here's a funny route. Can I like get into this outpost? That could be something to watch out for. But d5 here I really like for white because you cut out that option and you get a slightly more pressure in that resulting position where Pia's rook would be very active.
I hope that she's thinking about d5 right now. Let's see what move she ends up doing on the board. This is so exciting. Will she go d5? Will she start by taking on b5? But will she see this d5 idea? I think that's the concept that I'm hoping she's able to see.
I think so, because these pieces the rooks are totally maximized. The bishop, I can hardly, okay, it's good here too. You prevent any rook b8. The knight's not so great. It's putting pressure. And she goes bishop d6 first, which is fine. But what's her idea with this move? Let's see. Like Levy can play, rook e8. And then what? Like, I'm still trying to do the same thing.
Yeah.
Maybe she just wants to kick this rook off, but let's see.
Let's see. Yeah, I feel like now d5 could be a little bit not.
It's still in the position, but it's just like, I like my bishop here because it's nice and protected, and I still keep an eye on this square. So I'm wondering if she's trying to relocate it somewhere.
Maybe her idea, I don't know. I was gonna say maybe she was scared of knight c5, knight d3 after something.
After 75, maybe.
But it doesn't make sense because you always have bishop d6. Maybe she was scared of rook c8. Like, yeah, I don't know.
She's got Levy thinking though.
She's got Levy thinking, which is, I suppose, a good thing. And let's see where Levy ends up going with this rook. Oh, we're seeing the same thing as the last game. So fast in the opening, but then Levy was able to catch up and play very fast later on. So let's see if that happens in this game as well. Where will he go with the rook? Where would you go?
Rook e8 looks natural, just overprotecting e4. Yeah, I guess because I don't want to go. I guess you can put on d8, but then I feel like I don't like the square because now no matter where I move my knight, like there's like these double attacks with the bishop. So I'd rather keep it on a nice solid light square.
Maybe I just does she want to go knight f1, knight g3?
But then what, right? Like
knight f5.
Yeah, it'll take a while. Yeah, maybe it's an idea, but I don't know. It feels, yeah, I don't know. I also have my own knight maneuver, right? So,
You do.
and then I go here. Yeah, he goes rook e8. It's the most natural. I think Pia, yeah, if she doesn't play d5 soon, then this is going to be a real threat.
Yeah, especially now this rook is actually defending this pawn, so this becomes an even bigger threat now than what it was before, perhaps. So, well, I suppose you always have these ideas of taking and taking to get rid of the rook from the protection, but with a knight then on d5. But yeah, maybe actually that was the idea, that she didn't want the bishop hanging. So she wants, if the knight comes up over here, to have...
Yeah, maybe the bishop. Yeah, well, we'll see, because now it's like, now what was the point, right? Bishop d6.
Yeah. What is she going to choose to do?
I still think this is a great idea that you pointed out. Oops, not this one. That was not a great idea. Like takes d5, because now, yeah, even though I lost my pass pawn, it wasn't going anywhere, and your bishop has to make a decision, and wherever you go, one of the pawns is going to be dropping. But Levy's going to have some activity with the rook, so it's getting simplified. But otherwise, if that doesn't happen, then again, I'm worried for white. If my knight gets to d5, it's going to be quite strong there.
I agree. It's going to be a very strong knight. And especially considering the fact that this knight on d2 is quite a sad piece, as it can't go anywhere. So I think that's a good moment for her to spend some time thinking and figure out what her plan is, especially if she can find this idea of d5. We see her there, really looking at the whole board, calculating. And what will she do? She's doing the pose.
Yeah, this is her patented thinking pose throughout this match, and I'm sure throughout the career. And she starts with AB, so she starts the simplifications. Levy should take. I mean, yeah, he takes with the bishop. Okay, so
blunders a pawn.
Oh, a little tactic, right? Knight e4, rook b5. Wow, but it also is quite strange because I guess Levy's like hoping to have this past a pawn. Yeah, and he played that move really quickly. So let's show. Will Pia see this? Knight e4. And now if you take here, I can actually recapture in b5 because of this pin. Although e3 is hanging, right? So got to calculate this out still. But then there could be some kind of rook b7. And then if you move the knight, bishop e5, and the pieces are getting very active for white.
They're getting very active. So will she play this move, or will she go somewhere else? This just looks so natural.
I wonder if Levy saw d5 and then he's like, I'm going to take with the bishop, and then he's maybe trying to keep more life on the board.
Yeah.
And like now he still wants to play like knight f6, knight d5.
Exactly. Whereas with this d5 idea, that maybe wasn't as possible.
And then yeah, his dream is eventually this pawn is going to be an asset in the endgame. But I think this move was a surprise to Pia. Now she's putting in her time. She's still got a time advantage, and that's what you built it up in the first place, so you could spend it on these important moments. Like, can I give up my knight temporarily?
Exactly. And I wonder if Pia just thinks, oh, Levy is so good with tactics, there's no way he blunders this, or there's no way he misses this. But that can also always be a bad way of thinking. It can always be dangerous to think that way, because you have to always believe that there can be tactics in positions. And I think she's spending a little bit of time calculating this. Especially considering that Levy just took back so quickly. And I think she's looking at this bishop like a very strange piece. Like, I think she realizes this is strange.
Yeah. I mean, knight e4 is not the only move. Although, yeah, Levy's next idea, I think, is quite straightforward. But even if he plays, I was going to say maybe there's like a bishop e5, but still, like, these pawns are vulnerable. But, you said, she might believe in Levy, but I'm sure she believes in herself as well. So I don't doubt that she can definitely, but even if you see knight e4, you still got to calculate quite a bit, because after takes, this is hanging. It's not clear you're coming out on top of this whole sequence.
No, it's not clear at all. So there's definitely a moment that requires a bit of calculation, and she's still thinking. I'm wondering right now if Levy has seen this or if he's missed this. I mean, the fact that he took so quickly makes me think, and she goes for it. Knight takes e4 is on the board. Kind of curious to see Levy's reaction.
Look at this. That's the first one of the match.
Nice.
I haven't seen one yet.
I haven't seen one either. Brilliant move by Grandmaster Pia Kramling here in the second game of Rapid. 9 minutes for 6 minutes for Levy. Does Levy look shocked or not? Does he look surprised?
He looks like he didn't see it. He tensed up. His eyebrows are furrowed a little bit. And he's like, wait, what? That's not a free knight? It is, but then rook b5, but still rook e4. By the way, I think he maybe has to, because if you don't take it, you're down this pawn.
Yeah.
So rook e4, rook b5, but then rook e3, rook b7.
But okay, the only question is what happens if you go bishop c6, just threatening the knight?
Maybe back to d2.
Maybe back to d2, but rook
rook e3 and then rook e2. Yeah,
it's
so he's getting some counterplay.
It's a lot of course, there's well, no, I was going to say rook b6, that hangs the rook, so we don't do that. But there's all kinds of moves here, and he's
actually bishop c6, like you said, is interesting because knight d2. I'm going to take. So you can't just grab this pawn. Well, first of all, I can take here, but I also have, we have rook b2. That's funny. And he has made a move, which is bishop c6. Okay.
Make it harder for P. I think that's good.
That's a nice decision. Yeah, now he'll have his own counterplay.
Yeah.
Now P has time to think. Yeah, knight d2 is, I guess, too greedy. She goes back to g3. Aha, so tricky. Take forky and forky over here.
We like the forks with the knight. I actually really like
maybe there's rook e6 after knight f5. So I'm kind of hitting your bishop first.
So let's see. He almost
That's a tricky move. Yeah, rook e3. Yeah, rook e6 you have to play. Again, looks like I'm, knight e7 is a fork, d5 is a fork, but somehow this is holding on for Levy.
What happens if you just move the bishop?
Yeah, that gives me a chance. Well, here I have bishop e4 specifically, and we have another move.
What happens?
Fork. Yeah, but bishop e4, not bishop
e5.
e5.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So rook e6 immediately.
Rook e6. But that's the thing. He's got 5 minutes. It's so much stuff is hanging. You feel like you're going to miss something. So rook e6 is practical. He's maybe just setting up rook e8 in the near future. And again, the opposite color bishops are going to give a lot of leeway, but also it's going to give us some attacking ideas. Maybe Levy's trying to have a moment where he can play rook g6 and get counterplay. He can also bring this rook in. The knight can jump in, but he's got to watch out for some queenside invasions as well.
It's going to be very dynamic for both players. I really like just going back with the bishop to b4 or f4 just to keep,
but f4 you might get hit with some g5s. Yeah.
No,
so
I don't
b4
like that.
is not, and you also prevent any rook f8s.
Because now at least after takes, this pawn is not hanging. You're threatening the knight, but this is not hanging. This knight is also nice because it's actually stopping the rook from going to e2 and creating any.
And Levy cannot take on e3 anymore because knight f5, now you hit the rook and you hit the fork.
Exactly.
So you cannot take the pawn. I think knight f6 to me is a good move because first of all, I can play knight d5, but I can also play knight e4. And if I trade the knights, even though I'm down a pawn, another opposite color bishop endgame, that should be easily holdable for black.
But now it's gonna be Pia that's gonna. She's an extra pawn right now.
Yeah.
So Levy has to find some accurate moves here to be able to sustain a playable position. I think these next few moves. So let's see what he does. It's definitely gonna be now. The ball is on. How would you say it?
In his court. The ball's in his court. Yeah.
Yeah, the ball is in Levy's court. Okay, good. I realized that I'm sitting here with an American as a Swede, so I'm trying to do some American.
Some idioms. Yeah.
Exactly. There we go. All right. What is he gonna go for?
Yeah, I think that f6, but let's see. Because if you play rook e8, you still have to contend with rook takes a6. So, I mean, the best move here is quite funny. I was trying to understand why, and I see it was a5. It's like, doesn't this hang a pawn? Well, the point is that you want to deflect the bishop. After takes, for example, now you can take on e3. And after knight f5, this is no longer a fork. I mean, it is a fork, but it's not a forced fork. So a5, he's not going to play that. It's a little hard.
So crazy.
But knight f6 to me, it's like, okay, let's get the knight into the game. You're still down a pawn, but they're securely blockaded. Of course, Pia has the extra pawn here, but the defensive capabilities of black seem to be quite reliable to me.
I think knight f6 looks like a nice active move, and I think activity is crucial here. So knight f6, I think we're gonna.
Wow. Cool. I mean, yeah, very impressed. With a5, I did not think he was going to play that, and yeah, with 3 minutes to clock, big move from Levy. That was a top computer move.
Wow, very impressive that Levy finds this move. We literally just dismissed it and said, "Oh, that's too hard," you know.
But he's trying to get rid of that weak pawn, and yeah, he's seen that tactile sequence. So yeah, if he can pick up e3, he'll get some counterplay. Yeah, let's.
So I mean,
props him.
It feels like now you just want to take with the rook, not have any weird pins or stuff going on.
Yeah, exactly.
So takes, and rook takes e3.
And knight f5.
Knight f5.
So I still can't take on c3. We do have a move, by the way, which is rook a5. So we'll probably, we'll see that line.
Yeah, we'll see this line.
So Levy's down 2 pawns, but that's why he's going to take on e3.
Mm-hmm.
He hesitates, just, hey, wait a minute. I'm blundering some fork. I'm not. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, knight f5, he'll play rook e2.
And this is the moment that you have to calculate, because this looks a little bit, oh, the rook is coming in here to g2, the bishop and the rook. This is very thematic. I almost wonder if he is going to play king h2
yeah, but
to
then
prevent this.
Rook c... Oh, sorry, the pawn's protected. I'm hanging the rook. Rook hang for rook hang. King f2 as well. Yeah, guess rook... yeah, so I have to move my rook. Yeah, I was like thinking, oh, the pawn on c3 is hanging, pawn c3 is hanging, but it's we have the bishop there. Yeah, king f2 then is very natural because I was like, oh, you have to play knight f5. But I guess I play rook d3, keeping it active. And now I'm threatening rook d2.
You are.
Just got to make sure my rook doesn't get trapped, but I think it's fine. You can play something like rook.
Maybe rook e1?
Rook e1, so you can play rook e2.
Natural to...
Yeah, we do get it. Yeah. But again, here, okay, extra pawn for Pia, but with the presence of the opposite color bishops and the simplified, we have a 4 and 3, which is how many pawns we actually had in game 4. Then the drawing margin's high, but Pia's got 7 minutes, 28 seconds. She's keeping that time edge, right? The last game we saw, she had it, boom, it's gone. Now she's keeping it. Rook d3 from Levy, very precise, keeping the rook active.
I was thinking rook e1. I don't know if rook b2 is better, but I like
rook e1 a lot, yeah.
Yeah. The only thing, though, is that rook b2, actually, I was thinking if it maybe forces this knight to steal a bit more, but I guess actually the rook doesn't matter if the rook comes up here.
For Levy, knight f6 is a big idea where he can play either knight e4 check, just trading off a pair of knights, or even knight d5, trying to stay more active.
That's why I like this move, rook e1, because it just prevents, however, I guess knight here, knight d5 maybe could be something. But yeah, if you go rook e1, I'm just thinking knight here.
Yeah.
You can go rook e6.
That's true, just harassing me, yeah. But then, can I go rook d2? Yeah. I was going to try to play knight e4 here. Just trying to force everything off. And the point is after knight e4, rook e2, king e2, bishop e4, down a pawn, but with opposite color bishops, should be easy to hold.
So she's thinking about, can she get an advantage somehow?
She's thinking what's the most challenging way to pose problems to Levy before he's able to execute that plan. And yeah, it's a good time to think because you got 3 extra minutes and you want to try to find the trickiest moves, right? Not even necessarily the best moves, just something tricky. Like
something tricky, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, can you play knight f1, just like arresting this rook? But you can't attack it, right? It's trapped. It has no moves. But also the downside is that with the knight coming to e4, you're getting lots of play. We do have a move. It's rook b2. Yeah, now for Levy, knight f6 looks very natural because you want to, at the very least, you also set up this trade of knights.
Or this also, you can still go rook e2 after if you want. So it's not really making any difference on...
Yeah, you could. But then we also have ideas of knight d5, right? And you have to watch out for this pawn. So let's see. I do like rook e2 just to keep... Because if the knights come off, draw seems almost certain. Just because you can't... The pawn is going to get blockaded in a light square.
So Pia now is using her time advantage. She has 3 more minutes, and this is a great time to use it. I need to keep reminding myself it's okay when Pia thinks, Anna. It's actually good to think in chess. She shouldn't just be making moves all the time. But how does she continue? Because, yeah, it looks very scary to go something like rook b6 and allowing this rook to come in. Of course, there's knight e2, but there's a check. I mean, this just becomes crazy. So this looks quite worrisome. And then she goes
rook
e2,
e2.
actually.
She just wants to stop knight e4.
Yeah.
So what is the plan on knight d5? Because I'm attacking c3. Maybe there's knight f5.
6, threatening the bishop.
Bishop to, I don't know, b7. Yeah, I'm going to choose b7. Make sure I'm not blundering anything. Can't attack it anymore. My knight defends all the squares.
Maybe knight e4.
Yeah, maybe you defend c3.
Now you're defending everything.
If I'm white, my bishop on a5, it defends c3, but it would be even nicer if I can put it like rook e7, bishop e5, and start coordinating my pieces. And then knight f5. So
bam, and just going for this.
Because I can attack you on the dark squares, which you can't defend as efficiently with the light square bishop.
So Levy's time is ticking. 2:30. We're starting to enter soon. Time.
I think we've entered it. Yeah. 2 minutes.
Okay.
I mean, like Levy said, right? It's like rapid is so strange. You have time. You start off 15 minutes. All of a sudden, you're playing blitz, right? So you have to make that switch so early.
You have to make it very early. Okay, where is he going to go? He's going to play a knight d5. Just looks so natural. Just to prevent, or just to pose your own threats. And there we go. There we have it.
It's too natural not to be played. I was also thinking of this knight f5 move because now you don't have to worry about knight e4. And I'm also eyeballing some kind of a, whoops, let me fix that arrow. This fork. But Yeah, Levy's pieces, I mean, if you look at them, they're extremely active. The rook kind of puts a lot of pressure here. The extra pawn, you know, it's they're not moving. They're not moving anytime soon. So he's really utilizing these light squares to the maximum.
He is. Knight f5, it's, I mean, you go king h7, and then what do you do?
I don't know.
You go d6, but then you just trade.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's an objective way for Pia to gain an advantage or to utilize her pawn. It's more like, can she just keep the game going long enough for Levy to keep going lower in the clock and making mistakes?
Exactly.
That's how Levy was able to win his game in the classical portion, after all.
Exactly. And yeah, the thing here is that if Levy plays perfectly now, then Pia's not going to be able to win this position. Or if he plays extremely accurately. So yeah, Pia has to pose difficult questions and hope that Levy doesn't get to answer them so well. So she goes rook e6, actually.
Yeah, make some threats.
Make some threats. And now bishop b7, we said look nice.
Yeah, bishop b7. But then I see like your idea earlier, knight e4 could be strong because you defend this pawn, but also, hey, we keep going after that bishop.
And with the knight on e4, actually, we're opening up maybe for this king to come to g3. Or no, the knight on e4 stops the rook from going. I was scared that there would be a check.
But still,
yeah,
both.
Both, but it leaves another square for the king to go to.
I like this. I like this idea because now, you know, there's bishop d7, but like you said, is there rook to d6? It looks a little scary, right? You're fine because you have this move, but I'm wondering, can I go? It's tricky. You have rook g3 ideas. I was gonna say, can I go like bishop to d8? That's very tricky. All of a sudden, everything's hanging. So you can take here, and I can take here. This is like with low time, not so easy to calculate, I guess. But you get away with it. You get away. Somehow I can go here. You can go here.
It's so stupid.
But then I go here,
and then Rexy to check.
Oh, and then you end up trading everything off.
What does he do?
He goes check. Okay. Whoa. So
what's going on here?
Okay. Wait. His bishop's hanging. Pia just goes back. I see. So if here he's counting on, whoops, not that move, rook g2 and counterbalancing the thread.
Yeah.
So Pia goes back.
Very just safe. And now probably
he can just repeat.
You can just repeat. And then maybe Pia will think. But I think she's just using this to get extra time now. I think she's probably going to go back or think, okay, can I do something else now?
Levy's got 1 minute. She should try something, despite how maybe it doesn't do anything immediately, but just finding moves that keep the game rolling along.
Exactly.
But Levy's got some, like knight f4 is an idea now too.
Yeah, no, knight f4 is coming. So it's, she has to be careful. She can't just do anything.
You can't just pick a move at random here.
Exactly. So you got to be careful.
Yeah, this bishop's really dominated as well. But I mean, also Levy wants to take. He wants to go knight f4. Yeah, it's he's very active. Activity is so crucial in endgames that the pieces, you know, you only have so many pieces. So you got to talk to them and make them succeed.
So she's trying right now to find a way of keeping an advantage and keeping the game going. But yeah, like after rook e6, if she goes back, rook d2 check again, she almost has to either play knight e2 or play king e1 to continue because she can't go king. Can she go king g1 actually?
She could, yeah. Well, let's see what she does. Either she'll go for the same plan or she'll... Maybe, it's not impossible that they would just repeat, by the way, here, especially as Pia's now. She's down to 3 minutes. She might spend another minute thinking, being like, I can't see anything. Like, if I try to push this too hard, then I'm going to open myself up to some risk. And with both players now getting into low time, that's not a situation you want to put yourself in. So we'll see. She goes here. I think Levy's going to give the check.
Especially if she thinks that there's objectively a draw anyways. Yeah. She might just say, okay, why keep it going?
Maybe she wants to do like there was king e1, takes. Could that be a line? Let's see.
Is Levy going to play a different move?
He wouldn't play it because he wants to avoid a draw. He might have been like, wait, if rook d2, maybe she goes here. Yeah. And now he's pausing, but
and now he's
under a minute. Yeah. Now Pia, maybe she even wanted to repeat, but maybe now she won't because she'll think he's got 40 seconds if she looks at the clock.
She will be looking at the clock. And I think that she just felt like this could be a good plan. And she's probably calculating, okay, can I go king e1? Can I do something else?
What's Levy calculating?
I don't know, but he has 35 seconds.
Yeah. Well, this is when mistakes can be made, even in positions that the engine's going to tell you are quite simple. You can start seeing go. So Levy, I mean, him spending a minute here, you know, I've done this before where sometimes I'm not even sure about my move, but I'm just going to repeat anyway, just really quickly and just like, okay, like just go for it. Like I would have played rook d2 immediately, even if I was a little sus about the move because it's just like, got 13 seconds, dude.
10. It's going down under 10 seconds. 8, 7, and he goes.
He just plays it anyway. So what's That's the thing. It's just like I would just do it. It's like anyway.
You
so
know,
let's
maybe
see.
what he's doing.
Mhm.
Maybe he wants Pia to continue the game.
He's baiting her.
Oh,
Yeah.
Pia, I got 18 seconds.
Yeah.
Do you really want to take a draw now? I don't know.
Let's see. Well, now if she plays rook e2, Levy can claim a draw with rook d3. That would be a threefold repetition. So what are our options? Well, this bishop's hanging, so she's got a lot of flexibility with the king. Let's just kind of keep it on the board here. Yeah, I mean, we're looking at king e1, attack the rook, but then I take here, attack the knight. Rook, you take here, you take here. I can grab the pawn. Maybe I have some knight jump. Not sure.
Yeah, there's a lot to calculate here. So
yeah, she's don't worry, we've seen that pose.
we have. She's looking at the clock. She's very aware that he has 18
but
seconds.
that endgame is double-edged, like the one that I just pointed out, because both sides, yeah, we can put on the board very quickly. Rook g3, rook c4, rook h3. Both sides are gonna have passers. And yeah, I mean, black's gonna go g5, g4, the rook and the knight. Like
very scary, actually.
Yeah, I mean, this is I mean, I see the evaluations even, but that can go either way, especially now that the players have no time. So I would not be surprised if Pia looks at line and thinks, well, we have a tie in the match. That looks too risky, but she goes for it. Okay, Levy, you got to take g2.
She goes for it.
Now either one of them, this is 3-result game.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
She's no more short draws or long draws. Only the very long draws.
How this game goes, I think it's amazing that the players are playing out the games and they're taking risks.
I mean, this is going to be very, very complicated now, but in theory, the bishop is better than the knight when it comes to these, unbalanced pawn structures. But the knight is also a better piece to have in blitz.
It is.
So, this is really going to go.
It's a very brave choice.
Very brave because you risk here as well.
You risk here, and I love the fact that she is risking.
Risk it for the biscuit. Rook c5. She kicks the knight out of the way, and also finally, this bishop's been in purgatory so long. Okay, Levy, the knight is a tricky piece. He's going for the fork.
I'm about the forks, actually.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of forks. There's going to be a lot of forks.
Stop it.
Stop it. Fork threats, I should say. But yeah, I mean, let's see. I mean, Pia can go rook c8 check, but yeah, once Levy starts pushing these pawns, he'll get some good counterplay.
Okay, no fork.
No fork. King f7 though, and g5 comes next. The knight's so annoying. You can't play d5. Okay, Levy, king f7, g5, go, go, go. I think Pia definitely took the clock into consideration. She saw Levy had 18 seconds. She's like, maybe I got to go for it here.
Yeah, maybe there's a good point for me in the match, but that doesn't have to be true. But I think no matter what, I do love, for the match that they're playing this out and that they're just playing fearlessly.
Yeah, maybe c4. Cool. Yep, just pushing. Now Levy can push himself or try to, there's some kind of moves to harass, but g5 to me looks like the most natural. We might see some, hopefully, well, I was going to say hopefully you don't, but I can imagine some crazy situation where Levy gives it the knight for both pawns, and then we have a rook and bishop versus rook. They're going to play that out for the whole 50 moves. Oof, or rook and knight versus rook. There's a lot of potential. This is only move 40. There's a lot of potential for us to be here for 100 more moves maybe, but let's see as Levy takes down.
But I have to say that right now, this is not easy to play with 10 seconds on the clock because you have this race and maybe g5 is fine, but you don't really know. So he goes rook d3, which is a good move.
Yeah, he's keeping an eye. So now, like I said, if d5, he can actually take it. I don't know if he would, but rook and bishop versus rook is a theoretical draw. Don't know if Levy actually knows the best way to hold it, but yeah, we'll see. And I'm sure Pia wouldn't mind at all playing that endgame because you just get a free roll. You push for 50 moves. Well, here she's going to have to try to win those pawns as well, which is actually not going to be that easy.
No, it's not going to be easy. Yeah. This is crazy that we ended up seeing this.
Yeah.
But yeah, she goes.
Okay, is he going to take it? Well, if he takes it, he's giving up any of his own winning chances because theoretically he can try to push his pawns. But yeah, he could just take as well in d5. I think I actually would take because yeah, he does take. I've held quite a bit of rook and bishop versus rook in my life, so I feel confident in my ability to do it. And here he also has a couple of pawns to go, so perhaps he's gonna set up some kind of
king g6, bishop
but king g6, bishop c3. You draw the pawns. Yeah, the thing is, without the pawns, it's the draw. I just don't know if Levy. Yeah, king g8 is even better.
I think bishop c3 now.
No, but rook g5.
Oh, rook g5.
Yeah, I don't know if you can even win those pawns if I get this setup.
Yeah,
rook g5 and king h7 and yeah. So yeah, Levy might not even have to be tested on rook and bishop versus rook.
Maybe this is just going to be a draw, but at least they took it all the way here.
Yeah, and now if I just yo-yo my king, what's White's plan? I don't know.
I mean, if you want to draw, you can just obviously take.
Yeah.
And draw. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. You're going to try to bring up the
plan.
king. There's no plan. Yeah,
because then it stops there.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is okay, even better for Levy. Just a fortress. Yeah, because rook and bishop is rook, even if you know the defense, you're playing with 10 seconds, you can still blunder it. Here, it's like, yeah, there's a lot of ways. Like you can yo-yo the rook, you can yo-yo the king, you can alternate them, you know, if you're bored of one.
Yeah.
He goes here. The thing is for white, maybe what Pia can do. Okay, I have a plan. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go king e4. Okay, maybe there is a plan. Yeah, we're gonna bring the bishop here, and the king is gonna snake its way over. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, she goes king e4. It doesn't matter because she's gonna have a chance. But my plan was to try to go here to just create some kind of inroads. But it's hard because you now. Sorry, so it's Levy's move, but he can cut you off on the 6th rank. So I keep trying to snake in somehow. But let's see what they're gonna do. King f4, king g8. That's the only way for white to win, right? Like I'm trying to get my king so I could win the pawn, basically.
Yeah. So let's see. I mean, they might just start repeating moves. Because, yeah, I don't know. Maybe P at this point just wants to take a draw. Like, maybe she realizes there's nothing. Do you think she's going to fight this on?
I think, I mean, she's maybe building a little bit of clock time. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, there's no risk. There's zero risk in trying something. Levy's doing a little yo-yo here. Yeah, I would, like, move my king over and just see, like, can I do something there? And if I didn't think so, I would just make a draw then. But that's what she's going to do. Yeah. That's the only plan. You need to try to attack this pawn. But it's not going to be easy. Even if my king is here, how do I get in? Like, you can give a check, I guess. Yeah, we'll see. She's going to try.
So yeah. I think it's good. Can Levy ever play h5, or would that be a big mistake? It would be the same.
A big mistake here would be for him to go rook takes e5.
Okay.
Other than that, giving the rook. Other than that, he's got tremendous opportunities to make decent moves. It's just no reason to. Like, I don't think the counterplay is ever real because I can just stop the pawn. So if the setup is kind of working, there's no big reason to change it, I think. But now this is smart. He's cutting off the king, and Pia says, I'm going to cut off your king.
What are you going to do?
Yeah, so now next is like bishop d6 and king c6. So, and you're just like trying to just kind of get your way, I guess, to f8. But yeah, let's see it. Yeah, I mean, that's a dream. If my king is on f8 and my rook is on c7, that's actually the nasty thing for Levy, and he has no time, by the way. The nasty thing for him is that if he does drop this pawn, his king is in a pretty stupid spot.
Yeah.
He's getting screwed over by his own pawns, and he's like close to getting mated.
Can she go king e6 now?
Yeah. Can and should, I think.
Let's see what she does.
Yeah, king e6. Yeah, Levy, this could be a situation where, we see the eval and it says it's a draw, but it's kind of like when you don't know it's a draw during the game, you get scared. But now he's keeping his rook because he wants to make sure he has this check. So maybe for PM, it doesn't do anything. I was going to say, maybe I try to bring my rook over to sneak in. But it looks like she's making progress, right?
Yeah, and especially for the players right now, that's everything that matters. So she's trying to have that pressure and make Levy feel like, wait, maybe actually you're in trouble.
Yeah,
because they don't know what the actual.
But I think he could just he goes there. That's fine.
Yeah.
I was gonna say even if he goes here, the problem is I always am just gonna kick you away. Yeah, so she's trying everything there is in the position, but it's quite resilient for black.
Yeah, just going back and forth. This is crazy. And what if you? Yeah. What if?
Yeah, I can see another plan that I can try. Like I would go rook c. It doesn't even work. I was like, my dream is like rook c3, or like put the rook back, block the rook, get my king to g6. But it's like black would have to be completely asleep at the board to allow that to happen, because you can still yo-yo. But yeah, it's something to try. Just, scare you. Okay, she goes here.
She's just going back and forth now.
Yeah, well, she's like, no rook g1 for you.
And I think, we might be seeing a draw soon. Maybe
it'll be a draw when Pia feels like she's tried every possible setup in this position.
Yeah.
But she's kind of maximized it. Like the king is almost as close as it can be. I mean, she can get a little closer. She can, what she was trying to, so one thing she's trying to do is that, let's say Levy puts his rook here. Now she can give this check and go king f7. And there's no check. But the problem is you have no threat. So I just go here.
Exactly.
Now I have a check.
And then you have the...
Yeah, you're a move short. If you can like remove this pawn, you'd be pretty happy. But
exactly. It's the pawn that's holding the whhole position.
Yeah.
So he's going for
check. Yeah.
I suppose king f5.
Yeah, king f5, rook g5. Yeah. King d5. Yeah, this is very it's a fortress.
Oh, it's a fortress. It's a very nice fortress by Levy. She's really thinking here. Can she squeeze anything out of the position?
Go king e7. Just promote the king, you know, that's the might as
Make
well.
it feel good at the
Yeah.
other side of the board.
Yeah. Yeah.
So she's really thinking here. What can she do?
That was a very strong look at the clock. Did you catch that one?
Yeah,
Just
I
like,
did.
Boom. All right, I got a minute. Okay, it's all
Yeah.
good. Yeah. Yeah, again, it's at any moment, you know, she can just take on G7. So the risk of yeah, she goes forward. She's going for the promotion of the king.
If you can't promote a pawn, you promote a king. So king E7, but where's that king going?
Okay, so here's something. Levy can make a really dumb move here, and that would be king H7. And I guess it's even this is fine, but here at least I go king F8, and I'm gonna win this pawn.
Yeah.
Now it's not. This is would be so there is ways to blunder. Now you don't have any checks, so she's looking to try to so Levy correctly goes rook to G4. Again, I would go like bishop E5, but yeah. So now the point is like again, you want to go here, I'm gonna go here, but Levy's just gonna have exercise a little bit of caution.
So, but now PS time is also going a little bit down. So 42 seconds, 35 for Levy. She's gonna make sure she doesn't somehow. Well, no, she's not gonna blunder the bishop.
Yeah, that would be quite unfortunate, but also don't see it happening.
No.
King E8 here, I would expect. Might as well do the promotion.
Yeah, exactly.
And but yeah, King E6.
Going back.
It's going back. Levy will give a
Nice
check.
and safe, yeah. Yeah, this has been a very nice fortress. Hopefully she just starts speeding up a little bit.
Yeah, well, she's taking her time because she's really looking for ways to pose problems. And she offered a draw. Yeah.
And they take it, and the game finishes there.
Yeah.
There we go.
Look at this accuracy. Very well played again.
Wow. So we have 97.9 accuracy for Pia, 98 in accuracy for Levy. These are perfect games. What are we supposed to? I mean, they're not maybe fully perfect, but like almost perfect. They're playing very well.
Yeah, there's hardly any. We can't even say Pia made any misses this game, right? She had the extra pawn, and she even had an extra bishop. So she tried, and she even spurred the draw, right? She played on. Levy found a great defense, sacrificing his knight. She had a small advantage to try to press. He defended extremely well. Players are really giving it their best today, I think.
And she seems a little bit unhappy, though. It feels like she thinks that she could have had something more. And she is... Well, let's hear what they're saying.
And then I go d5. It feels like you should be fast enough, but I don't know, maybe with geometry I use my knight and I defend somehow. And
Also because I was
yeah.
Also it is because my pieces are here, they're not, it's only the king depending,
It would be an interesting endgame to play in classical.
Yeah,
Not with 1 minute.
no. Okay, so one more.
I feel like this was like a 1 hour and 20-minute game or something. Like what? I told you we're not finishing.
Yeah, but
with no chance.
You're probably right. Yeah.
Probably will be done.
Let's see. Yeah, it's about the same now. Yeah, it's.
Just a little bit rest, yeah?
Yeah, you get 10 minutes. So the game took almost exactly 50 minutes.
Oh, 50.
50, yeah.
All right, so we get to hear Pia there asking for some rest. I do think that she seemed a little bit unhappy after this game. You know how she was smiling and she was all kind of glad. We could see it in her aura almost after the first game. I feel like here it's a little bit different. She's a little bit upset, a little bit unhappy, maybe that she couldn't find anything more. She was really trying there, and I think now she just really wants to get some rest. And they're going to be getting 10 minutes now. So after this third game, we are going to be having a bit of a longer break so that the players have time to get some lunch and get some proper rest, because 6 rapid games, it's a lot of chess. We're talking about 6-7 hours of chess in one day. So we're going to be giving them some rest after this. But the next round 3 of the rapid, is going to start in 10 minutes. And we see right now a tied score. It's 8-8. It is as close as it can possibly be. 8-8 right now. Both of these draws give the players 1 point each. And yeah, what do you think about this result?
Even though you mentioned that Pia may have been a little unhappy at the end of that game, I think if she has her break, if she wants to sneak peek a little bit of the analysis of the game, I think she'll be in a good mood. She'll realize that was a very well played game, because perhaps she felt like she missed something here or there, but both players played extremely well. I think they're both quite happy. It's tied match. I think the feelings of yesterday are kind of subsided because obviously Pia may have been upset about the loss. Levy was happy, but now it's a new day. 2 draws. They're both playing super well. No one has missed yet any significant sort of chances. I think, yeah, of course, it's obvious to say, but the person who strikes first is really going to have a huge advantage because there's so far no one has the momentum.
We haven't seen any big blunders in any of these games so far, which I think is just so impressive because we've seen both games. They've been quite long games. I mean, this was 63 moves, no big blunders. And as we can see here, 8-8 is the score between International Master levy.rozman and Grandmaster Pia Kramning. It's being close all the way till the end, and we're soon hitting 50% of this rapid day. So one more game. Levy's going to have the white pieces now. It's going to be very exciting to see. Will he be able to put some significant pressure in the opening that will make Pia uncomfortable? Will he be able to now turn the tides, or will we see black winning that game? We saw in the classical, it was actually black both times that won.
Yeah.
So we have no idea what's going to happen. Anything can happen in this match, and we're just looking forward to the next game to start. Now, has the rapid been going the way you thought it was going to go, or do you thought there was going to be more decisive results at this point?
Well, we've 2 games in, so it's still, I think, a little too early. I am definitely very impressed with the players. Pia's clock management as well. We saw both games. She got off to a very fast start, playing very quickly. I think really good rhythm. Obviously, towards the end, we see here she has 24 seconds. You can't avoid that. It's moved 63 in the game, right? You have to think. So in general, I think her clock management has been excellent. Obviously, a lot of speculation has been going on. Who's going to be stronger? What time control? And I think she's quite formidable and rapid. Like, she's playing 98% accuracy games. She's putting Levy under time trouble. So I guess I wouldn't call it a surprise, but definitely, I personally, for me, I wasn't subscribed to the notion that, oh yeah, the rapid, this is like Levy's to take, because he hasn't played this time control ever. He hasn't played rapid in at least like 6-7 years. And Pia has a lot more experience, not just in chess, but in this format. And I think we're seeing here that, yeah, that is the case. But as we mentioned earlier, it's a long day. This was a 50-minute game. We're going to have 4 more. If these go deep into the end game, you're going to have hour-long games. Energy levels are going to be so important. Will it be Levy's youth or Pia's yoga that's going to come out on top at the end?
Levy's youth or Pia's yoga and experience. She's bringing in some tea and some water. She's fully ready with everything. And what is she doing?
Let's see. She's got, so they have, by the way, some chatters were asking, like, hey, where are they getting all these, refreshments? Like, they're just like appearing, right? It's like, are they summoning them? But no, they have a little table next to them. We can actually see a glimpse of it. I'm looking right now in the camera. You can see a little bit of a tiny table next to them where they can keep some snacks, some refreshments, and, just kind of have a little cup of tea. You mentioned Pia is a major fan of drinking tea. She's got her cup. And we don't see Levy. I wonder if he's in the confessional giving us all his thoughts and promotions.
Exactly. And he maybe knows that, or he maybe doesn't know if Pia is going to be giving any confessionals right now. So maybe he's just thinking, okay, let me go ahead and do that. But I'm happy we get to see Pia. She got a little table to put her stuff on the side. She's putting on some chapstick. And we are going to get ready now for the next game at any point, which is right over here. Yeah, it's going to start at any point as soon as we see the players sit down. Also, big shout out to our arbiter, Carl Fredrik Johansson, who we see there with his red turtleneck, and he's coming around and he's helping with the microphones. And, he's there the whole time to make sure that there's no incidents and that nothing happens. And he's sitting there literally watching all the games for hours and hours on end. So big shout out to him as well. He's a big lover of chess.
Absolutely. So yeah, what's better than to combine your love of chess with a job in chess?
Yeah,
Perfect.
and he's pretty good at chess too. I mean, he's like 2300, I think.
Okay,
So
he could be
good.
playing.
Yeah, I mean, almost. I think he's definitely
in the undercard, let's say.
Exactly.
If they're against, against you. Yeah.
I've been playing him sometimes. I think it's
yeah?
very fun to play him. In the past, he used to always beat me, but I'm happy because last time I played him, I beat him. So
Okay, so the rivalries, battle of generations heating up.
Exactly. Maybe it'll be me and the arbiter next time.
Yeah, but then who's going to arbit? Yeah, I guess I'll be the arbiter.
Do you have an arbiter?
No, I'm not. I don't. But I can do it. We just won't self-feeding.
Okay. All right. We'll figure it out. Oh, it's going to be so nice to see when the players come back. And I wonder what Levy's doing right now. Like, if you were one of the players, what would you be doing at this moment in time?
I'd be chilling. I'd be resting. Yeah, especially, I mean, that game was actually kind of calm because even though Levy was in time trouble towards the end, his move, he was just moving his rook back and forth. So obviously it's like he was certain it was a draw, and then we see the players they switch sides, so they also, and you can see Levy's got himself a little I think a Coke Zero, or maybe a regular Coke, but I think Coke Zero if I know him. So I would just be relaxing between the games. Maybe I would think a little bit about my opening because you don't have time during the game to really decide that much. So I would take a little bit of time to be like, okay, am I going to play the English again? Am I going to play the London? Am I going to play the cow? You know, there's a lot of choices.
That would be quite something. I was gonna say I thought at first it was Pia that had the Coca-Cola next to her, but no, I haven't seen her like almost ever drink that. So I'm not surprised that it's Levy's. Of course, we wish that it was Blitz Fuel that they were drinking on this side, our dear one of our dear sponsors of this event. But there we go. They're sitting there, and we got Carl Fredrik, the arbiter, getting ready to announce round 3 of the Rapid starting.
Yep. And this game right here, after which we will have a bit of a break, give the players a chance to grab some lunch, but not yet. We have a big battle ahead. Handshake. Let's see what's going to be the opening. Levy's been last game. He plays the English again. So third time. I was going to say the last game, I think, was the first time we had the opening repeat. He played the A6 QGD. I think it's called the Yanowski Queen's Gambit decline. Now he goes, is Pia going to go Bishop B4? Is Pia going to repeat the move? She does. Is Levy going to repeat Queen C2? Is he going to play? Because he didn't play the main line, which is Knight D5, which is supposed to be the way you don't necessarily punish Bishop B4, but you're kind of saying you're punishing it because Black hasn't played Knight F6 yet. And Levy's pausing. So he's like, do I play Queen C2? Do I play Knight D5? He can also play G3. He plays Queen C2, though. Let's see what the innovations are for these players here.
Yeah, will we see a repeat of the classical game? We don't know, but
yep, we're seeing it. Pia played Queen, the same thing.
But he must have looked at it now.
I hope so. So he played A3 in that classical game. It's not a bad move, so he could repeat it again. Or, well,
he's doing it. I mean, filming the recap, he must have been looking at this with an engine and gotten some ideas. But Queen takes C3, we have the same position on the board. Now, these games are FIDE rated as well. They're FIDE rated for rapid. So yeah, we're seeing some people saying, are these games rated? Yes, they are. All games in this match are rated for the respective time control. So people sometimes don't care as much about the rapid rating, but maybe these players do, and these games are going to be counting for that.
Absolutely. And we have a deviation from Pia. In the first game, she played the more aggressive move E4, which was a little bit of a surprise to us, not because it's bad, but because we thought that Pia was actually going to play D6, which is what she does now. And Levy I think Levy, he may have not even looked into this into any particular depth. Maybe he saw 1 or 2 tweaks he could have made. He liked the position. He thought, hey, I'll get the bishop pair. He plays B4. Last time we saw that he fianchettoed the bishop here. Still a possibility, but now he makes sure that he's going to get pressure in this diagonal. Pia can still do a lot of different things. E4 is always on the table. Another idea is just to castle and develop the pieces, maybe like B6, bishop B7, knight D7. Both sides are kind of doing their own maneuvering, I think, for the foreseeable future here.
And Levy said it immediately after that game. He said, oh, I wish I would have played B4 earlier to get my bishop to B2. And now he's being able to correct those mistakes, or at least those things that he wanted to change a little bit from that first game. So rook E8 is on the board now. And what is the idea of rook E8?
I think just overprotecting the C5 square. Obviously, it's not going to be taken anytime soon, but Pia is just playing, again, very quickly, 15:40 on the clock. So she's just playing normal looking moves quite quickly. Like, you're not completely sure where these pieces go because you can fianchetto the bishop. You can bring it out to all these different squares. Does the knight go to D7? I think she's like, I don't want to think about it now. I'm going to play rook E8. And I like Levy's approach with E3. Bishop goes to E2. You get castled. And eventually, let's try to play D4. Let's try to open things up because I have the bishop pair. And maybe one day I will give you a checkmate.
That is always the dream in chess. Will we be able to give the other person a checkmate? Now, before we continue, I also really quickly want to say that if this whole match would somehow get tied, which I don't think it will, because we have literally so many games to go already, but if it would, there's going to be an Armageddon that's going to decide the whole fate of this match. So it's going to be a very exciting finish. That is what the tiebreakers of this match are. It's Armageddon. So there's going to be excitement all the way till the end, and we're going to have a winner of this match tomorrow. But we see now E3 is the last move, and Pia is making a decision. How do I continue here?
Yeah, again, so I think she kind of kicked the can down the road with rook E8 in regards to how to develop the queen side, but now she has to make a decision. She goes for B6, which looks very logical. The bishop on B7 looks quite nice. Also, by delaying knight c6, I don't think the knight is going there anyway because you can put on d7. But she also keeps this option of playing c5. And why is she doing this? Why is she putting all these pawns in this kind of looks like a dinosaur formation? Do you see that? Yeah. Yeah. So the why, like a stegosaurus maybe or something like that. I don't know.
I'm not good in names of dinosaurs.
Yeah, it's in Swedish. If I knew it in Swedish, I'd give it to you.
About dinosaurs when I was a little kid. But yeah, go on.
Anyway, dinosaurs aside, yeah, what's the point of the structure? Well, Pia's got one bishop, the light square bishop. So on b7 is going to be quite powerful. And Levy's got two bishops here. So she's going to say my bishop is at least as good, maybe better than yours. And this guy could be pretty strong, but let me use the dinosaur to block it out. And that's a strategic battle.
In dinosaurs, we trust. Yeah, she's spending a bit of time here, and I'm wondering, what is she thinking about? Is she making the choice? Do I want to go a5 or c5, or do I just want to go bishop b7?
Yeah, I mean,
maybe she doesn't want to go bishop b7. Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, I guess not. But to me, b6 is a signal for bishop b7 and knight d7.
That is what the rules of chess typically say. You fianchetto, that's where you're going to put the bishop.
Yeah, but she's actually Levy. So maybe Levy's changed his approach a little bit, or maybe it's just the choice of the opening, because we see for the first time in this rapid portion of the match, he starts off with a time advantage.
Yeah, it started out with Pia making fast moves, but now she's spending a little bit of time these past few moves, a minute or two, which is obviously not a big indicator or anything yet. But it's definitely different from the previous games. And maybe Levy's thinking, okay, let me just not get into time trouble out of the opening. Like, why am I doing that? Let me just have a good time advantage from the beginning. And Pia's now making a choice, and I'm wondering what the choice is. And there we see it.
My dinosaur is gone. Yeah.
It's gone. I'm so sorry. It was a beautiful dinosaur.
Yeah. But I like this move. Again, fighting for the center. I mentioned that Levy's probably going to want to play d4 in the near future to blast open this diagonal. So Pia's saying, okay, good luck with that. I'm going to take extra control of this square. Also now, aside from putting the knight on d7, he didn't go there. That one didn't fool me. I saw it fooled you, but it didn't fool me.
Let's just see it from the corner of your eye.
It's like, that's how I'm able to spot all these chess moves. Yeah, I got to see the 64 squares, but yeah. No, he castled, but I was going to say for Pia now, she has flexibility with the knight. Instead of d7, maybe you can put on c6 as well. Kind of looks more natural now since maybe we're really gearing up to battle against d4.
Yeah, she's still thinking. So there's several moves that she's now wondering, what is she gonna do? So this is the current position. Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe she's making the choice. Okay, she goes bishop b7, makes sense. Now finally we have this bishop on this diagonal. Will the knight go to c6 or d7, do you think?
She's gonna have to decide. I'm not sure. To me, d7 at first looked more natural to keep the bishop open, but I can see c6 being quite possible as well. I mean, yeah, still d7 looks more flexible. I just really want to keep that bishop open. I don't know where the knight's going to go. It is a crowded position. Just one piece has been traded, but maybe you just keep it there for now. Maybe you find a way to bring it over. Yeah, very strategical, right? All the 8 pawns on the board, so lots of pawn breaks are still in the works. Like, wouldn't be surprised to see Levy try to get creative with knight h4 and f4, right? Hey, you got control of this square. What about this? I actually like this man. Come on, Levy. Knight h4, f4.
Can we not just go g6 and stop it? Or weaken a little bit, maybe.
I don't know. It's in the future, it could be something to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, very flexible structure, I think, for Levy here. Give us some options. Maybe knight d2, bishop f3 now.
You know what my prediction is, though?
What's that?
My mom is going to do everything she can to keep this pawn here and not have this battery look towards the king. I really think so. Because she said it in the previous game when they have this position that she was kind of worried about this bishop and queen together, being able to checkmate on g7. She kept talking about that. So I think she's going to be very aware of that. She doesn't want to allow any sort of counterplay for Levy with that.
Yeah, absolutely. But what do you think is going to be her plan aside from keep the pawn on e5? Do you think she'll have an active plan of her own?
Can she go a5? Is that an idea, or is that something we just don't want to do?
And then what? What if I say pass?
Pass? Well, pass, at least maybe I can get the c5 square. I don't know. Okay, there's a weak pawn on b6. Maybe this is just really bad for her. But I'm trying to find something to do. Okay, what about this? What if her plan is to go d5?
But then you might weaken that e5 pawn a little bit that we were so proud about holding.
But it's protected.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, maybe that's the active plan. You bring the rook to c8 or d8 and you want to play d5, activating your pieces, but also got to be careful, right? Not to open it too much for Levy's pieces. But we did see Pia in a not exactly the same structure, but the same opening, come up with that brilliant plan where, to remind her if anyone saw it or didn't see it, she played e4 and queen e5 and then doubled her own pawns. And that was like we were so impressed and surprised by that idea because like she's not going to play that. That's
hard.
That's too hard. But
it's like Levy's a5 before.
Yeah, exactly. But the players that's why we're commentating.
Exactly.
Yeah,
we're commentating.
Exactly. And they can impress us. But now Levy's thinking, yeah, you know what I would consider for him? I would consider this move e4, which might seem bizarre. It's like, wait a minute, why? I thought you were going for d4 here. But with the pawn in e4, I'm putting more pawns on the light squares. Again, I keep talking about this, complementing the bishop. And I'm going to change plans. I'm going to eventually bring my rook out, bring my bishop out, maybe like g3, knight h4, f4, and just all in on this kingside assault. We'll see if Levy maybe comes up with this idea. It's not so easy, I think, because it feels like you want to play for d4.
And it also feels like you're then locking in this bishop, but what you're saying is that there's a very nice long-term plan for this bishop being able to be activated and actually becoming very strong. And also this pawn reinforces the square. So it goes rook e1, being just very flexible. And okay, I mean, is d5 a horrible movement? No, maybe it is. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, it would not. Yeah, so rook c8. So we see the x-ray. Again, this d5 move, I think that if it doesn't like really give you anything immediate, you could live to regret it just because the position opening up is not necessarily going to be in your favor. But still, I think it is well within the cards of being a decent move down the road here. And rook c8 just also, the rook e1 doesn't really have any idea. It's just like, okay, move the rook. Maybe one day it'll be useful.
But what about d4 now? That's what I'm wondering. d4 immediately. Or is that really scary because you have the rook on c8 and you can go b5 or something? And this is what I'm wondering, if this can pose any problems.
That's a good point, right? I guess Pia played rook c8 because she's saying, no, you should be too scared to play d4, but you're not scared.
Well, I'm wondering, maybe I'm scared, maybe I'm not. I don't know. Is Levy scared? Is he not scared? We're going to see. But
yeah, it's a good point because if I ignore it, this pawn maybe can make its ways to d5. And now all of a sudden this bishop's locked in. Yeah, I mean, he could also just play like rook d1, right? Just kind of delay it. I don't know if I want to do this. I have a funny idea. Maybe then I go queen c1, queen a1, and just like, now my queen's nice and safe.
I have one game where I did that, and it was a beautiful game. And since then, I'm like, if I can get my queen to a1, I will. Like, I love it. Now, Pia has ideas of going b5 as well. Like, b5 is up in the air at some point, maybe not immediately now, but can definitely be a choice. And Levy is not scared. That is the verdict. So
yeah,
d4 is on the board. Wow.
d4 on the board. That is the move that opens the position up the most. Although even with a pawn trade here, it's not fully open, but he's gearing up for it. He really wants to make sure that this bishop is going to shine for the majority of the game. And
I think there's going to be a moment where Pia spends some time thinking, and I think very justifiably so, because there's now so many different ideas that you can go for. Because it's not very double-edged. I mean, white is posing an immediate kind of question of black, what are you going to do? Are you going to open up for my rook or are you not? But at the same time, white is allowing Pia's rook to be up here on the c file as well. So I think she's going to spend some time thinking here. And I think that's good, because you might wonder, okay, what happens at b5 at some point? Like, can I take and then go b5? I'm really not...
b5, it would work great, I think, if white had to take on b5, because then you get c takes d4. Starting to look pretty nasty. You're rolling me in the center, but Levy.
So what happens here? I'm just curious.
He's not gonna play ball is the problem. He's not gonna. I guess. Oh, where do we go? 94. Okay.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah.
Just maybe threatening the queen.
Yeah. Maybe he'll miss it.
Maybe.
The knight's really nice in e4 as well. Maybe she wants to go f5 afterwards, and then just support it. g5. g4. I don't think we'll go that far, but f5 does make sense, right? So reinforce the knight potentially. So let's say Levy plays queen c2, maybe bishop d3, some f5, knight f6.
It looks very active, and I like to see Pia playing actively. That's also why actually made me so happy when she tried to push in the previous game, because to me it says, okay, Pia is feeling it and Pia is excited and she's playing chess and she's playing actively, and to me that's a great sign for her. So yeah, I hope she plays this f5 idea. Actually, it looks very nice.
Yeah, it's also probably, well, Levy's thinking, I would imagine. I mean, queen c2 kind of looks natural, but maybe he wants to slide the queen out of the way of this c-file pressure. So he just reached, well, for the queen, but this doesn't really give us intel into where it's going.
It's going to move, that we know. That's the only thing that we have assured right now. Yeah, queen c2, it makes sense, but at the same time, it's not so nice to be on this file and to be maybe on this diagonal. Maybe the bishop can come up here at some point after f5. But then on b3, it doesn't feel as active. It's not looking towards this pawn in the same way. So yeah, it's going to be a little choice for him to make.
And there's also going to be a major choice for both players, but I think mostly for Levy, about how to clarify all this tension, right? Because there's all these different captures. Which one do you want to play? But yeah, this is why we see the structure for Pia was quite sound, because no matter how Levy takes, let's say, okay, let's make a move and let's say, I guess maybe we have f5, sure. Like no matter how he takes, let's say he takes BC. Well, I'm not going to go here and give you a pass pawn. I'm just going to go BC. It's like, let's say you take here. Now I take here. And you haven't really made any progress in opening this bishop. You've opened up some files for the rooks, but my rooks can also benefit from them. So it's kind of logical what Levy has done. But the next step, I think, is going to be difficult to make. And he goes queen c2. So pretty logical to attack the knight. Maybe he wants to, remove it with knight d2 or something. But what to do with all this tension, I'm not completely sure for him.
No, I'm not sure, but I'm also not completely sure for Pia. Is she going to resolve some of that tension now? I don't love the idea of allowing this rook to soon come in to the threat of this knight. So kind of like for her to keep the tension and see how things resolved by Levy and ask him the question, what are you going to do? That's why I like this move f5. We will see if she plays it or if she does something else. Of course, this pawn on f5 is also a little bit weak because if the knight moves, then the queen can capture it. So, but at the same time, this knight is just so strong. You can even maybe place another knight on f6 and reinforce it. So it looks very nice. It looks very nice. What about this idea, actually? What happens if knight g5 to try to checkmate?
Yeah, I was trying to checkmate you in g7, and you stole from my playbook. Yeah, also looks reasonable. I don't think Pia needs to touch the pawns in the center / queen side. They're perfect the way they are because now, yeah, any way Levy takes, she can meet it adequately. And if she starts pushing them or making her own captures, she might open up the position unfavorably for her pieces and favorably for Levy's. Yeah, knight g5 makes sense. Absolutely, because you're putting pressure on the knight. And if takes, you get a nice little checkmate threat. I guess after bishop f1, it's no big deal, but perhaps something like knight f6, bring the knight over and just try to continue building pressure.
Makes the move knight g5. Wow.
Yeah. I think it also is makes sense because we were saying f5, it's logical, it's aggressive, but you could make a weakness. And Pia is a very sound player. She's not going to make a weakness if she doesn't have to. She decided, I don't need to do that, so let's just calmly retreat. She also has a little bit less space, I guess, although she's found all good positions for her pieces. Normally, if you are behind in space, trading a couple of pieces could be a good idea. Easier to find more maneuvering room for the other guys.
Exactly. So now Levy has to make a choice. Will he take or not? Taking looks natural in the sense that then you resolve all the tension. You can just go bishop f1, stop the checkmate, and everything is nice and calm. But maybe you fear the queen coming in, or maybe you feel like, oh, maybe after bishop f1, she can go h5, h4. I don't know.
I was thinking rook e6.
Oh, rook e6.
Yeah.
You know, these attacking chances, because this bishop is right now locked in. If you can't break the center, this bishop is right now not doing anything. If you never capture this pawn, this bishop cannot come through this diagonal. So for now, this bishop is jailed on b2.
Jailed, exactly. So that's what Levy's thinking. His whole kind of game plan is that bishop. I wish I played b4 earlier. He said in the previous match. Now he plays b4. Now he gets the bishop on b2. Be careful what you wish for because now he's in jail.
Exactly. You liked it, right?
I do. The jail. Yeah.
I saw the smile and I said it and it got me excited. Yeah. So he's thinking now, what is he going to do? And yeah, I mean, once again, a 3-minute time advantage for Pia. She's being able right now again to get a little advantage, not as big as before, but there's also a critical moment for Levy to think. So it makes a lot of sense that he's thinking here. I guess another idea is to go d5 to block this bishop from moving and then maybe being able to prevent f4 looks a bit crazy there.
It feels like whenever white plays d5 here, first of all, the black bishop, now you have the double jail, but Pia can always maneuver to c8. And at the same time, once I make this push, I've just given up and giving pressure on e5. So let's say he takes here. I don't see anything wrong with just taking. Takes, maybe Levy is going to do this, but bishop takes is more natural. And yeah, it feels like I want to move my knight, maybe move my rook, bring the bishop back to c8. Still, I think the decision for Levy is going to be, how do you break through this barrier? And in the close position, we know that bishops are not so effective, unlike knights. Not that the knight here has a particularly fantastic square, but still very, very solid play from Pia.
Yeah, just stay in this position.
Yeah.
I mean, now the engine recommendation is a little bit crazy. It's to go e4, which
maybe then you can play knight e5, right?
It looks intuitive because you allow this bishop to become so strong. The jailed bishop is free, but you allow this knight to come in.
At some point here, e4 is taking, but yeah, in general, yes.
Exactly. But no, we'll see. He's still thinking in this position. So 5:58, 5 minutes less than Pia right now. He has half her time.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to kind of but this is a position that I think is a bit too strategical. It's really hard for him to kind of conjure up tactics. Obviously, even if a player is positioned like Pia or tactical like Levy, you got to remember these are title players, professional players. They can play all sorts of positions. They just skew or have a preference towards a type of them, right? It's not like the moment there's tactics on the board, Pia becomes 1200. Not at all, right?
No.
Or the same for Levy in positional play. But still, I feel like he probably could or should try to find more openings where, like, again, he's spending so much time here. It's a positionally like it's very high level positional play here. Not his forte, and so hard to play that in this low time situation. I think he needs more aggressive openings. Is what I'm trying to say.
So
I want to see them at least
as his, not his coach, but as his friend,
as his dinner mate. Yeah,
as his dinner mate. You might suggest during dinner a few more aggressive openings.
Yeah, and cow. Is that aggressive? It starts off slow, but then you can,
No, you know what it plays on? It plays on the opponent's aggressiveness. Try to create weaknesses in the opponent's play. He's thought for another minute. 447. Will he take?
He's just gonna take because you think, and then you just like try to get a couple moves on. Knight G5 Bishop fun. You feel good playing those quickly.
Yeah.
But
so your decision, your thought is that he's gonna take.
When you get lower in time, you do want to just simplify a bit, and he takes. Whoa, what? Okay, so he's allowing Pia to open his king. Well, he decides maybe he's doing the cow strategy. You're provoking their aggressiveness. This move, okay, gets a question mark, but the question mark for me is that what's his plan? Is he going for this? So he's kind of trying to count on the fact that he's gonna roll this G file.
Wow. Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, we didn't look at this at all. We thought that the tension over here had to be resolved.
Yeah.
He says, no, I'm not going to resolve any tension. I'm not going to do anything.
Well, Pia can go. Pia can go B takes C5 as well, right? Like just
she can. She doesn't have to go for any of this. But I think she's going to try to what's the word? She's going to try to make him feel bad about not having dealt with this.
She's gonna scold him.
And yeah, I was trying to find a better word.
Yeah, not the word I was looking for.
I know the Spanish word, but not in English. Okay, it doesn't matter. So, but the question is, what does she take with? Does she take with the bishop? Does she take with the knight? If she goes for this, punish was the word I was looking for.
Punish, yeah.
She's gonna punish him for not resolving this tension. So, what is she gonna capture with? The bishop or with the knight? What would you do?
She can also play BC if she really is not sure about that change, right? Like B takes C5, and Levy's again kind of in that same boat. What does he do? But I mean, to me, knight f3 looks more natural. Like the bishop and B7 looks really strong. But I feel like it might. Yeah, if I take with the bishop, she takes with the knight. Now Levy's going to take with the bishop because taking with a pawn is going to be, I don't know, it's going to be so bizarre because you leave black with that really strong bishop.
And I mean, queen, the rook can come in. Okay, of course, there's some rook G1, but we can go queen and
I think here. And then the rook lift that we mentioned.
I mean, I'm going to try to checkmate. Or Pia's going to try to checkmate.
You're going to try to checkmate me, and Pia's going to try to checkmate Levy. Yeah, in this position. This was quite strange from like, whoa, you know what? Could he have blundered this bizarre thing? Could he have thought he could take on D6 here? No shot, right? Because like maybe, of course he's not going to do it now, but I was like, he wouldn't have messed it up. Like, oh, I can win a pawn, but then there's queen G5.
Exactly, yeah.
I think he just really wanted to get a fighting position here. Now he's going to go DE just to try to blast this open. And I think he's just counting on either, he just wants to unbalance the game. He doesn't like the way it was going. So even though like the engine doesn't like this, for him, it was important to just make it more chaotic and get Pia to spend more time.
And this is what you were saying. You were saying this is a very strategic position. Levy, even though he can play these positions, of course, he's not fully comfortable. He wanted to take it to a comfortable position for him. And that is the reason probably he decided to go for this. But this is also something that Pia can try to gain an advantage.
I was going to say, is she comfortable?
I think that she's going to be quite comfortable. I think that she is shocked, or not shocked, but she's surprised at least, I think.
Yeah.
I don't think she at all thought that he was going to let her do that. Because for her, being a very classical player, this just looks wrong, right?
Yeah.
So
that's my king. You got to put the blanket over the king, right? That's what we tell the kids.
Or the box.
Yeah.
I always see it as a little box. So what is she going to take with? Is she going to take with the knight?
Yeah, I was thinking the knight is also reasonable.
Can you go? No. I was going to go F4 and then I was going to blank the rook. But I mean, taking with the pawn just looks so solid, just keeping this whole...
And after pawn takes, now you have rook c6. Another rook lift comes available.
Yes, Pia, take with the pawn and bring in the rook. Because this rook also works as a defensive piece.
Yeah, absolutely. And the rook in e8, it's already nice and solid. It's defending the c5 pawn, but Pia's got some options here. She can, take with the knight. Looks reasonable as well.
So she takes with the knight.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, it's just a different kind of position, right?
Yeah, I mean, the question is, do you give white the option to take with their bishop And it feels like here, okay, bishops could be formidable pieces, but not this guy. This guy is really blocked in, and yeah, this whole idea could be spooky and very strong as well.
I love this for Pia. So also with the time trouble, this could definitely become crazy. So I hope she takes with the pawn, just because I feel like there's going to be a little bit more difficult play for Levy. But we will see what she takes with. She's making the choice right now. And it's a relatively important choice, but double the time for her so far.
She takes with the knight,
yeah,
which is also very reasonable. I think Levy kind of has to get rid of it because that knight is so annoying. It's obviously threatening the fork. You're threatening c4. But maybe Levy, I mean, how does he even defend this pawn? I guess queen e4 is possible. I was going to say maybe he's like going to be hoping that he's dreaming of eventually being able to play f4 and the bishop's going to have a lease in life. But yeah, queen e4 is the only way to do it. Maybe you try to, like, if I have a couple tempi, like imagine I get this, then I'm happy. I cover my weaknesses and I get some offense as well. And he goes for takes. Yeah.
Oh, she takes the pawn.
Yeah.
I guess now the idea is to bring in the rook. And she also wants to not have this backwards pawn. So in a way, this is very classical in the sense of, okay, I'm going to get rid of the bishop. I'm going to open up for I'm going to not have a backwards pawn. So very Pia style here.
But now Levy also has something to aim for. This square in d5, I'm going to try to put a rook there.
Exactly.
And if you take, I can get a pass pawn.
Exactly. So it's...
The queen here is excellent because now, you know, you don't have some of these aggressive squares like queen h4. I also defend this pawn. I don't think Levy's playing for mate anymore, or he was never playing for mate, but maybe he was thinking about that. I think now it's actually going to be some kind of a central battle for these files and outposts.
I think the reason also why it was so nice to keep the knight was because in these kind of positions, you could always go knight f6. You could always get rid of this queen. Now there's no piece that can really get rid of this queen. I mean, this pawn is defending d4. So how do you get rid of it? Of course, you can go g6 and f5, but that would also weaken the king a lot. So it's not really something you want to do.
I think just rook d8 here from Pia with the c rook, or maybe rook b8. No, but I'd rather go to d8, right? Like it's a nice open file. Next up, I can't do my rook lift anymore, so I'll try to do it from here.
Yeah.
But she's thinking, yeah. So again, Levy, I think his whole strategy was this, like, let's randomize it. And so far it's been okay. Queen e6 looks good. Maybe she wants to play f5.
Maybe she wants to go rook d8 and then f5. I think a rook to d1 is now going to look very natural. Maybe this rook to keep everything. This rook is doing nothing on e1 anyways.
Yeah, rook d1, rook d5. I quite like for Levy.
So can you go rook d1, rook d8, rook d5 immediately?
That's what I'm wondering. Exactly. If you take, I'll take with the pawn. It's a passer. c5 is also a passer, though, but I'll argue that it's isolated. I think Levy should go for that. I mean, what else is it? Rook b1 is an idea. Rook b1, rook b7. So just trying to get the rooks to the open files is the key for both sides here.
That's what the rooks are meant to do. Yeah, I'm a little bit like, let's say you go for this and I don't know, you go rook d8 and rook d5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you take it, I think I'm quite happy with so it goes rook b1, also logical. Rook b7 is on the way.
Now what will she do? I mean, it makes sense to go rook d8. Is she gonna try to go rook b8? This just doesn't feel as good, maybe, because where's this rook going? Now you can go rook d1 and go for this idea, right? Although, of course, this king is always a bit weak, but the queen is stopping any rook b1s. But I guess the idea is, yeah, exactly. The idea I was going to say is that if rook d5, we can have f5, but here the pawn is hanging. So we don't have that here. So she's making a choice here. She's making a choice.
Yeah, suddenly this king on g1 that had the potential to be weak, there's just not enough attackers, right? There's no attackers, actually. And the Levy's got a really powerful queen on e4. So Pia has the better pawn structure here, I would say, but Levy's a bit more active. So seems like it's roughly balanced because of that.
Yeah, I think, yeah. Oh, she goes to f5.
Okay, now queen d5 is an option.
Forcing the trade of queens.
Yeah, well, it's not so much the trade. I want to get that pass pawn. That's just like my only goal. But then c5 hangs. But then maybe my king is open, yeah? Maybe some...
I'm wondering.
Like, so you can maybe try some queen g6, queen h5?
Yeah,
c5?
queen h5. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Let's see. I mean, he's going to have to go queen d5, I think. But actually, yeah. Can you just double up here? Like, let's say you take a rook here.
E4, though? E4? Oh, for white instead of
you go e4, yeah.
Yeah, so
that's the idea.
Keep it protected, and then I'll go after your c5 pawn. Levy goes queen d5. Wow, instantly rook d8. That's an excellent move, because let's put this on the board. If you take the pawn that I thought you couldn't maybe do this, then you have this check. Let's say you go king h1, queen h5. You're hitting the pawn. But also there's like, now we're still bringing back some old ideas here
Mhm.
that could be quite annoying. And
Rook's so active now, so
yeah.
we're gaining some tempos to make
Levy
her
can also
active.
take, right? This is a little bit of risky move. The pawn might not be worth it. So why don't you take, which he does. Now rook b5, start harassing these pawns.
Mhm.
Or rook b7. Yeah, he goes rook b5. Yeah, he's getting a little bit of pressure because if you want to defend this pawn, both of these moves are passive. I mean, probably rook c6 is the one to play. Then I'll bring my rook over. Rook b7 can come, rook a5. And now the king is nice and safe.
It is nice to say for now. I'm wondering if we can somehow but yeah, the rook is also so active here. I'm trying to create some rook g6.
Rook
and
g6, rook d2, get
rook
him in.
d2,
Yeah.
get that rook in, but it's not so clear. I mean, here, yeah, I mean, rook a6, it's kind of funny, right?
But then
That
you got these other e5 and f5
that's the problem.
vulnerabilities.
Hanging, yeah.
Mhm.
Everything is hanging, so she's gonna have to now make a choice. Yeah, I think that she kind of maybe regrets now trading off all the pieces, because the best way sometimes they say to play against weak king is to keep your pieces so you have more pieces to attack with. Here she exchanged those because she wanted to get rid of this nasty bishop on b2, but maybe that was just not a threat that was actually dangerous for her.
Yeah,
so
she played a little bit too safely, perhaps, which
Yeah.
wasn't bad, but maybe missed some chances to, especially with Levy being much lower on the clock, missed a chance to kind of give him some bigger problems to solve, because now it feels like he's got easy moves, right? He's bringing the rooks, attacking the pawns. He is bringing the rooks, defending the pawns. So I know which side I'd rather be on then, but looks quite defensible. And you know the saying, all rook endgames are drawn?
I do
Yeah.
know that saying, but I don't always agree. I mean, yesterday we saw
Yeah, that's right. Well, it was drawn on the board.
Yeah.
And that's what Pia should have remembered herself, because she thought she was losing. If she remembered that all rook endgames were drawn.
It typically tells me that saying, you know?
Yeah. But she forgot.
It's like that
She
when
forgot.
it's a different game and not your own. So now she's spending a little bit of time, maybe from the realization that, wait a second, I'm maybe not better anymore. Like, because she probably thought she was better.
Quick move, rook b7 from Levy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What if I go rook a6, attack and defense? What's so bad about that? I mean, for white, for Levy, he might be looking, you know, for the idea you were trying to do, stack the rooks in the 7th. So if I go rook to a6, like I'm thinking, can I do this? Yeah, the rook c7, maybe rook b1, rook b7, attack this pawn.
And when those two rooks are together, crazy things can happen. I mean, of course, you always have rook g6 defending, but yeah, then the a7 pawn could be hanging. So I think, yeah, Pia looks a little bit uncomfortable now. And she has to make a choice. Is she gonna give up this pawn and play actively with something like rook d2? Can she do it? Because what I'm thinking actually is, if she goes rook d2, now the threat is rook g6,
well, I can,
rook h2.
Yeah, that's true. So rook a7, rook g6 check. And then and I have to go king f1, and maybe I see rook h6. Yeah. Oh wait, but I counter you. I get my own rooks in. Yeah, so
not easy at all. I think. Okay, here maybe you can do for this, but this is not easy at all. I think.
Yeah, so she throws in this check. Now okay, king f1. Let's go towards the center. King h1 feels a little bit passive. So what's Pia's idea? She wants to lure the king there. Does she want to go rook h6 now?
Is she gonna go rook h6?
I'm not sure about that move. Oh, she does, because I was gonna say now I can put my king in e2, and I'll take on a7. And it feels like the black rook on h2 is a little bit more out of play compared to the white rook on a7, because then I could attack c5.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. This rook doesn't feel so good, and it's gonna become now very double-edged. One pawn race. One a pawn that's pushing past her, and then an h pawn.
And somehow the king in e2, I feel it's very safe with this blob of pawns. And the black king, because the pawn's in f5, it's somewhat more vulnerable to rook g1 ideas, right? King e2, king e2 actually already, maybe rook g1 becomes an idea. So Levy takes.
I think she's
Yes, because we saw if rook d2, rook b1. So you have to be very careful. So rook h2. And I was thinking, what if king e2, rook b8? So Pia is going to be able to get that counterplay. Yeah, okay.
So it's going to be two rooks, but you got to be careful for the checkmate as well with this king.
Yeah, both kings maybe, yeah. So
king e2, rook b8 maybe.
Rook d2 is a threat here.
Rook d2 is a big threat, yeah.
Maybe there's rook e2 though, because I was thinking rook h1 check. No, but then king g2, rook e2. Yeah, so rook d2 is a threat for sure. But if king e2, rook b8. Wait a minute.
Coming with the check.
Yeah, and I can't block. Like if I go rook d1, rook d2, I'm going to drop the f2 pawn.
Exactly. We can just show that really quickly. Oops, wrong piece. This. Let's see, do something like this. Here is it. Well, you can maybe
Even there, yeah, you can get fancy, but either way, you'll pick up a pawn.
Yeah, you'll pick up
Or two.
Or this way is even
Yeah.
better because you pick up 2. So there we go. He goes.
He kicks out that rook, but that doesn't. Yeah, that feels like that's why it was important, I guess, to play king e2 first. But that was very nuanced. That was not easy.
H4. Start looking at this pawn. Can you start attacking this? This is getting
It's legal.
It's legal. This is getting a little bit exciting, you know? We thought, oh, just rook game, but there's a lot of things going on here.
Yeah, Levy still has this rook b1, rook b7 idea. Okay, it's on the board. He can play rook e7 as well. How are you going to defend e5? Probably not going to defend it. Probably just take on c4.
And then we have another passed pawn.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of passed pawns. I just want Pia to like get some air for this game as well, so we don't see any weird background.
She's too busy grabbing the pawns, though.
She is.
She'll see if she has time for it.
And it's good to grab pawns. I'm very happy that she's doing that. But okay, yeah. So rook h4.
Yeah, maybe rook b1 for Levy.
Yes.
Because now you're rook on h4, you can't go to g4. So I like rook b1.
Rook b1.
Rook c4, rook b7.
Yeah.
Levy's thinking. He plays it. Yeah.
I think now it's time for Pia to get some. But how do you defend?
Yeah, but how are you going to... I mean, you can play rook h6 here, but you kind of feel bad going rook h4 and rook h6. The point is to play your idea of rook g6.
And you can't move this rook because you get checkmated.
Yeah, okay, rook b7.
Wow, she's just fearless.
Okay, rook b7, king h8, rook g7, rook g8, and I get rid of one of your rooks. That's very smart.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe not the only idea, but this looks like a good idea here. You can trade a pair of rooks. And yeah, we have okay, so she does play this. She does play king h8. So no, because otherwise it looks very scary. Like you're giving up g7, h7, rooks in the 7th rank. Very annoying. Well, Levy's thinking, but take a pawn. But yeah, what else? I guess it's not.
Maybe he's thinking, I don't know.
But then Pia could play king rook g8. Okay, it's very passive, of course, but
what if king h2, rook h4, check king g3?
but what if what
Oh, then
king
you
h
just move.
what if
You
king
just
h2? Why can't they go like rook g8?
Yeah, you can just go rook g8. And
It's
defend.
very sad, but
yeah,
I'm up a pawn.
You're up a pawn, absolutely.
He just takes it.
She
Here,
instantly played rook g8, and now Levy has less than a minute, 45 seconds.
But he can take and go rook rook e7 maybe. Oh, but then there's e4. Okay.
So,
but takes rook e5. Okay, let's see.
Let's have one extra passed pawn here, but this pawn also feels pretty fast.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good chance this vacuums off the board, but Levy's rook is a little bit more active. You can do the little, yeah. I mean, rook e7, e4 though.
Didn't the hang rook takes h7 checkmate? No, because the rook was pinned. That was the key idea, that the rook cannot move from the g file because of the king.
But his rook can get a little stuck here though. After e4, fe, the rook on c4 has to kind of stay there to defend both the pawns. We might get some endgame here. Well, the best we can get is for Levy. He's hoping he can snag one of these pawns, maybe trade the A and C and somehow get like 2 versus 1 or something like that. But I don't know. Can he win a pawn? Like e4 looks...
E4 looks very natural. It looks
I mean,
like
you can't defend it, yeah?
No.
I'm going to take it because I want to make weaknesses.
So
yeah, take. And now, my rook on e7 is great because I control h7, e4. So king g2, trying to go up the board.
Rook a4, just
go rook, yeah, king g3. I was going to keep going. And then, because here's the thing, you take an a3, I take an e4. Now I get 2 passers. Okay, it should be a draw, but, you know, I can pretend f4, e4. Like, they can go fast, right? And your pawns are split.
Yeah.
So there is still some complexity.
It's not favorable for Pia, to put it that way.
But she's got to go e4 because...
Yeah, otherwise she's losing the pawn.
Yeah. But I think she's calculating ahead, which you don't need to do here. You can just go for it. Maybe she's... Well, you can't take with the rook because then I just trade and I win the endgame with a4.
Exactly, yeah.
My king will stop the c pawn.
Yeah.
If c4, king f1.
So she's making a choice here. But yeah, it just feels like e4 is forced. So at the same time, before she had already found all these ideas of rook g8, etc. So that's why she was thinking a bit so that she could find all of those key ideas. But yeah, this feels like the moment where she should just play e4 and just go for it. Come on, Pia.
She's got the time to think about it.
She does.
It's a little bit of a moment where you kind of have to go e4 anyway, but so you might as well use that time later because it's forced. But perhaps she's yeah. I mean, what else could she be? I mean, the only other thing is like you can attack this pawn, but
She's gonna
I'll
lose all the
take, and
pawns.
this tank. So she must be just looking a little bit ahead. But yeah, this endgame here, she's gonna have 3 isolated pawns. And also one idea I had was maybe I can kind of target these, but it's a little slow because the king comes over. So after e4 takes, I mean, Levy's got this idea to go after the pawns. So yeah, I mean, it could simplify like this. Here.
Move, Pia. Now you thought for 2 minutes about this.
Maybe she's got a little bit of you know, scare from previous rook endgames, right? Like, but why? Yeah, what is she? What is she?
What is going on here? Play a move, Pia. Get the pawn rolling.
Is she awake? Yeah, she's wide awake. Never mind. Just checking.
Oh man, what is she going to do? Hey, she's really calculating this endgame. I don't doubt her ability of just playing a bunch of moves in a row very fast. It's just that I don't get why she's spending here.
She goes f4. Wow. So what's the idea? What?
Yeah.
Rook e5. I'll take a pawn. So she's just giving that pawn up. So she really didn't. Something really bothered her about that continuation. I mean, we saw that she could get into a position where there would be 2 passed pawns for white, but now she'll be in a position where there's an extra pawn for white. So Levy's thinking, he's like, what?
Yeah.
Taking e5?
Yeah, free pawn. What's going on?
He can't
be a pawn
he
up?
can't be that shocked. But what else he's going to play other than rook e5? E4? Okay, wait a second. Okay, so he thinks he wants to take e5 and he wants to take f4. He's very greedy here. Computers, okay, it makes sense, right? The computer says it's a miss, but let's see.
But it makes sense, and he makes that move with 3 seconds.
Yeah.
C3.
Okay, now you take a pawn. I guess you could play a4, but yeah, he goes there. Okay, so what's going on? Yeah, so he's being maximally ambitious. Because he thinks he can win f4 as well. So even though they got a miss, I understand it.
Oh, I don't really know what's going on here now.
Now his plan could work. He could take c5. Pia takes a3, and then that f pawn is very weak after rook f5.
Yeah, how do you defend this?
Rook c5, Levy.
How do you
take
defend
free
it?
pawns? He's about to go like a4 or something, but take the pawn and attack. Yeah, that's your whole plan.
But I think she just didn't realize that she just didn't want those 2 passers.
I don't get it. Rook. Oh, he goes there first. Okay, sure.
Yeah, because king f7 check.
Okay, even better. Oh, smart. So if king h8, the king is in a terrible spot.
Yeah, this could actually be the decisive.
So wait a minute. He's still gonna get the same connected passers, but Pia doesn't have the c pawn. So something really, yeah, we'll see. Well, this is the position we have now. Excellent move, actually, rook g5. I thought rook e5 immediately, but like you said, get it with the tempo.
Maybe I actually should go king f7 anyway.
Yeah, but you're gonna lose the pawn, right? So might as well go. And she goes there. But now, yeah, that pawn is gone. After king g2, rook f5 is coming next.
I don't know what's happening. I guess she's not gonna.
No, but king g2. King g2 now.
King g2, but h6.
Rook f5.
Yeah, no, the pawn is well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely winning the pawn. And now the 2 connected passers, they're gonna be
even stronger than before.
Yeah.
Because it's just an extra pawn. Oh, this might actually be we will see. This could be the game that she loses in the rapid.
These rook games.
These rook games. She's gonna hate rook games after this.
Yeah. Or study them even more.
I think it spooked her from yesterday maybe a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps she saw something that I mean, we didn't go through all the lines, so perhaps there was something else that we missed for Levy.
Can she f3?
King g3, and it's still gonna be picked up. So Pia's it's 2 versus 2 now, but that so Levy's idea, it's funny, you know, sometimes you see these moves and computers like, oh, what a terrible move, e4, but it actually worked perfectly for him because this is what he was aiming for. G3 up the board. Yeah, that pawn is not for long.
Goodbye. Okay, so 45 seconds for Pia. She goes h6.
Yeah, rook f5.
Yeah, rook f5 just looks so natural.
Yeah, gobble.
She's gonna bring in the king, but the pawn is gonna be gone. It's goodbye pawn. Okay. 6 seconds.
Levy's goodbye time, or you're going to make a move? Rook g4. Okay, it's good enough. The pawn is going to be gone. I guess he wants to keep the king cut off for a moment.
Yeah.
I mean, you can go rook f4 now.
Just pick it up now.
Yeah.
It's always going to be gone.
Yeah, take it, because 2 is better than 1. Come on. e5. What? Okay, apparently this is a huge blunder.
Oh, wow. Because now there's h5, apparently, and you can start bringing this in.
Taking this pawn? So, what's going on here? So,
He wants to promote.
I get he wants to promote, but I would try to promote those pawns together. You know, it's like you know, when you're a kid, you get a walking buddy so you don't get lost.
Exactly.
So that's what he needs to do here. So this apparently it's a draw now, although
very difficult. Very difficult with 30 seconds.
Okay, so h5, and then if I go rook f4,
rook f4, maybe you can go rook a5.
She goes rook a5 now.
Now the only move
It's
that doesn't draw
king
immediately
f4.
is king f4.
So why is Ricky?
He does
He
it.
plays it. So you know what is? He's really just wants to keep. He thinks that as long as he can keep PS King cut off, he can win it.
Mhm.
So that's he maybe he's not even focused on that pawn. He's like, that pawn's gonna be gone.
Mhm.
Maybe he's not right about that. But he thinks if I can just go king f5, king f6, e6, I'm gonna make a queen. Screw that pawn in f3.
She has to start rolling her only pass.
She's gonna ask.
Oh,
Now king f3. Now just take
she
it.
blundered the pawn. It's over.
So she
It's
makes this
over.
move. But okay, the position is very difficult to defend. It's
very difficult. Yeah.
it's not like, oh, how could she miss this or that? Like then the players have
Yeah.
10 seconds. But now Levy's got that pawn. Now you can just go king f4, king f4, king
And now
f5.
she's gonna go up. Yeah, the two passers are gonna be too strong. She yeah, I mean it's hard.
So he's got 10 seconds, so he's gotta
He's gotta move.
he needs to make moves. That one's good enough. Okay, don't worry. No. No. Not that one. Don't do that one.
We love the trick.
Rook g1. Keep it far away from your king and yeah, see? That's smart, you know. Okay, f4. Together forever. f4. King f5 is good too, but f4 is yeah.
Okay, f4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, that black king is
She only
yeah.
has a plan. I mean, she just has to.
f4 Levy together.
Come on. Well, no. It's
You might as well.
problem
You
is-
might as well, yeah.
But the problem is that it's just so hard to do anything with it. But you know, she might as well do that.
Why is he getting down to 3 seconds here? I mean, he'll be fine. He's not going to flag, but f4 is fine. You're
King h5. The problem is rook g8. Oh,
she just
resigns.
She just resigns.
I think she just wants some more time to get some rest.
That was not a move that was played, by the way. I think
No.
that was the kings being reset. I mean, she is losing. Obviously, I think she should still play it out just for the miracle. You know, Levy's got 10 seconds, so but
But I think
she
she's
does resign.
more on her own rest than what she's counting on Levy making mistakes due to flagging in that position.
Yeah. Well, not flagging, but just like if he'll make a mistake. But his plan is f4, e6, king f6.
Yeah.
And he's going through. I mean, it is winning. So he gets the win. The deadlock is broken.
And now he gets the first lead in this match. Let's hear what they're saying.
I think this is draw now. I don't know, because now my king is coming. Yes, I played this check here.
No, but hold on.
It was here. I played this. This was a mistake. But if I come, I think my king is here. Yes, and my king is here, so I should go h5. I think my king is here already. Yeah, because I went here.
So instead of h5, what did you play? You went rook a5.
Rook a5. Yes, yes, h5. I just think that it should be okay now. I don't know, because my king is coming here now. Okay, maybe let's see. You need to go here.
That's what they're talking about,
Mhm.
which was the drawing move. PS seeing it immediately after.
Maybe it's not. Maybe you can. Why didn't I go? I kick you instead. I just kick you.
I feel like it should always be winning.
And you come here, but I kick you.
Yeah.
Ah, here, and then you take the pawn.
but then it's-
Ah, you just go here. Okay. So here, but then I come here. I had king. It's not so. No, but you have king. And I come here.
Hur ligger det slut?
And now my king is.
Alltså du ska öppna klockan här.
Five.
Ja, den är klar. Ja, bra. Ja, men det var så att vi behöver inte spela upp någonting. Ja. Nej, kul.
No,
It just feels very dangerous.
Men
but
det är
now I
bara
have this
så jag
check.
måste
I
lägga.
take the pawn.
Or king g5.
No, I go. I keep. I go.
Oh, king g5, but then rook f3.
Nej, det
And
kommer.
then I
Så att
I don't know. Oh, okay, just go here. So maybe this is just.
maybe when I went rook g5, you should play king f7. You should just
det är ju hans grej.
Rook f5, king f7. Yes. I didn't look at it. What did you play? Rook is. No, when you play.
I played check, and you went king h8 because you didn't want to
Oh,
get
check.
forked.
Yes. Ah, I should play this.
But is this endgame a draw? Like this? I mean, like.
No, this is lost.
Yeah.
This is completely lost.
Yeah, so
This doesn't matter. No, this is always lost.
Yeah,
So this was so it was always winning for you. This I asked. So what did
I think rook c3 is the mistake, I guess.
No, I think the mistake is I went here. I think I should go. I think it's always.
Oh, no, before.
I think I should not go here. I should go here. I think I should have my rook on h3 because I've always checked. I always perpetual if you try to go for the same, and I defend here.
No, but even later.
So I think yes, rook e5, so rook h4 was a mistake.
No,
So
because you fall, you can.
here you did this. You put the pawn on f3.
Yeah.
So here, I think your king is on cheat. I don't remember
Yeah,
what.
no, this is lost here now. This
No, I don't think so.
let's see. Now this position after this here, this is just lost.
No, but king is on g8. So
King,
you played
yeah.
f4, you
Yeah.
played e4.
Yeah,
I don't-
but you can even play this. Even this is just winning.
Yeah, with I guess with the 2 pawns, but no, I think
Here?
you can.
No, also king g2.
Yeah, king g2 was.
Yeah, king d2 and yeah. But here, but this is also winning. Yeah, this is so nice what you play. Yeah, I need to take. You take here.
You couldn't play rook c. I guess rook c3. Your pawn is not creating counterplay.
Rook is flying.
No, because
Yeah.
this is also. It will be the same. I think.
Like,
I
yeah,
think. I think it will be the same. No, but
I
you
don't
can
know why
even
she's
take
not
this
seeing
one,
e4
yeah.
though.
Yes, take on f4. I need to take.
This is
A,
what
li-
I'm
a little
No,
later,
it's
yeah,
not like
right.
this.
Sorry, and what
After
if,
rook
what if you
e7,
played
yeah,
e-
this happened in the game.
here.
Oh, you know what? Hold on. Maybe I see. Maybe f4 is what she was worried about, and now there's rook e5. So rook e5. Hold on a second. This makes more sense, right? Because I'm immediately winning. Well, I'm not winning.
Of course.
Well, let's see. c4. I take on f5. Take on a3. Rook c5. You go c3. Okay, and now can I get this e4 pawn? Let's say I go rook c4. So I'm king f7, or well, you can't hold the pawn. So you're going to be down a pawn this way too. So now I got 3 passed pawns. But yeah, apparently this is a draw. The king, one of the examples is here you actually lose because I actually can't even. Okay, so I have to go king g2 first, king e6, check, and the king is super active. So all of a sudden, this passed pawn is really running, right? If I try to go to the back rank, rook a6, yeah.
But
So
this makes sense. She saw that she was losing a pawn, and so what she did was that
we're speculating maybe this, yeah, because if takes, and maybe she wasn't comfortable with this either, though, right? Like again, it looks like you come up the board, you're gonna start taking stuff.
exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
so
f4. And
So-
then if e4, f4, yeah, then here. Hold on, maybe I can here.
It's not so easy. It's so much
Not
easier
so
when we're
simple,
seeing
yeah.
the answers, of course.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
it's
But it's really fascinating to see them analyzing this for a while after, they're in the middle of, they're not done. They have 3 more games today.
they do.
But the truth of this endgame is really, I think, of huge interest to Pia, and we hear them analyzing, and they still are.
And I think that's where we see the love for chess. She's just so interested to see how it's this endgame,
Yeah. And now they're in the middle. Well, now they're looking at a different position.
g5.
I do go g5.
I guess I have to take.
Check here. But now I go f4, take.
f4, rook check, and rook e4. Like f4, rook b8, I take and I play rook e4.
Yeah,
And
I
that's
can go.
just-
Yeah, that's it. So now this is bad. Yeah, this is just losing for me. Yeah, this double rook endgame is much worse than I thought. It's much worse. But I just thought when that I had a chance there. But I play, I didn't see you coming backwards. I saw only king f4. That's why I gave it a check. Of course, no, I wouldn't play. But after king f4, I don't know. After king f4, if I can make anything, but I don't think so. I think my chance was only in that moment. I think after king f4 here, this is here.
It just, it feels bad.
This is here. King f4.
Something like this.
This I play. No, I think it was like this here.
Yeah.
And I have to go h5 here. And now, but now I king. You go here. Now this is just lost now.
This always feels losing.
Yeah, no, this is completely losing. So, okay, what can I do here? Yeah, this is always losing because your king is coming in. I don't have anything here. This h pawn is not doing anything. Now this is lost. This was the only moment was when you go here to play h5 here. Here I have a chance to fight. I don't know here what we were looking at, and I come here. And now I go something like this. You have this. You need to come here and last to play like this. And yeah, rook e5
That was the moment.
maybe.
Yeah, but still not. I'm thinking like rook e4. Oh, this is a draw. I guess the king comes in.
It's so hard.
Yeah, I mean for Levy, like it was kind of strange. Like he was really focused on blocking the king in, but I don't know. Take the pawn. I don't know.
Free pawn.
Yeah. Like king g6, just take it.
Maybe.
But the taking, yeah, I don't know if it's better to take.
You think this counts against their break?
It's also fine. This is just,
This part of the break?
it's
Is
over.
this the whole break? They're just
It's
going
away
to
from a
analyze?
lot of
That
the
imagine.
everything.
No, but I just hope that this doesn't make Pia feel bad now during the whole break, you know, make her just go down and like, oh, this is so hard. Like, how is this gonna? I hope she just doesn't get bad thoughts during the break, because this is the one long break they're gonna get today. And you know how chess is. One game goes bad one day, they're playing 3 more games today. It can be a domino. Like, that's how chess works sometimes. So hopefully this just doesn't change how she feels and how she plays the rest of the games.
Absolutely, but yeah, they're deep in this end. They're in the pawn end game now. You're seeing this, like, are they analyzing the same game or different game?
This
Okay,
is
yeah.
a lot.
Okay, it's king and pawn versus king. They're really, yep, and they're really getting to the truth of it. And Pia is saying if your pawn was an f3, that would have been a draw, but because it's on f2, you're gonna win this.
I didn't understand it. So it's a mistake. I need to take the
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Actually.
looking, I thought she was about to bring the arbiter into this. Like she looked off casually. Hey,
Can
Carl
you
Fred,
tell
yeah,
me-
what do you think? What do you think is going on here? Get the producer, get the arbiter, get everyone in there to analyze. But yeah, like we said, this is obviously a huge win for Levy for the first time in the match. He takes the lead, but we're only halfway through. We're less than half through from today because they still have their break and then the 3 games.
Exactly. So match-wise, though, we do have we're 50% through today, so there's gonna be 3 more games that they're gonna play. And like we said, all these games count for 2 points if you win, which means that now Levy has a 2-point lead in this match. The score is 10-8. Plenty of time for Pia to come back, of course. 3 more games today, and tomorrow 12 games. We're talking about still 15 games being played these next 2 days. But for now, Levy does have the lead, and it's going to be really exciting to see if Levy's able to keep the lead or if it will go away soon. Pia needs to win a game now for it to go away. So she can't just draw all the time. She has to get a win. So it's going to be really exciting. Bless
Pardon me?
you.
Thank you.
To see what happens. So now finally they stopped analyzing and it's time for them to take a break. And yeah, I think Pia's just so fascinated that all of a sudden she got this, what she believed was almost a losing rooking game, because she didn't see it coming, I think. She just thought, this is fine. And then wait a second. It was in that critical moment when he played rook e7. And
Yeah.
here she had just planned all this and she hadn't realized that this move would pose all of these questions. And now she had to find this move e4. But it was just not as easy as we thought it was.
Yeah, I mean, she thought, look, she had 4 minutes versus 35 seconds. So we're thinking, okay, she's under a little pressure. She's going to figure this out. She spent a lot of time, 3 minutes invested here. So clearly it was not simple at all. And yeah, but she was very fascinated by that, by that endgame going forward. Now the players are going to be maybe grabbing some lunch, maybe quick yoga. No,
I wish there was some yoga, but
Yeah.
what we are going to be seeing is that the players are now going to be going to the confessional booths and they are going to be telling us their thoughts in a little bit more of a detailed way. So those going to work as a little mini interview, even though there's no interviewer, but it's going to be a little mini interview for them. And they're going to just be telling us how they feel. And of course, it's a bit unfortunate that the moment they do that is right after Pia has her first loss, or in a way, going to be very instructional for us to see how her mind is. Because chess is such a psychological game. So it's going to be nice to see how she feels now after this. So we're just going to be waiting for them to go to the confessionals, get a few words in, and then after that, they're going to be taking a break. That break is going to be around 45 minutes long. So they're going to be, they're going to be getting some lunch. They're going to be getting some rest, and we are going to be here.
we're here for everything, all the action, all the games, interviews, commentary, whatever whatever it's going to be, we'll be here. And yeah, I think that's true. I forgot we have this confessional. We don't get it during the games like we did during the classical portion, but now we're going to get their thoughts both from Levy and from Pia in the break. Obviously, as you mentioned, it'll be interesting to hear how she will approach the situation. It'll also be interesting to hear what Levy thinks now. Is he it's his first lead, right? From the first game, he's been fighting back when Pia took the lead. So how's he feeling about all that? Is he invigorated? Is he nervous? Let's find out.
It's going to be really exciting to hear, and we will hear that very soon in the confessionals. Now, this is a perfect time for me to say that the Streamer Awards are right now open. Well, it's going to be happening in a few months, and the nominations are open. So Unfortunately, this year there was no chess category that got its own category at the Streamer Awards, but there is a Best Strategy Game Streamer category, and it would be amazing if you guys wanted to nominate me and Levy to the best strategy game streamer. That'd be really cool to have some chess players over there, you know, representing chess. So it would mean the world if you nominated me and Levy, or me or Levy, whoever you prefer, whatever. You know, I just think finding some chess players over there is going to be really cool. So exclamation mark vote in my chat. At least I don't know if Levy has that in his chat too, but exclamation mark vote for the link, and you can nominate your favorite strategy game streamer. And please let that be me or Levy. And Alex, I'm sorry that I'm not adding you in here.
I'll be, you know how like well, we currently have an election going on in the United States, and you have the president and the vice president, so they run on the same ticket.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I'll be like the vice president, you know. I'm running on a ticket.
Are you Levy's ticket?
Well, exclamation vote in the chat, and you know, let's get these chess streamers in the strategy game category.
Okay. I was getting to hear that Pia actually left, so she just wanted to go and get some rest, and she didn't go to the confessional. Maybe she will do that when she comes back, but she wanted to make sure that she has time to get some lunch, because that for her is very important. She actually said, you know, she told me the story that the day before the tournament started, she played a blitz tournament, and it was a very long blitz tournament. She played for 7 hours the day before round 1 of this tournament. And actually in the middle of that, there was a break, and she said, Anna, none of the young people went out to get lunch, but I knew how important it was. And so she went there to get some proper food. She said the other people were just having some fries or something, but she had a proper lunch. And after that, she came back and she actually played fantastic. She won so many games against international masters, and she actually ended up in the finals of that tournament. And she said, Anna, I truly think it was that lunch. And I think right now in her brain, she's thinking about that day, and she's thinking, I better go get food now, because that's going to make me play better in the next portion of today's Rapid. So yeah, it's a bit late for lunch, 5 p.m., but you know,
maybe dinner, yeah.
But something.
But they've been playing. It's 5. They've been playing since 2.
They've been playing for 3 hours already.
Yeah,
almost a classical game. A classical game can take 3 hours
easily. I mean, we have these games that are 90. I mean, they could take less or more, but generally speaking, when I play these 90 plus 30 games, I always assume my game is going to be 3 to 4 hours, because you get a minute of time is added each time me and my opponent make a move. You start with 90 minutes each. I'm going to use all my time. That's no question about that. And then sometimes the opponent as well. That's 3 hours. And then if you make a 40 move game, which is I think average, then 3 hours and 40 minutes, and there you go. So they've basically played. They're basically playing the equivalent of 2 classical games today. Now I know in Europe that's like unheard of, but that's you know, Levy's at least got experience with that. Although in his last event, it wasn't so great. He got 2 out of 9, but he was playing 2 games a day. So perhaps this will obviously favor him, not just because, okay, he's younger and whatever. It's just in America, we are more accustomed to having these super long days. Doesn't mean we love them, but we have them. So we'll see. But he has got the power of lunch.
She's got the power of lunch, but of course, it's going to be a long day, and it's not usual for chess players to be playing for 6-7 hours. I mean, when you play a 6-7 hour classical game, you feel completely out of this world. I mean, what's the longest you've played in a classical game?
Just one game?
Or just one game, yeah.
Well, I've had games that last, I think I had a 7-hour game once, because you can really get them, you know, with multiple time controls, and I think 6-7 hours usually, yeah.
10-15 minutes.
I've had games that lasted close to 200 moves, so you could really kind of get up there. But also, like, I've had days where I've played 12 hours of chess, because you have 2 games. And yeah, it can be quite actually our national. So we have Scholastic National Championships, and we have this ridiculous schedule. You play 7 games, you play 2-3-2. So on Saturday, you play 3 rounds.
Classical.
What
are they doing to you?
Yeah, so you start. It's not just it's a kids tournament also. So it's yeah, it's from 1st to 12th grade. And yeah, you start at 9 a.m., then you have a 1 p.m., and then you have a 6 p.m. game or something like that. It's just like chess. It's brutal. And yeah, so.
That is crazy. Yeah. That is crazy. They really put you guys through it. But, well, at least with kids, I guess it's a little bit easier. But, you know, here we have, I mean, Gotham, he's pretty young. He's 28. But yeah, PI is 61. So she's definitely not as used to nowadays to having these extremely long chess days. So it's going to be exciting to see how she manages to do this. But I just want to say, you know, Levy, he's been playing amazing, and it's really cool to see. He's right now has the lead in this match. But I also just want to give a big shout out to Pia, because she is 61 years old, and she is keeping up very well. And you know, it's now the tides are turning, but they've been playing for a very long time, and I just think that it's really cool to see her doing this and agreeing to playing such long days of chess and everything, even if she knows that this is not something that typically favors her.
I mean, there's still lots of chess to be played. Obviously, shout out to both players. They're clearly trying their hardest on the board for themselves, but also in a way for all of us, right? Giving us this great show and opportunity to view them in action. It's a one-game match, so obviously the last game was decided in Levy's favor, but I wouldn't write Pia off at all.
Exactly.
Both players, the first two games, played excellently. This game, Pia had good chances to draw at several moments, so it's not like we're seeing one side or the other steamrolling them. So it's still very, very close. I mean, not just in the score, but even on the board. Look at this accuracy for this game as well.
Yeah, the accuracy here was 86.8 for Levy and 84.9 for Pia. So we're constantly seeing them just a little bit far off. And it's funny, the games where both players where one player has higher accuracy, the other player also has higher accuracy. When one player has lower accuracy, the other player has that as well. So yeah, it's really exciting to see. We're going to be seeing if we get soon a confessional, and I think we will just very, very, very soon. But yeah, in the meantime, also shout out to all of our sponsors. Big shout out to Surfshark. I mean, this is Pia vs. Gotham Battle Generations presented by Surfshark VPN. So big shout out to Surfshark. We couldn't be doing all this match without all of our sponsors, and we're so grateful that they are sponsoring us with the prize fund. It's absolutely amazing. $10,000 for this big match. We're so happy to have that. And yeah, I mean, we got some other amazing sponsors too. We got Blitz Fuel, amazing energy drink that we wish we would be drinking, but that we will be drinking after this when it arrives. I'll be having Blitz Fuel for months. We also want to give a big shout out to Take, exclamation mark Take, everybody. You can follow this whole match on Take, which is just really cool, I think. Like, you can literally be following this right now on that platform with comments and arrows and everything. It's a new platform founded by Magnus Carlsen. So I think it's really cool. Definitely check them out if you haven't already. And yeah, let's see. I think we have right now. Do we? Okay, everybody. I have good news to share. We have Levy's confession ready. Let's go ahead and listen to it.
What's up, everybody? It's a halftime break here. I just won. It felt like it was always smooth, but after the game, Pia was analyzing the moment. I guess I made a mistake, either king f4 or e5. I was wondering if I should, and yeah, if you look at the game, you'll notice that like there was a move I lost my advantage. If I push my pawn, she can play h5. But I felt like my pawn was always too strong. But yeah, I should have played rook f4 first. I just really didn't want her to let her king out. Anyway, none of you would have figured that out, so stop lying to yourselves. Unless somebody watching this is like GM, in which case I don't know why you're watching this. No, joking aside, I'm obviously really happy. I thought I played that game really terribly for about 5 moves. I completely couldn't figure out the complexity of the position. And yeah, I checked with the computer. I was slightly worse, like minus 0.8 after I played b takes c5. I should have played knight takes g5 and bishop f1, like just playing defense. And I actually saw that, but I just thought it looked so ridiculous to put my bishop on f1. But the computer's like, yeah, you're just better. You have 2 bishops. I don't know. It looked absurd. Yeah, I mean, all these games are really intense. And I feel like I don't know if learning a lot is like the right word, but I'm just really happy to play somebody who is sort of the complete anti of my style in chess. And I think it's making me fight a lot, both on the board and psychologically, which is, for me is like invaluable. And even in all of the analysis, it's like a pleasure. I'm having a great time playing against Pia and analyzing. And as you can see, like, we both want to analyze when the games are done, and we only have 10 minutes to go until the next game. So yeah, 3 more to go. I think I've been defending pretty well, and then I think my endgames are actually a bit underrated. Like, even I underrate them. When I have to convert some of these rook endgames, I think I'm actually pretty good at them. It's going to be a match of me playing like 11 Queen's Gambit declines with black, because I don't think Pia's going to play e4. I think she's just going to keep playing d4. Last game, I got very lucky. In the second game, she took the pawn in the center of the board, and I completely didn't see that move, that it was even possible. And then I didn't see her knight retreat with like forking ideas. So I thought like, okay, time to lose this game, which for me is a big thing. I mean, I'm pretty weak mentally. But then I was like, why? Just like play. And honestly, like there have been moments in this match where I don't really like my position, or I'm really struggling to come up with an idea. And then I just think like, Pia just really enjoys chess, so why don't I just really enjoy chess? Why don't I just really like enjoy the puzzle of figuring out this position, win or lose? And yeah, no, I mean, I'm gonna go get some food now, but I will just say that it has been like a pleasure to play this match. I've never played this many games over the board against one opponent, obviously, and I'm very happy that I pitched this idea like 4 months ago to Anna. I'm very happy that she was on board, that Pia was on board, that Anna has like gone above and beyond to organize the commentary, like the space here. Like Svartahasten gave us, you know, a beautiful venue to play in. So if you are in Sweden or will ever visit, you should stop by here. And yeah, it's just super cool. I'm just feeling very happy, and I'm not anywhere near as tired as I thought I would be. But we have 3 more games to go, so that's all. And I'm going to go get some pizza in Stockholm. God help me.
I love the idea, or the fact that he's saying that he's going to get some pizza in Stockholm. I mean, isn't pizza like the most New York thing ever?
It is, and bacon, egg, and cheese on a bagel, on a roll.
I've had that in New York.
Delicious, right?
Yeah. But I will say the pizza culture in Sweden is pretty good too. Do you know what we have here?
I don't. I had some kind of pizza at some restaurant. So what do you guys have?
We have different flavors of pizza. You know, we like to add anything on top of it because the more pizza you can have, the better, right?
Sure. So what do you add? Pineapple?
You know, pineapple. You also sometimes like other fruits.
Really?
Like to add some banana curry and peanuts.
Oof. Yeah. I don't know if I want that on the pizza, but I will say that every night I've gone to a different place for dinner. We've had a lovely sit down, and then it's all been delicious. So that I cannot complain about the cuisine here. But also we got a lot of thoughts from Levy there. It was really cool to hear the half. He seems like he's in a really kind of positive mindset.
He seems to be very positive. He seems very thankful for everything, which is just so nice to see. He just seems calm and happy, and he's enjoying the games. And of course, now it's also going his way. But it's just really nice to see him like that. And also, I thought it was so nice when he was saying that he's seeing how Pia loves chess and how much she enjoys it. And so then why not do that? Maybe that's a better way of seeing chess, just enjoying it. It becomes easier to play. And he's taking that inspiration and he's doing that, and it's going his way. And honestly, like if my mom can inspire Lavi to start thinking that way, like I'll be so happy for Lavi, like in all tournaments, right, in the future. Like I'll be so happy for Lavi, because I think that's also maybe going to help him a little bit with some issues he's had in the past. And I think that could really take him to the next level in chess.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of people have followed his journey, road to the Grandmaster. It's from years past, from this year, and he's capable of some strong results, but he's also had, like all chess players, some bad results. And he's talked a lot about the psychological aspect of the game. And like you said, you know, if he has this more positive approach, you know, just enjoying the game, he blundered this really, you know, that was the first and still only brilliant move of the match, 94 from Pia. He admitted he totally missed that move. For a moment there, he was like, I'm going to lose. I'm getting, you know, destroyed here. But then he played that game brilliantly. You know, 98% accuracy. He held the draw. So it just shows you, for Levy, for a lot of players, that chess, of course, you got to play good moves, but the mental aspect of it is so crucial. So like you said, perhaps this it's a little bit of like a therapy session, this whole match. And if he can kind of take this positive mindset and approach to his future tournaments, I'm sure it'll serve him extremely well.
I absolutely think so. And well, he was started to talk about how happy he was that we could make this match happen. And I just want to say that very quickly as well, that Levy pitched this idea a few months ago, and I'm just so incredibly happy that we've got the whole team that's been helping us all to create this. And big shout out to both Levy and P, of course, for wanting to play, but also big shout out to you for wanting to commentate and be my co-commentator throughout this match. We thought, you know, who's going to be Anna's co-commentator? And then you
Save
became
the
an
day.
immediate name. Yeah.
Well, I really thank you so much. I really appreciate it as well. And having a blast being here. You know, we're doing some commentary, watching these high-level games, very wholesome games as well. So I feel like the whole experience is positive for players, commentators, viewers, sponsors, arbiters, production. So thank you to everyone, and thank you to you as well, Anna.
Thank you. And thank you to everybody watching as well. We're going to be taking now a 20-minute break so that me and Alex also have some quick time to grab some food and get energized before the final hours of today's day, because we're going to be having 3 more rapid games and it's going to be crazy. But a lot of things are going to be decided today. So we're going to take a 20-minute break. Don't go anywhere. Maybe go grab some snack or
grab
something.
your pizza with banana curry and everything else.
They're gonna hate you for saying that. Grab whatever food you want, okay? Thank you so much for being here, and we will see you very soon in 20 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Nuss?
And I was muted because I was
Ah.
during the break. I'm sorry. Okay, let's just redo this whole thing. All right, so hello everybody, and welcome back to the Pia versus Gotham Battle of Generations presented by Surfshark VPN. Yeah, there we go. I am WFM Anna Kramling, and I am joined by the amazing international master Alex Ostrovsky. Alex, how are you doing? And yes, it is back. Okay.
Beautiful audio. Yeah, so we're back. We're back after the break. We just witnessed a decisive game. Very excited to be back. We took a break, had a little snack. The players had a chance to collect their thoughts, collect some lunch. And I'm still have so much action today. 3 more games in a 1-game match. Very excited. And I think we're also going to get a little more perspective into what these players are thinking about.
We are. The players have now been getting some lunch, been getting some rest, because they have 3 more rapid games to go. At this moment in time, Gotham is leading the match 10-8, so he has a 2-point advantage, which in rapid means only a 1-game advantage, as each rapid game gives you, or each rapid win gives you 2 points. This means that if Pia would win this next game, they would equalize on the score, and it would be 10-10. So, Pia has been getting some lunch, but she's also been getting a little bit of a confessional in, and we're going to be able to hear her thoughts right now. Let's listen to Pia's confessional.
Okay, so we played 3 games. I'm a little bit not so happy with the last game, that I couldn't create anything more, and also that I went wrong. I didn't really understand well the rook endgame, the danger there was, and how I should play when he played queen d5. So I was, a little bit not so happy with that, but it's like that. It's very nice to play. It takes a lot of energy, I must say, to play all this game, but it's very nice to play. And I think for rapid 25, we have 15 plus 10. Yeah, it's a good time. We have still 3 more games to go. Just to keep on fighting and to try. So that's what I will do.
Okay, so we get to hear her thoughts, and she's gonna keep on fighting, as she said. And I mean, for me, the most important thing is to see her in good spirits after that last game. And I'll be honest and say that I did have a little quick call with Pia just to see how she was feeling, and she kept telling me, Anna, I should have taken on e5 with the pawn. I should have taken with the knight. I shouldn't have traded the bishop on b2. And I said, Mom, calm down. It's fine. You still got how many games to go?
3 today and 12 tomorrow. 15 games. We're
15
not even
games.
We're like a third through the match. It's so funny to think about, but this is also our 5th day already covering these wonderful players. And it's normal. It's normal to hear, she said, I'm not so happy. And well, she's a chess player, she's a chess professional, she plays to win, but she definitely also plays for enjoyment. We saw that beautiful moment, the players after such a tough game skittling for like what seemed like 10 minutes. It's like, guys, you have a break. You have 3 more games. You're enemies. No. They're trying to figure it out at that end game. Even now, Pia said, hey, I underestimated the danger of that rook end game. So I feel like for her, when she's playing these games, it's like, of course, she's trying to do her best, but she's just enjoying the process so much, trying to learn. And after the game, like, what was the truth? What was the best moves? And it's clear to see how she's able to keep going. She's 61 years old, still active, just played in the Olympiad, just played some leagues, just played a Blitz tournament, now playing a match. You need that sort of passion to keep going in your career.
And I think what you're saying is so nice, because it's true. She's trying to find the truth in every chess position. She's very much just a chess player. She just loves to find what is objectively the best continuation, and she finds that so fascinating. And a lot of times when I come home, and if she's home, I'll see her actually sitting by, like, literally she can sit like by the carpet and just with a little chessboard, and she'll be looking at different positions and she'll try to figure things out. And to me, that is just such a cool thing to see, because I see the passion that she has and how much she loves chess, and that is the thing that keeps her going. That's what she always says. The reason she keeps competing in chess is because how much she truly loves the game chess. She truly loves it. She truly finds it fascinating, and she truly finds finding the best moves in each position fascinating. So they're sitting now by the board, and I'm not really sure what exactly is going on. The arbiter is giving some instructions, and they're getting ready to start their game number 4 of this rapid section of the tournament. Once again, Levy right now having the lead, but Pia being very close to just being able to equalize the match if she gets a win, but she needs a win. So I'm curious to see what she's going to play now with the white pieces.
Well, we actually heard earlier Levy's prediction. Oh, we might have 11 Queen's Gambit declines. We see the arbiter. Okay, they shake hands. We get a move. Everything's happening. We're maybe a little bit behind on our feed, but we're not behind on the board. And Levy's pausing for just a moment. He promised us 11 Queen Gambits declines. Maybe he rethought it during his lunch. What's going on here? Knight of 6.
Knight of 6. I mean, it could definitely transpose to Queen's Gambit decline. He might just go e6 and d5, which is what it looks like now.
What about Pia? Play knight. Nope, Knight of 3.
Knight of 3. Okay. So very similar. She's playing Knight of 3. And for me, the most important thing right now is that I hope that Pia hasn't lost the spark a little bit from that last game. I hope that she's just able to throw it away in the bin and just say, hey, new game, new focus. Not going to think about what happened in the previous one.
Absolutely, right? Out of sight, out of mind. And well, we're still Pia's sticking, to the plan. She's obviously coming into this match. I don't know if it was exactly her strategy, but she is playing the classical Queen's Gambit decline, and Levy is the first one to deviate. We've seen him doing a6 in this position. I think 2 or 3 games. He's had some h6s, but now he plays knight d7, and Pia quickly swaps off the pawn on d5, plays bishop g5. This is all theory, and now Levy has to make a little bit of a choice here. In terms of the development of his bishop, he can play more solidly with bishop e7, or what I expect he will do is copy his approach from an earlier game with bishop b4, looking to be aggressive, and those h6, g5 moves are still going to be on the card. So interesting to see Levy change his approach a little bit for black after the previous games.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that bishop b4 has been very much in Levy's style throughout this match. He wants to play more actively. He wants to play a little bit more aggressively. And as soon as I'm saying that, he's playing the move c6, which makes a lot of sense, just to really defend this pawn. With bishop b4, you were defending it a bit too because the knight is pinned. But now he's ultra defending it. And we see Pia playing queen c2, which is also a very natural move, getting the queen onto this diagonal, getting it off this diagonal in case the bishop ever went to g4, and also preventing the bishop from going to f5 in certain moments. And she's going to play e3, bishop d3. She's preventing the knight from going up to e4 at any point if this was not a pin. So very normal move to play queen c2. And now we see Levy's favorite move, I feel like, h6. Instant bishop h4. I'm surprised that she doesn't go bishop h4, but she played this move very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it is natural to keep the pin, but the advantage of the bishop on f4 is that you do not allow moves like bishop d6. And we saw that in the previous game also, where Levy played h6 and Pia retreated to the f4 square. Again, look at her time, 15:54. She started with 15 minutes, so she is really not doubting herself in the opening whatsoever. And it seems like almost every game, it's Levy who's either kind of hesitating or just kind of deciding on his approaches. I think that Pia's repertoire, it's really worked out, really solid. And Levy's kind of like, it's a little bit of a makeshift repertoire where he knows a lot of ideas, maybe not in great depth, but he kind of has these weapons and he's constantly like, oh, do I do this one or that one? And then he's figuring them out early on.
I love that she's here and she means business, and that is what she's saying with more time than what she started with. So Levy's now making a choice. Probably he's thinking, should I go knight h5 and trade off this bishop? I mean, Pia loves the bishop here. You've heard her talk about that in a lot of games, but no, he decides to go bishop b4 instead, pinning this knight, and now both a3, e3. There's a lot of different ways that Pia can go. Let's see what she decides to do. So very Levy. I feel like we're seeing a lot of the same setups for both players.
Bishop b4 and h6. Yeah, that's the Rozman, gambit, or it's not a gambit, I guess. The Rozman attack. Yeah, the Rozman Queen's Gambit.
Create his own variation that just includes everything that he plays, include an h6 over there as well.
Exactly. That's going to be the final form.
His own variation.
Sub-variations of that.
Sub-variations, yeah. So she's spending a little bit of time considering, should she go a3? Should she go e3? And yeah, I mean, I have no idea. What would you play here?
Yeah, those look like very natural moves, but if e3, then a move that you brought up earlier makes a lot of sense. Now knight h5, Pia's bishop might be short in squares, and I don't know if I want to give it up, right? That looks like a bishop that I'd like to keep. So perhaps we can even see something a little slower like h3. We did see Pia use that move order in a different position. So I wouldn't be surprised to see something like h3, e3, bishop d3. And because Levy has played c6, which is a very fine, solid move, he loses the opportunity to maybe play more aggressively with c5. We actually saw him go c5 and c4. So I don't see anything particularly wrong with playing h3. That would be my instinct, right? And then I don't have to worry about this and bring the pieces out, and then we'll figure out the rest in the middle game.
And that's probably what she's thinking about. So she spent 1.5 minutes here considering how exactly to play. And actually, one thing that she told me during this break was that she said, Anna, I think I'm playing in some positions too fast.
Mm-hmm.
I think that I am not understanding exactly when to think. And in the previous game, I just had a fantastic position and I didn't calculate enough if I should take with the pawn or with the knight. And so I think that this might. Should we make a move?
A3?
Oh,
A3. Yeah.
Right, that I need my glasses.
Yeah.
That's why I need glasses. But so yeah, we're gonna see if she spends a little bit more time this game. I do think that she's happy with her time in general. She hasn't gone into time trouble, but that is the consequence of it. And we have another Levy characteristic move, Queen A5, bringing the queen to the defense of the bishop. And now you cannot take this bishop because the rook is hanging.
Yeah, so he's using this pin. It's funny. We are seeing him repeat these, even though the position is slightly different. He's sticking to these setups. I mean, for me, rook c1 is like very obvious. Unpin, defend. And is Levy going to give up this bishop again? I mean, in the previous position when he was making this trade, then he got this structure where he had this pawn on c4. I guess we're about to find out because Pia played rook c1, of course. And Levy has to, again, it seems it's not like bad, but it seems so bizarre you would play bishop e7 here. You've basically given white some free moves. Okay, these are not like the most earth-shattering decisions, but it feels like he's kind of in for a penny, in for a pound. That's another saying that exists. So yeah, maybe bishop c3, takes, but then, I don't know. I have the bishop pair with white. I'll take it.
I'll take it. Yeah, I hadn't heard that saying before, so I'm learning chess. I'm learning English sayings. But yeah, rook c1, and now you're just defending. Now you're attacking the bishop, so either you take it or you move back. Those are the two options, and he decides to go back. And now it just feels like, okay, what is this whole little situation that's been happening? Can we not just develop and be happy?
Yeah, this looks like a game of someone who's never played the Queen's Gambit Decline in their life, and they're trying their best to do it. No offense.
His friend, not for me, okay?
And the truth is, I will say this: I don't think online games probably he has. I don't think there's been a single game that I've seen Levy play knight bd7 in. So what I said was also true. He's figuring it out, right? One of his this specific move he played early on. This knight bd7 variation. It's quite a reasonable move, but it's got its own, like characteristics. And maybe he wasn't, I don't know, I'm speculating, maybe he wasn't fully prepared against this approach because, like I said, one of the main moves here is bishop to b4. And that seemed Levy's style as well. Not c6 like he played, which was a little passive. Maybe go for c5, maybe go for h6, g5. But instead we get this position, which is a lot more calm. Now we get knight d2 from Pia. So okay, this move looks, I would have preferred e3 first, or maybe h3, as I mentioned, to stop knight h5. Wonder why this knight is going back. Is she looking to harass the queen or push e4? What do you think?
I have no idea what that move is, but yeah, it's a move we weren't expecting. I suppose she just maybe she wanted to prevent the knight from coming to e4.
Maybe, because this also unpins her knight on c3. So perhaps she was worried about that.
Exactly. So maybe she just thought, okay, if e3, then maybe the knight can go to e4, then other knight will come to f6. So he does go knight h5, which is the best move.
Another Levy move.
Another Levy move. And yeah, now the bishop has to move.
This is at least the third time they've had in this match where he goes knight h5 against the bishop on f4. But here the bishop doesn't have a comfortable retreating square.
But it might be her idea. It might be actually to go knight b3 and retreat it to d2 and still keep the bishop.
That's true. Yeah. Oh, let me show you something. There's something that Levy can blunder here that would be very nasty. If he goes queen to d8, now there's knight takes d5, defending my bishop, threatening a fork. And if you take my knight, I trap your queen.
Very beautiful. It's very thematic in the Queen's Gambit to know that trick.
Still save the queen, but not the position.
No, exactly. It would probably be a decisive game. So what is happening? She's thinking now. So maybe she's thinking, should I go bishop g3? Should I go knight b3? But this just at least poses the threat. Oh, is she close to moving the knight? I
think knight b3, this idea, she plays it. Well, the problem is that what are her other options? Bishop g3, it's not terrible, but Levy will happily take. Bishop e3, that just doesn't look very good, blocking this whole thing. So at least she gives herself an option to retreat to d2. And Levy actually, this is a blunder. So he needs to actually get the queen to a better square than d8. The only square is actually queen b6. You could still get attacked by the knight going to a4, but now it's safe to go to d8 since you don't have this tactic.
We could see something like this, though. This could absolutely happen. Because also, I mean, okay, we see what the engine is saying, but like, okay, I just wanted to have some bishop a5, but I just got excited. But I guess you just get some space for the queen, and it's totally fine.
Levy, he has to be careful here. Queen d8, it looks nice and safe. He's reaching for the queen. I'm looking at the camera.
Where will it go?
I think our board is a little bit ahead of our camera feed, right? He goes queen b6. Okay. very tactically alert, right? Does not blunder knight d5.
Exactly. We didn't expect him to do so,
Mhm.
but always gotta.
There was a chance. It was sneaky tactic, I
You
think.
can look at all these
Yeah.
tactics now. There's all these knight takes d5s, but of course it doesn't work. But of course, because the queen just escapes. But you got to be looking a little bit now attentively at what is happening. Even some potential, trapping the queen. There's a lot of tricks here that you have to be tactically aware of.
Here's a real fun one while we're on this topic. Imagine something where I'm gonna play something ridiculous. I'm gonna just like, how do I pass? I want to make a completely. But the point is, I want to make you can take on d5, and then some kind of queen c8, bishop a5 idea where you're suddenly getting stuff done on the back rank. Are we seeing anything like that?
She's playing bishop d2.
Bishop d2, but you also just need to get that bishop to safety.
Exactly. So I'm excited here to see. I mean, let's say that he just castles, right?
Yeah, castling is natural.
We can't.
White pieces are kind of, well, you got to develop the king side, right? So if you play e3, then you block the bishop on d2.
Okay, but you know what I want?
Okay.
Like,
you're trying to. What are we trying to do here? Knight e4.
Knight e4. Just want to go bishop.
I see. Yeah. Yeah, you could go knight. I just don't. I don't take it as the problem. But I see.
Queen is trapped, but I'm just trying to do something, But
yeah. No,
it's not really working here.
It's not unrealistic though. Although, yeah, you need like a nice knight jump, right? But that's why a nice move for Levy here. I was thinking, why is this a suggested move? A5. You just get rid of this bishop a5. That's a really, really excellent move. And you can also play a4. All of a sudden, where are you going to go here? Probably don't want to do that.
Can I just ask, doesn't that pawn become a little bit weak? Like, I'm immediately going to target it with the bishop, with the knight. Let's say I go knight a4 here. I know the queen just retreats. It's defended now, but it just feels like there's potential for it to become weak after something like queen c3 at some point. But
well, where'd he go? Let's find out. He just castled, so he doesn't want to bother with that. And yeah, safe move. Pia quickly goes e3.
And this has become a very special opening. Like, I'm using the term that my mom uses.
Special?
She's saying your food is very special, and that means that my food isn't so good. And now I'm using the same word. But very unique. I feel like this is the one time we're gonna have this exact opening in the whole match.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely, the thing is, Levy's really kind of h6, bishop b4, queen a5. He's playing these positions in a way that I think few other players will have considered. So he's really playing, I think, a major role in the uniqueness of the development, because Pia is also responding like, what is going on here?
Exactly. And this knight d2 move, I mean, it was special, but it makes sense. You wanted to prevent knight e4, so in that sense, it makes a lot of sense. Even though it was a little bit slow, and now maybe also made this bishop a bit passive. But this is a very playable position for both sides.
I'm looking at this in the future, and obviously we see all these pieces for Pia on the queen side. On the king side, though, not too much going on. So I wouldn't be surprised at the right moment, Levy's bishop makes it to d6. Even the queen can make a little switcheroo. You already got the bishop on c8. I don't think you need to ask him twice when it comes to the ideas of coming up with some attack. But also in this position, with his pawn chain facing towards the center / king side, it's just the most natural plan there is. And for Pia, she's going to be looking, maybe to create some threats on the queen side.
It's going to be very much queen side versus king side race. And I'll be honest, I prefer to be on the king side. Wow.
Whoa. That's a race indeed.
There
question mark, but I think we don't mind seeing this move, because it looks like things are going to heat up.
Yeah, we don't mind it at all. And I'm not surprised. I mean, he's immediately saying what you were mentioning, that, hey, Pia, your pieces are on the queen side. What are you going to do about your king? Are you going to let me go f4?
I think he wants to probably go knight f6, knight e4, maybe with the d knight. Although I don't know what the h knight. Yeah, now knight df6 I would play, because you defend the f5 pawn. I mean, you could still take it.
Oh, yeah, because it's hanging.
Yeah, the knight's there. But also, I was going to say there's a lot of tactics where I can even possibly play like knight e4 after. But yeah, knight df6, and now
tactical moment though. Can you do some knight a4?
Deflect me? I don't know. I'd be scared if I was white to grab an f5. Let's say queen d8.
I mean, I'm not saying that.
Queen 7. Yeah, so
I'm just gonna see, but it looks so scary.
Yeah, well, here h5 hangs. Well, h5 also hangs.
H5 hangs.
But yeah, I would. Yeah, interesting. She goes. Yeah, Levy pauses. If I have to go g6 here, I don't know. That's what I want to do. Now it feels like I'm making too many concessions around my king, but maybe it's fine. Maybe g6. If you just castle, now I'll go like here. Maybe this knight can come back. Kind of a strange piece, but yeah, eventually just kind of get the party going this way.
Yeah, party there is. It's a party with a lot of pieces.
Yeah.
So yeah, Pia plays bishop d3 pretty quickly. I guess she just realized she has to move out her bishop, but This is a very interesting play here. And we thought that he was going to play with the pieces before he played with the pawns, but he plays g6, defending this pawn and going exactly for what you were saying. But now all of these pawns are quite weak. And can she take advantage of that in any way? This square as well is actually now a weakness. And now that we push this f pawn, of course, the knight can move and the bishop can defend here, but something to look out for. And always also something to look out for if there's any bishop a5.
That's right. That was the idea. You were really hoping to make work to grab the queen. Yeah, no, it's not that, you know, if you can just remove the knight, bishop a5, there you go. It wins.
Trapped.
Exactly. But we don't see a great knight jump for white here to make that work. The other thing is, even though Levy's kind of being a little fast and loose with his king side, we mentioned that white's pieces are very far away, right? Other than the bishop queen battery, looking at Levy's king, the knights are not there at all. So yeah, I mean, if Pia I don't think Levy minds this at all. And it looks very reasonable because he does have easy moves. Bishop d6, knight f6, try to get a knight to e4, maybe g4. And just again, hopefully like something will happen, right? You point the pieces and tactical opportunities start appearing. So yeah, Levy's should not have been surprised to see him come up with that 5 because he's looking for these aggressive moves.
We've seen Levy doing this throughout the match. He will sometimes maybe not make what the engine thinks is the best move, but he will come up with these ideas that he understands and that allow him to have the kind of play where he thrives in. And it's actually been working quite well against Pia, I think, so far, because we saw that happening in the last game where he played this kind of weird c takes or b takes c5, allowing Pia to double up the pawns in front of his king. But he won the game, and actually she got a little bit confused, traded the wrong pieces, and you know, yeah, so I don't think it's a bad strategy from Levy at all, and it makes Pia have to now think, okay, how do I deal with this? This is not what I was expecting. And
I have there's a question on the chat that I was actually also thinking about. Someone says, you know, you got this battery, can you go g4? But that move, it makes sense because you're trying to blast this open, but at the same time, what about, oops, I didn't mean to take, but that might be fine too. I was going to say, what about this king, right? This is a move that I'm sure Pia sees, but as you mentioned, this is not really something in her style. She doesn't really want to get these really kind of crazy positions. I guess for Levy, I mean, my first instinct would be just knight g7, and apparently this is not the best, but still, both kings are starting to be a little bit open. But incredibly, the best move according to the engine is to take, just allow this, and now you go knight g7, and the point is that, well, if there was the queen in front of the bishop, you would checkmate me.
Yeah.
The bishop in front of the queen, you don't really have it. And in the meantime, I've opened this up, and who knows, you know, what's going on. Bishop h4, bring the knight. And
this is crazy.
Yeah.
Also, can I just ask?
Yeah, of course.
This looks, I mean, I'm looking right now at the engine is saying, but like, I'm trying to make an in-between at some point 94 work as well with all of these.
But now you don't have your bishop on d3 anymore. So yeah.
Okay, that's the difference.
Not trapping me as much as you did before. So Pia's, I mean, she's thinking really hard here. So she probably is looking at g4. That is a move that's going to throw a lot of caution to the winds. Not a bad move at all, but you really kind of changed the pace of the game. What else could she do? I mean, the knight on b3 is kind of awkward. If you can play knight a4, knight c5. One thing that I would want to do if I'm white, but my knight is so far, is I wish I could play f4 and knight e5. But my knight is you know, that's why it usually is here, right? Yeah. To help out with some of these ideas.
Exactly. If you could play f4, that would be very nice. I think that she's now trying to do what she said she was going to do, and she's trying to use her time, and she's playing h3 to set up g4. And she wants to, if takes, she wants to just be able to open up for the rooks. I think this move is very sensible. It's waiting a little bit, see what Levy does, and it's preparing g4 immediately. Yeah.
At the same time, though, if she does castle, then this h3 move, I mean, it's not a bad move, but maybe it'll give Levy a little bit of a target.
Yeah, the more pawns you have that have moved in front of your king, the more pieces that can sacrifice against that. And now it's going to get crazy because she's probably analyzing
He's gonna take it.
g4. He's going to take it, but bishop takes g6.
Yeah, and then he'll, I don't know.
This game
Crazy.
Is insane. What is going to happen?
I don't think she's going to be very comfortable with castling here, even though it's the most natural move, because it seems like Black's really getting a lot of pieces towards the attack. So if castles, I like bishop d6. Maybe after that I can play bishop b8 and, you know, just do a very caveman-like approach with the battery. There we go.
Two arrows. There we go.
We're too excited.
We're too excited. Okay.
G4 is a move that it's on the board.
I just got really excited.
Yeah. No, I'm happy. This is going to be a really fun game now, but both sides have tremendous chances because things are getting so sharp.
Look at this. G4 is on the board. Insane. Wow. The action is here.
Knight
moves,
G7, yeah. So
This-
keeping it solid. The engine says you can actually take, but understandably why you don't want to, because it feels like you're opening everything up. So Knight G7. Now, if you take with the G pawn, I'll take with my bishop. My knight defends, and again, the problem is for white. What's going to happen with this king? There is risk in playing G4. You're attacking me, but your own king is in the center.
And Levy played that move very fast, which I think was very smart by him because
He's up on time.
He's up on time, and Pia needs to now know how to continue this attack. So I think 92 now is a very nice idea because it's also I just keep
yeah. I forgot about it. I would have blundered it. Yeah.
if you're not thinking about it, if you get too excited, then whoops, the queen is hanging.
She's
Does she go
moved.
for it?
Yes, she does.
Go for the queen, Pia. Bishop a5 is a huge threat. Like, there's a world. There's a world where you get too excited about this situation and you lose the queen. I don't think Levy's gonna do it, but I think that many people in this chat, including me maybe, could have done that mistake. So knight f4, look at this beautiful knight. Look at this square that it's going to. I love where this knight is going to.
But I like Levy's move because he's also ready to play queen e8 in case of knight f4. And he's been very vigilant not blundering these tactics because earlier in the game, we saw there's knight d5 idea, but he carefully put the queen on b6 where d8 was a mistake. And now he realizes it's time to move it back to d8. So yeah, he sees the threat. Pia, knight f4 is excellent. But again, the question is going to remain, what's happening to that king on e1? Because once Levy mobilizes, again, queen e8, bishop d6, maybe he takes on g4, maybe plays knight e4. That's when, this is the thing with making moves like g4. In the meantime, they don't seem too worrisome. I'm attacking, but 5 moves later, 10 moves later, you might start to regret them because you've made some weaknesses.
Exactly. So it's a very double-edged move. It can either work really well or it can work really badly. But we love seeing the players fighting and the players just being brave. And that's what we're seeing here. Pia is being brave. Levy's being brave too. And he played this really nice move. So I want to see the knight to f4.
G1. That move looks very natural. I see the engine doesn't like it, but my first instinct was like, okay, that makes sense. Why is it so bad? Apparently, well, one of the reasons is a move that's not so easy to consider. F takes G4.
Yeah.
And I think the point is that maybe I can just take on H3 next after you go bishop takes G6.
Can I ask, what if we just take back? Is that
I think I just keep taking it. Like knight G4, now F2's hanging. You don't really assume that your opponent can make those moves because you open everything up, but let's see if Levy plays it. Of course, we see it's the top move, but it's not the most natural thing to do. I mean, knight E4 is more natural to me. That's what he plays because you feel like you shut down this diagonal. At the same time, if I'm white, it feels like I'm getting something done with this open file, but does Levy have some crazy ideas, like starting with knight f2 and shades of a game 4 from classical where he also had some kind of bishop f2 ideas. But I like this move. Look how powerful that knight is there. Taking that pawn on g4, the engine liked it, but from a human perspective, why am I opening everything up for my opponent's pieces?
Yeah, this is turning around very quickly. But it's hard because these moves look natural. We're only being able to see with the engine that they're maybe not the best in this current position. But yeah, what is she gonna do? Because
knight f4, knight f4 looks good.
G5.
Yeah, I was planning to go knight g6. Hopefully, I don't lose my knight. But yeah, I was trying. Yeah, so yeah, it's a fork. So I'm gonna take your bishop on e7, and I think I'm happy about that. I mean, the evaluation here, of course, is interesting, but I don't think it tells the whole story because the position is very complex. For example, the best move on knight f4 we see is bishop h4, just ignoring the threat to g6, making your own threat on f2. But I have to admit that this type of position, I think this is one of the first positions we've had in the match, which is truly kind of sharp and tactical. And that's definitely, I've said that earlier, that's what Levy needs to get. That's his strength.
Oh, she goes.
So he goes knight g3. She's challenging the knight.
Yeah.
Gets another question mark.
I see why she's doing it. She's just trying to trade and keep everything protected, right?
I like bishop h4 here to just put more pressure on f2. And then if you take an e4, I go fe. And then that pawn on f2 is really loose.
Bishop h4 does look very strong. So this is going a little bit wrong for Pia. And sometimes it's like that. You're very impatient from the last game. You lose the game. And then you just want to go for like g4. And she's going for all these ideas. But actually right now she's a little bit stepping into Levy's territory as well. And he's probably very happy about this.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So this is how it can go sometimes. You lose one game and then you just tilt a little bit and you just want to go fast and have something else. But yeah. Now, I also think that Pia, she feels like she's played too safely in this match a little bit.
Perhaps, yeah, because she's playing, this is like a different style. This G4,
yeah.
She didn't have to do it. It wasn't a bad move, but she really set the board a bit on fire. She could have played more solidly with castles, but perhaps, yeah, she was thinking, I'm down. I have white. I need a chance to strike.
Exactly. So I think that's the reason for her going for this. And yeah, let's see what Levy ends up doing. They're getting into low time quite quickly. 5 minutes versus 6:35.
But they've played like 20 moves. It doesn't feel like they've made 20, right?
No.
But I feel like it's because a lot of these moves are like queen a5, queen b6, queen
Exactly.
d8, knight f3, knight d2, knight b3, right? So it's the same pieces are moving. Because I look at this picture, I'm like, oh, it's move 13.
Yeah,
Yeah.
13 is actually a perfect spot. I was going to say move 11, but it wasn't move 11. It was move 13. It felt like, you know, but it's move 20. So let's see what he
By the way, sorry,
doing.
one more point. I just realized the bishop made 3 moves. So there's like so many pieces that have just moved, like the Levy's knight, right? Of made 3. So it's just like the same pieces are having all the fun.
Exactly. And I do worry a little bit for Pia here. It's I'm worried that if she loses 2 games in a row, that it's going to really affect her mentally. With 2 more games to be played today, you know, she doesn't have time to take a break and do something else. And Levy finds this beautiful move, bishop h4, which makes a lot of sense because it's putting a lot of pressure on her. And now she needs to make a decision.
Yeah, that was a strong move. And yeah, it's tough for white to play this, I think, because now, like I said earlier, this move g4 looks fine, but then the king, what are you going to do with it? It's stuck in the center. You have some awkward pieces here. The bishop on d2 is blocked in by the pawns. Yeah, Levy's played this, I think, his f5 move was very aggressive, but it paid off extremely well because he's been able to really mobilize his pieces in a tremendous fashion. And it looks like Pia's entire plan is, okay, I played rook g1. I'm putting pressure on this diagonal. Let me open things up. But it's not in her favor. Like a move like taking on f5 here. Okay, apparently there's already some insane. I didn't consider this, but knight f2 takes knight f5, and all of a sudden there's all sorts of fun stuff. Well, fun for black against this king. You're kind of playing into your opponent's hands, trying to open the position against their king. No, you're opening against your own king. So that's why she's thinking hard here, because it's really difficult to make a move.
It is, and yeah, there's so many threats. G3, F2, many things are hanging here. I mean, I'm worried that she's just going to end up just taking here. I don't know if I should be worried about this.
Yeah, F takes. I open up my rook. Rook F3 is coming. And
rook F3 is coming.
Yeah. I guess here there's maybe knight D2 specifically. So, okay, I'll just have to retreat. But I'm this structure, I would dominate the center. I have the bishop pair. This is like full on defense for white now.
Yeah, it's full on defense, just survive. So she goes bishop b4, which actually is one of the best moves according to the engine.
I think you just cover f2.
You cover f2.
Yeah, with the queen.
Threaten and get a tempo, threaten the rook.
Yeah, rook f7 looks good.
Yeah, rook f7 looks good, keeping the rook on that file. And then how does she continue? Can she play knight c5? I'm trying to
the thing is, well, I'll just keep the problem is it's hard to get, you can take it, but I'm always just ready to take back with the pawn. I think, yeah, it's going to be really hard. I was going to say, if I'm white, I would be looking for a good moment to take an f5 because it feels like I got the rook on g1. It's x-raying the king. But it's also just helping, you know, the rook on f8, the knight on g7, the bishop on c8. They're all going to be able to jump into the game then. Levy's taking some time, though. I mean, his rook's hanging. He'll just, rook f7 is the most natural. That's what I thought as well. Yeah, I mean, the best move here is so funny, but it makes a lot of, like, it's funny. I would never think of this move, but then you look at it and you can explain it. King d1, just get it out of there. Get it. Maybe king d1, queen e2, king c2, king b1. I finally castled.
She takes on f5, which is what you were saying.
Very natural.
Now the best move for Levy is actually to take on f2. Knight takes f2, which, I mean, maybe, but I don't think he's gonna play.
I don't think so either, because now you can take, if white had to take with the king, then you consider it extremely, kind of thoroughly. It feels like, oh, she's taking with the queen, right? So what is going on there?
And she played this to be able to take with the queen. That's why she did this. So knight takes f2 here is completely crazy. Like, if Levy finds this move, I'm gonna just say Levy's a tactical genius, and Pia, like, crazy stuff.
Yeah, knight f2 to be, so we can put on the board, why is it so strong? Well, actually, I'm not sure either. Knight f2, queen f2, and now you just simply recapture on f5 with apparently the bishop. Like, I was thinking maybe the knight, but the bishop. Yeah, so that you can keep that option and combine with a pin with the bishop on h4 and the rook on f7. And, there's moves like knight f5 or queen g5 and rook e8 and rook f8. What did Levy do? Yeah, he just took back. Yeah, it gets labeled a miss, but you got to really, knight f2 was really difficult. And yeah, again, for Pia, I'm sure she's happy. It's like, oh, my rook on g1 is open now. Levy takes back with the pawn. He just wants to make sure his knight on e4 is nice and powerful. And next up, maybe he'll move his king like to h8 or something out of the way. I would consider playing a5 if I'm black, just to harass those pieces. And the white king is still shaky, but so is the black one.
Now an idea could be to go king to bishop e1 and defend, but this is crazy.
That is tough to play.
That is crazy. Or
Tough,
king
tough,
d1
tough to
bishop
play.
here is what I'm looking at as well. But she needs a retreat square for the bishop, right? So
Yeah.
if she's seeing this move a5, then you might consider, okay, can we bring the bishop all the way back? Because where's the bishop going to go otherwise?
That would be a brilliant move here from Pia to play king d1, for example, and then bishop e1, as you mentioned. You're just fully cocooning, but you need to do this to survive. But if the king gets to safety, let's say if we teleport the king from e1 to a1, then I like white, because now the black king is weaker than white.
Exactly. It's just the king that is the only problem here. And maybe the time is taking 2:45 for Pia. I'm starting to feel the pressure again.
Yeah, this is a survival battle for now, but she goes knight d2 again. Yeah, I mean, just to reiterate, a move king d1 is so difficult.
Yeah.
Obviously, with the engine, you can find a lot of different things. Without it, yeah.
She's trying to go to f3, and then she's trying to go to g4.
Yep.
And if she gets this knight to e5, hold up. This knight is really strong.
Just even getting rid of the bishop on h4 alleviates a lot of pressure.
Exactly. So just this bishop. And if we have any takes over here, well, all of a sudden, now the king is a little bit more safe, right? So
I like that move. That knight on b3 is terrible. So it's time to bring it back home,
anything.
you know?
Yeah. So
You're right. Knight f3 is going to be really bolster that king side quite a bit.
maybe now Levy, though, he will say, the knight in the previous game went to g5. Let me think about the same thing.
Yeah. That's also a hard move, I think, because while, okay, it makes sense. Oh, wait, stop knight f3. You don't want to move the knight from b4.
No,
I doubt he's even looking at knight moves.
This pawn is also hanging.
Yeah, it could be hanging, but
At some point. Maybe.
Yeah.
Not yet, of course, but
yeah, but it's just like the knight's on e4 is brilliant. I would play a5. It just feels like a good move, just to hit that bishop. Although I don't know what my next move after would be. So I'd be like a5 and then I'll think about it. But you go bishop c3 immediately.
I guess you have to.
Yeah, that's just a move where it looks useful, but now he's going to think again because he's not sure what the next move actually is. It's more like a5 is like, okay, that looks good. Okay, now I have to move again.
Yeah. And some people are saying, oh, the accuracy is dropping so much here for the players. But the thing is that in a tactical game
knight g5,
that happens, and he finds this beautiful move, knight g5, very quickly as well. He doesn't spend a lot of time thinking.
Yeah.
And this is tough now because the pawn on h3 is hanging as well.
I don't know if I won that pawn, but maybe I could.
No, but
yeah, and then f4, and then my bishop on c8 defends it. But knight g5, that was that was
a beautiful move.
I think it was a really high level move from Levy because I think it's hard to move that knight from e4. But yeah, knight f3 was annoying as well. And yeah, like by the way, as you said quickly, the accuracy score, it's really like obviously the players have had some really high level games, 98%, 99%, 95%. A lot of those games are also very technical, right? So when the position is not chaotic like this, where there's so many difficult lines and it's so hard to play the best moves, the accuracy is just going to be a bit lower. Doesn't mean they're not playing a good game. I think so far for Levy, he's played a very strong game.
Yeah, and PS just gone wrong with this whole plan with g4. She wanted to make something active work. She wanted to have a lot of play, and was very brave, but unfortunately, it just hasn't gone her way. Now, the engine wants to go f4. Why? Because if you take on h3, I think. Well, I wanted to just go rook
rook g2 looks like the only move, but
oh, this is so
hard.
hard,
Queen e7, attack c3, and attack s4. Okay, but this is
crazy. This is crazy.
Yeah.
No, it's not gonna happen. If this happens, I'll be so shocked.
You know what move here is kind of funny, but makes sense.
Yeah.
Knight h1, and you just defend f2 and you open the rook. No, but this, to be honest, for white, it's a nightmare to play because where do you move? It's so hard to come up with logical human moves. Like
maybe she'll go bishop f1.
King e2, I was thinking, and like I just want to run this king. She goes bishop f1.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Your move, yeah. That's not a move that I'd be excited to play, but I suppose she thought I just got to cover this pawn.
But f4 now.
F4 makes so much sense. Opening this bishop, opening up the rook. Queen e7 maybe.
Really bad. It's looking really bad for Pia. It's looking really bad. I think it's gonna play f4 without. Yeah.
Excellent move.
Excellent
just
move.
opening the position. Now you can just recapture on f4.
She has to run with this king. But now the f4 is hanging.
But the problem is now even running is quite difficult because your own pieces stonewall you in, but also for Levy, he's opening things up, so he'll have ideas like bishop f5 in the future.
Yeah.
The material is equal, but the white king in e1 is it's going to be a cause of so many tactical issues, and Pia is now going to 1 minute, but the time is honestly less of an issue here than the position, even though it's also it just shows how dire things are getting.
Yeah. Can we checkmate?
Might as well. Might as well go queen g6, but then I can even play rook f6, right?
Levy's playing this so well, and he's so good at tactical positions, and yeah.
Yeah, this, although Levy's, he's had 2 victories so far in this match, I think this game is the first game where he's really was able to show his strengths.
Yeah.
Obviously, he still needs to finish the job. But so far, I think like he's really put on display how strong he can play in a position with initiative and with attacking chances. And it just like, yeah, the fact that Pia is spending all this time here is it's so hard to make moves. So, but she does it. Queen d3, just, you know what? Maybe now we have a dream. One day we can try to run away and see if we can counterattack on the king side.
We gotta live with dreams. So she makes this move with 20 seconds on the clock, but now I'm not even panicking about the time because of the fact that the position is what she needs to get out of. So queen e7 check.
Great move
Great
again.
move. She has to run.
King d1, there's rook f2.
Oh, yeah.
So he'll grab a pawn. But I feel like if I'm white, you can have 1, maybe even 2 pawns, as long as I get my king to safety, because getting checkmated is a much bigger problem. And also, if queen e2, my plan is going to be queen f7, just getting more pressure on f2. And in the future, my rook is going to come to e8. This is, queen e3. I would just move the queen out of the way with queen f7. Apparently, there's other fantastic moves here, but queen f7 looks very strong to me.
Yeah, queen f7 looks very strong. I suppose that she just didn't want, after the king runs away, for maybe the rook to...
Well, she wants to trade queens, right?
She wants to trade
to not
queens,
get
of
mated.
course, yeah.
But
actually here you can even
trades,
trade.
and then there's this
There's
brilliant
rook
move.
f3.
Wow, he plays... What I mean...
He's playing an insanely good game.
Yeah.
Wow.
Second brilliant move of the match.
Beautiful game by Levy.
Yeah.
There's just literally nothing to
He
say.
saw it so quickly as well. So now the only thing you can do is take, and after takes, you drop the rook, you drop the knight. This wins material by force. Excellently
This has
spotted.
been an excellent game by Levy. She might even resign here.
Yeah, I mean, she'll take the rook, I suppose, because otherwise you're down a piece. And then, she makes the
She
move
does the move.
with 3 seconds. King f2. He sacrifices the rook. Yes, I forgot about that. He indeed does.
The knight? No.
You can try, but knight h3. I have knight h3 coming.
3, 2, 1.
I think she lost some time.
She lost some time, but she's also just losing in this position. Yeah. So there's not really much to do. But that was just a beautiful game by Levy. Like, there's not even anything to say. Like, it was just greatly played.
Absolutely. I mean, Pia, as we said, she went for this really aggressive approach with g4. Yeah. It wasn't an objectively bad move, but getting into this firefight with Levy, it just showed how dangerous he can be in these positions, especially in this rapid format. I mean, yeah. I mean, it was great. He played great move after great move once he got the advantage, and Pia never had a shot to get back in the game at that point.
No, this was just a great game played by Levy. And yeah, I think for Pia now, the biggest issue is losing 2 games in a row after the match being so close is very difficult mentally, because if you don't get back, it's as easy to lose 2 games as 4 games in a row, just because you get so, you just lose so much confidence when losing. So yeah, I mean, this was just an idea that didn't go well for Pia. And unfortunately, that means that she loses this game. But honestly, just big props to Levy.
And we'll be listening in, or
it will be double H. This is what happened. It will be.
Yeah.
So
I didn't see g4 from a distance. I was just gonna play f5, g6, and I was like, oh my gosh, you can play g4.
No, of course, h3 is too slow. Of course, it's very important to be. Yeah, okay, 10 minutes. So I could change my
Yeah. And now it is like...
Okay, so the players are leaving the board. Or, yeah. There we go.
They do get a small break. And Pia will have black in the next pieces in the next round. So she will, they're both jadubing their waters and jackets.
They are. And yeah, I mean, this is now a fantastic moment for Levy in the whole match. If he can get another win now, and for sure win the classical portion, the rapid portion of this match, coming in with an advantage for the blitz. This is getting very decided now in these last few rounds, but we never know what's going to happen tomorrow in the blitz either, of course.
And even today in the rapid, right? You got to play the games. Of course, as we said, 2 wins in a row for Levy. He's on a roll. He's finding his mojo, as they say. But let's see how to play. Like you mentioned, for Pia, it's good. It's going to be very important to make sure you lost one, you lost another. Obviously, it's a difficult situation in the match, but you have to find the strength and energy to keep fighting. And looking forward to score some points. We're talking now, okay, like things are great for Levy. One win for Pia, and suddenly it's a whole new ball game, right?
If Pia gets one win now, of course, it's going to switch. The momentum will be on Pia's side. We see Levy now on 12 points versus Pia's 8. And yeah, I'm sad for Pia because I also know that for her, she really wanted to do well in the rapid. That was the one portion that she was a bit worried about because she thought, okay, I know that I'm probably going to do okay, at least in the classical. And, it ended up becoming a tie. But for her, the rapid was important because I think that she's a bit worried about the blitz. So she wants to do well in the rapid. And now already we see that she can never win the rapid portion. So she would have to now win the final 2 games to equalize. But that's still going to bring her into a tie in the rapid section. And of course, that would still be amazing now. But yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. So I do feel for Pia right now. And I also think that probably she's feeling quite tired, losing 2 games in a row. It's been a long chess day. So I just hope that she can find that strength within and come back and make one of the greatest comebacks ever. And yeah.
I wouldn't rule it out. And obviously, even for the blitz portion, a lot of these rapid time control games, more than any other format, it also really kind of depends on the day. Like you've played, it's not the same, of course, but you've played a lot of online, blitz chess and stuff like that. And some days you're just on and you're playing great, and some days it's just like you can't.
Yeah.
Everything's hanging, you're blundering.
Exactly.
And I have, me and every other chess player, we have the same situation. So there's, I think today they started both playing with really high level chess. Levy was able to win that rook game. He broke through. Sometimes it's all you need. You gain that confidence, you gain that momentum. It works both ways. Obviously, we still want to see the 2 games today, see how they go. But even for the blitz, it's like you come in, Levy gets, the bad night's sleep. They play that club music again. Maybe I'll, sprinkle something in his dinner, who knows? And then, not that I'm not going to do that, just joking. But anyway, whatever, he comes in and then boom, you can be a great, a good blitz player, but that day and things happen. But yeah, so far, this game, great game for Levy. They're on a break. Pia will have the black. I think for her next game, I think it'll be good. Just how Levy lost game 1 in this match. Game 2, he got that easy draw, let's say, and he kind of, wasn't feeling so down. I think for her, the next game, if she could at least draw it, kind of stabilize, then she'll get the white piece in the last game. And then let's imagine she wins that one. You kind of end the day happy. You got the win. And then you can go into tomorrow, with a very close match.
Yeah. So that is what at least I am hoping to see. We will see what happens. They're taking a little break right now, and they will be back very, very soon. Okay, yeah, there we go. We're taking a little break right now, but they'll be back very soon. And I'm just in shock how good Levy played this game. This was a beautiful game by Levy. Honestly, it was just tactically so good, and the fact that he just found all these ideas instantly just shows how well he can see these concepts and these tactical moves in just a split second.
Absolutely, yeah, and from start to finish, we had it was kind of the Levy opening, his Levy's Queen's Gambit. Yeah, she sort of Pia played his game. I think Pia kind of a lot of this match, it's been very grindy. We've had a lot of end games, we had a lot of sort of positional maneuvering games. This game was a tactical slugfest, and I'm sure obviously Pia is no slouch whatsoever in that type of chess, but when in a rapid format and in a tactical arena, that is for sure Levy's strengths. So it was cool to see in display, to be honest. We'll see if now Pia will adjust. She'll be like, okay, that I'm not playing G4 anymore. And I think I saw at one point in the chat, someone wrote, rare we see a Pia game without her castling.
She always tells me, Anna, you have to castle. Anna, you always like to have your pieces to lose. But I think the reason she played this was actually because she felt like she had to be a lot more active than what she had been before. And I think it just came as look what happens when I just don't play actively. I lose certain moments where I can try to push for the win. Let me do that this game. But it just kind of backfired. But I think it was very psychological from the previous game. And that is why I'm saying that sometimes games can be like dominoes, because now she might say, okay, I should just play very safe. I can't do anything like this. But maybe the next game will require her to do something like this. And so it's very difficult when you just go for this mindset to just always know exactly what style to play.
Yeah, it's a lot of mind games, right? Because she's going to come back, a lot of times, okay, you lose 1 game, 2 games, Who am I playing next? Oh, it's the same guy. It's GothamChess. It's levy.rozman across the board.
It's not a different, easier player. It's
But
levy.rozman.
It's not just easier or harder. It's also like your psychological adjustment, right? It's sometimes you have to really, it changes a lot from game to game based on who you're playing. Now it's like they're both kind of building more of a profile in each other. So perhaps Pia got some insight from this game. Levy maybe got some insight from this game and last game. I mean, now this is what they're losing track myself. This is their 9th game coming up. So we're actually not at the halfway point yet, but we're working on it.
Working on it. We're almost
working on
there.
it. And it must be so strange playing just the same person so many times in a row.
Yeah. 2 more games to go today. So yeah, I'm really hoping that Pia is able to mentally just do a switch. I kind of wish that I could call her and give her a hug, but I can't. Am I a very biased commentator if I do that? I guess I am, but I really just want to call her and give her a big hug. But this is part of chess and this is part of competing, and 6 games in a day can either go really well or really badly, right? And it's the same tomorrow. So no matter what happens today, the match is not over.
Yeah, and it's not over. We said it already. It's we're still waiting for the next 2 games. The players are doing their enjoying their earned break between the games. They get a short break to have their maybe grab a snack, grab their tea, just relax, and they'll be back in action. Previous rounds, we were able to get some commentary, not commentary, excuse me, some confessionals from Levy and Pia. So we'll see if anything comes through. But I feel like at this point, especially since it's late in the day, they probably want to conserve their energy, make sure they leave it all on the board, and not even waste any breath on us.
I don't think that they want to be thinking about confessionals. Maybe Levy does, because
he's
getting the energy.
Yeah.
But no, he had a snack. He's back by the board. He's looking confident. And I just want to throw some confidence at P. I really hope that she's able to come back now, and she's obviously going to be a bit upset, but I hope she's just able to reset. And hopefully that's also something that one learns with experience, that it's so important to reset mentally after a couple of tough losses. So there she goes. I feel like she's now thinking about what she's going to play, and the game is going to start at any point. The arbiter is ready, and they shake hands and start the clock, smiling.
Game 5.
Smile, though. I think she's thinking, you know what? This is such a cool match.
We have a new opening. Well, not new, but different opening from the Englishes that Levy was playing. Let's see.
All right.
F6. We saw London in game 1. Now we could still see it. He can play bishop f4. I don't even think Levy. He didn't go there. Yeah, he went bishop. I was gonna say I don't even think he knows which opening he wants to play necessarily. But we are getting a London.
I was shocked there.
Bishop d2. Yeah, the Gotham. Yeah, I don't know.
It literally keeps baiting me. But yeah, we got c5. Let's see what he ends up doing. This was actually the only opening, or the opening he played in the game that he lost against Pia.
I was thinking that actually, yeah. So now he has to play knight bd2. He does. There's a line here that, okay, knight h5. Okay, this is not, I was going to say there's a line here that's the main line, or one of the main lines. I don't see Pia playing this. It's the move queen to b6. And this can get pretty chaotic. After takes queen b2, rook b1, you can play like queen c3, bishop to b5. I was like, I don't think we're going to see this on the board.
No, I think Pia just wants to play stuff she really knows, and she just wants to not think about this g4.
This move with knight h5 here, it's going to give Levy some pause. It's not a common move, but if he was paying attention, which he definitely wasn't because he was busy playing his own games, in the Labor Day Marshall Chess Club New York Invitational where he played, I was playing a couple boards away from him, and I actually played this move against Grandmaster Andrew Tang, Penguin GM. So I played knight h5 in that game. I don't think Levy saw it because, he was playing, which is understandable. But that's why he's paused, because this move is quite rare, and that's what I prepared for my game.
Did you win that game?
No, but I did prepare. Well, I'm trying to be honest here. But it was, it was, I had actually a rook end game. It was down a pawn. It was holdable. Okay. It was drawn. It was possible to draw, but I wasn't up to the task, and I lost. So rook end games can be quite tough. Bless you. Okay. No worries.
Let's see, we did a little castles here. First you sneeze, and I sneeze.
That's right. But I'm not surprised to see Levy thinking, because this approach with knight h5, it's quite infrequent, but it's actually a little bit of a gambit. The way that my game went, for example, my opponent, he took on c5. I took an f4. He took back, and I think I played g6. So black gets the 2 bishops. White actually has some extra pawns, and Levy plays bishop e5, which is another move. The point is that you're trying to induce them to play f6. And now, yeah, I actually did study something like this where you can play c4, but Levy's just going to probably retreat his bishop to g3, and he's going to make the argument, oh, I induced f6 on the board. That could maybe be a weakness of Black's king. But in general, he's definitely out of book once knight h5 was on the board.
I have actually faced this position in
Really?
some blitz
Oh.
tournament against the kid that just knew all theory and he just played c4, and I was like, are you kidding me? There's no way. But yeah, this is actually a brilliant move if chess.com allows that.
Yeah.
Because
the point is if fe, yeah, we can put this on the board. Yeah, you can take, and then if queen takes, there's like bishop c4, the knight is loose on h5 in some positions. So
crazy.
yeah.
But he goes back.
Yeah, he didn't know c4.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you if you thought he knew about it.
No. Well, that's why he was spending at that time in bishop e5.
Yeah.
So he just goes back, and yeah, this is Black is quite happy. I mean, super early, so relatively happy because the London, right? That's all about that bishop and f4. Not all about, but that's the London bishop. It's gone. It's going to get traded off at the right moment. But Levy's also played a lot of positions, not exactly like this, but similar to this. And the London, I think, is a great weapon for blitz and rapid because, you know, same moves. You bang him out quickly and try to gain a lead on the clock with a relatively straightforward position.
Yeah, and hopefully these moves by Pia have made him a little bit have to tank the clock a little bit more than what he would otherwise, because he hasn't really been super familiar with this. Maybe let's see now what Pia does. Will she take on d4? Will she maybe take the bishop on g3? I mean, she can take the bishop on g3 at any point, maybe, so she doesn't have to do it now. So let's see what she ends up doing. And also an idea here is that the knight on h5 is kind of stopping this pawn from going to h3 because then you take it. But she ends up taking immediately, and now what does she want to do? Now she takes her. So she kind of just does the other move order, then takes.
Yeah. No, it's very normal. But for Levy also, he's happy to see this because now, okay, he's lost that bishop, but rook in h1 is wide open. So he'll be able to hopefully, for himself, he'll be able to use some dynamic possibilities. I don't know why he's thinking here. You just take with the pawn. But because if you take with the knight, I guess okay, wait, I see. Maybe he wants to have some kind of queen h5 check ideas, but I don't think he's got it. After knight d4, e5, I'm just dominating the center. Yeah, so he realizes that's not really useful. And now g6. Okay, so now, okay, wait a minute. She wants to play bishop g7, but after bishop d3, if you go bishop g7, I go rook takes h7. So you have to be careful.
Oh, wow. I hope she doesn't fall for that. But I don't think she will.
We're going to fight. What? Sorry. Now she's trying to play too fast. And yeah, rook h7. That's 2 pawns. Yeah.
This is full tilt. Full tilt right now for P, I think.
She saw bishop g6, but the flip move order is a problem. And Levy's not going to miss it.
Oh, now she played it too quickly. Oh, she's going to be so tilted after this. She's going to be so tilted.
That's definitely tilt, you know, after that loss. Because yeah, I mean, that's a move that, you know.
She just didn't have any chance in this game after that. Oh,
I mean, the one thing for him he's considering is his bishop get trapped. So to point out, we sacrifice the rook, and after takes, you're getting the rook back with interest. So the only question that I would have is like, is there some world where like the bishop gets trapped, but it's hard to imagine. It's got some squares to come out. So yeah, I think Levy sees it. He's just like a little bit, you know, whoa, what's going on?
Yeah.
And he's double checking, triple checking, and quadruple checking, I guess. But he sees the move. I'm certain of that.
Oh, I want to give. Can I go to the chess place and just give?
There's no spectators, isn't there? You were the one who made the rules.
Be a spectator. Oh. Yeah, this is tough. He's gonna go for it. He's gonna go for it.
He's okay.
He's seeing it for sure. There's no way he doesn't see it.
Is she seeing it?
Maybe, yeah.
I think she's seeing it too.
I think she just played the move so quickly, and she's probably just so annoyed. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's rook h7 or bust. I mean, if you don't go rook h7, black castles, black plays e5, but rook h, I mean, he's got to see it. He's just thinking. He maybe can't believe it. He's like, she has 1459. But he does believe it. Is he going to get a brilliant for this? Or
yeah, she's
he does.
Gonna get it.
Back-to-back games with brilliant rook stacks.
And now she's seeing it, and she's probably so upset. Oh. And this is just so common, right? Just the tilt constantly.
Yeah, and
just doesn't go away.
Maybe she didn't see it earlier because now she's.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's so typical, right? where you just you make a few mistakes and then everything just kind of collapses, right? So yeah, hopefully, I mean, hopefully she doesn't just resign out of tilt.
Well, she can play king f7, right, to defend g6. So
Yeah.
she'll just be down 1 pawn.
Yeah,
That's not so
fair.
bad.
No,
That's not
it's
so
not.
bad.
It's not. It's not.
And she's got the
resignable.
bishop pair. No, it's not resignable, but it's not a great sign when you miss, you know, obviously this is well within her, you know, strengths. It's not a chess blunder. It's a blunder, like you said, where you're letting the negative emotions affect you, and
Yeah. And it's
start
so
to miss
common in
things.
chess. It's
Of
so
course.
common in chess for this to happen. I've seen it, you know, from people of all levels. And you know, now the viewers get to see what happens sometimes when you just start rolling down. And it's, of course, she would never miss these sort of things in a classical game. She would never miss these sort of things if she was feeling, you know, good right now. But I think that the tiredness combined with the previous game and the tilt that she's feeling, it's just all being a lot for her.
Absolutely. But
Yeah.
she's, you know, she's thinking hard. And again, she has to, I think, go king f7 to save this pawn. And I'm imagining, I don't know if I could take with the queen, but I'm like, you know what? Maybe some e5 is coming. The problem is my king is very loose. Like I have to not get checkmated, but there is a world where if I can get these pawns moving, I'm going to have some excellent compensation. But at the same time, it's a nasty move to face. I'm not, based on her reaction, I'm not sure she saw it until Levy played it, because she kind of like, you know, leaned back and she does play, you know, you got to save the pawn, you know,
Good.
Just keep, well, you got to keep fighting. And yeah, for Levy, I mean, I suppose he can just trade in h8 and c3, queen out, long castle, and use that extra pawn in the long term.
So king f7, and yeah, he's gonna trade the rooks. I mean, there's nothing
Now
else
it's hanging.
to do.
Yeah, now it's hanging. So
unless he wants to, I don't even know if he's gonna go some rook h4, but I don't think so. I think he's just gonna take it.
Yeah.
There's no way he gets too scared about this, right? I mean, the thing is though that the king will have to go up to e3.
Well, I can use my knight to block an f1. Oh, I guess g2 is hanging then, right? So yeah, I mean, okay, you take the rook and h8, but I feel like Levy, he was stunned that he had this idea. It wasn't like he took a couple minutes to find it. He was like, what, really? Like rook h7? Like you just don't expect it.
Yeah, you don't.
So he's still kind of in shock, but they're both in shock. But I guess it's better to be white here and be in shock.
Yeah. Well, let's I
mean, you can just take and go queen e2 and castle, and that'll be quite reasonable. Is he trying to sacrifice on g6? Like I'm trying to get it. Like there is
get a checkmate.
Yeah. I mean, there is this that I'm looking at, knight e5, and it actually almost works, right? Because this is kind of cool. If you take my knight, then you get mated. If you take, well, this is another, well, that one's actually works. If you take my rook, then you get mated in this pretty brutal fashion. Like I can go like castles.
Wow, that's beautiful.
So he must be trying to see if he has this quick knockout. This actually is very close to working, because now FE, like now you understand why he's thinking, right? Because I understand that
turned, you know?
now king f6.
It just saves it.
Check. I just take it. And my king is very safe.
It's incredible.
Yeah. So he doesn't know that. He's like, hey, can I get like a super mega brilliancy here?
Yeah.
No, you have to take the rook.
But he's thinking, I mean, you know what? I'm going to be positive for Piet. This game ain't over. It ain't over. And there's definitely ways that things can go wrong here. It's a pawn. It's sad. But hopefully she can move past it and just try to play as good of a game from here as possible. And there's definitely ways where Levy can go wrong as well. So it's time it's time to be positive as well for P, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely be a lot more positive now than when she blundered rook h7, because she's up 4 minutes.
But
and he just trades. Yeah, he was calculating that bishop g6. Oh, that's not the position on the board.
There we see the position on the board. The queen is on h8.
It will be fixed. Yeah, so
it will be fixed. This is the current position.
Should we run it along? Yeah, sorry. He just takes here, and
there we go.
He's thinking.
He's thinking here. Yeah.
That will be fixed. And now he plays c3. So
it's a very good move.
Yeah.
And now okay, so what happens? Queen h1 check. Is he just gonna go bishop f1?
Yeah. Okay. Oh, now there we go. Perfect. Okay,
so
excellent. Yeah, so c3 is also a strong move, because now you don't have to worry about knight b4. So that bishop on d3 is really strong. So keeping it on the board is crucial. I mean, think for black, if you can find a way to get e5 on the board, then you're going to get good counter chances. But the problem is, I just take it. You want to take with the pawn, but your king is going to be very exposed. So
That is the problem.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, okay, so what if we go something like queen h1 and after bishop f1 we go bishop f5 just to make it I guess maybe
Yeah,
the
queen
queen could just go
b3.
to
Yeah,
b3.
I'm gonna long
This is
castle.
happening.
Yeah, I'm gonna long
Yeah,
castle as well.
inside castling. So she has to try to find something. What can she do?
I think she just tries to get developed. Like, okay, I'm down a pawn, and I'm just gonna play down a pawn and just dig in, right? Like sometimes it's not about finding immediate counterplay; it's just about playing the game. And in the long run, she can hope that the bishop, like the bishop on g7, is not so great now, but whatever. At some point, you put on h6, like you just try to do something. I would go like, I don't know if I would play e6, but yeah, e6, bishop d7. If you castle long, maybe I'll try to attack you. Just play chess, right? Like if you had a pawn, if we gave a pawn to black on h7 here or h5, it wouldn't be so bad, right? So you just pretend as if you do have that pawn and just play it and look for opportunities down the line.
I think the problem here is that Pia wants to find something active because she wants to find a reason for her losing that pawn. Otherwise, it's just a pawn down. So a lot of times I think that when you are a pawn down, you try to find something to justify it. But
it was a gambit, not a blunder.
Exactly, right? But it's very common, I think, for a human to do that. And I've seen that a lot in chess, and I do that a lot myself. And that is sometimes when things can go wrong because it's hard to say, wow, I just blunder rook takes h7. And yeah, I think we're honestly like we're seeing right now, I think the difference in energy. She's just really tired right now. And when she's tired, she's having harder finding these tactical ideas. And so I kind of blame myself for putting too many rapid rounds in one day. I should have been a kinder daughter. And I wasn't. So I am kind of blaming myself because I truly think that that is what we're witnessing. We're just witnessing her being extremely tired at this point in time.
Yeah, it is difficult, obviously. I mean, this is the longest day because it's the one classical game. We think, oh, 90 plus 30, but yeah, 6 games is quite tough. So, it is okay. We have the check. It is the format. There's always next match, right? Always next match, always new formats. Maybe I'll jump in, who's there out here to play?
That's what I'm saying now. She's going for this active move, which is what I thought that she was going to go for this queen h1 check. She's threatening a lot of different things. Can you be somehow, what I'm wondering is, bishop f1 just looks so natural, right?
Yeah, I mean, there could be some positions where I can trap your queen. Oh, so actually knight f1 is also fine because if you go here, I have bishop g6 or knight h4, either one. And now there's a double attack. So actually Levy doesn't even need to retreat the bishop. So yeah, knight f1 is even, if this pawn is not hanging, then I'd rather use my knight, right? Because my bishop is already in optimal position.
What do you do? Let's say you go something like bishop f1. Yeah, I was trying to make something tactical.
I think just queen b3 long castle next. I mean, white's better developed than black is the problem. So it would be quite unusual if there would be a tactical sequence for black then.
Trying to make something like bishop h6 work just to, because if queen c2, we have bishop f5 at least. But you go maybe
I'm going to b3.
Yeah, it's just such a horrible position, There's just so little to do. This pawn is hanging as well is the problem. Everything is kind of hanging here. Yeah, very, very tough position for Pia, unfortunately.
Yeah, but Levy's thinking, so yeah, he's really yeah, it's sometimes it's the case when you have a winning position, you have a really good position, you're kind of like, this looks good, this looks good, this looks good. Well, you got to move though, right? Like, so he doesn't want to be thinking too long. He's still, obviously he's down time. He still has plenty. He's got a good position. Yeah, bishop f1 is very safe. It's completely fine. Knight f1 is even stronger because you don't have to, the knight on f1 could even go to e3 in the future. So he's thinking, but he doesn't, don't go knight g1. Like, I don't know. What's my advice here? I don't know what to say.
There's no bad move for Levy here. But yeah, let's see what he ends up choosing.
I mean, he could go e2. I wouldn't do that, but it's actually not so bizarre because you still can't go queen g2. And you feel like if they have to retreat their queen, then you can go queen h1.
But she would just trade, I think, and be happy, or happy, not happy.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, you probably want to keep queens on if you're white because of these ideas like queen b3. Because if the queens get traded, then it's more likely black can play a move like e5. But Levy is like,
he's spending a lot of time. And this is making me feel a little bit happier for Pia because, well, of course, the time is peace as well. So
yeah. Maybe he's doing it for content. He's like, oh, this is not the start I wanted. I'm gonna get down to 1 minute. Like, I don't know why else he would be spending all this time here.
I think it's just
Yeah.
trying to be the most accurate. I think he's just trying to, he thinks, okay, I have a winning position. Maybe he also feels like, okay, if I win this game, it's really going to be a very big thing in the match. So,
Plays
okay,
knight f1.
he's trying to make a knight
How
f1.
much time did you spend on that move? I guess yeah, it's fine. A lot of time.
He spent a few minutes on
But
that
it's a good
move.
move.
But now she can't take on g2. Like, if she takes on g2, then I think that it's going to definitely say that P is just completely in a different galaxy right now.
Yeah. She's not gonna do that, I think. But yeah, her moves are not like, that's the thing. Like you said, like, oh, you're trying to justify being down the spawn. Sometimes that's the wrong strategy. Sometimes you just play the position and pretend, you don't have, you have equal pawns. But for Levy, yeah, next up he'll move his queen, somewhere and castle, and then you have to remove the queen. And he can also, try to create some further threats, try to get at PS King here. So it's not really so much something that I feel like she can do here, in as much as it is like maybe Levy's gonna make some inaccuracies and she'll be able to improve her position after that.
Yeah, so I mean, we've seen games turning around, so definitely this game can turn around as well. I just hope that she starts playing very safely somehow. Yeah,
Develop a piece.
develop a piece, like.
But it's hard because you move the bishop, you create queen b3 is a target, and
A knight here is the threat.
yeah, maybe I'll trap your queen
Maybe
somehow.
e5 to try to go.
E5 makes sense, right? And then you can actually take on g2.
Yeah,
or you
you're
want it,
using
yeah.
this, in case you want to.
E6, that's fine.
There's now this crazy move, bishop
Yeah,
takes
knight
g6.
h4.
Knight h4, but what is the
Yeah.
idea? That the queen is just getting trapped?
Yeah, so I don't think it's even getting trapped. I think you're going for mate. Like maybe it's also trapped on top of that. But yeah, bishop g6, king g6, knight h4, followed by. I don't think we'll see that on the board because it doesn't. It's not like immediately clear how that wins.
Yeah.
So, and you also have other decent moves like queen e2, like I was gonna say, and long castles.
Maybe knight h4 as well, threatening this, but then I think we'll see f5. So he's going
Queen
queen
c2.
c2.
Yeah.
And okay,
Logical.
are we gonna see? I mean, f5. The problem is knight g5.
No, I think g5 is the move you want to play. You mentioned that move as well. You get rid of knight h4 ideas. Maybe you can even go g4. Should we quickly look at why bishop g6 was so strong?
Yeah, let's look at this really quickly. So
Yeah, king takes. Yeah, knight h4. So let's say king f7 and then queen h5. Yeah, I saw this, and then
yeah, the queen comes.
so you have to go to g8, otherwise you get so queen e8 check. Yeah, king h7, and let's say, and then you just long castle.
And yeah,
You're down a piece, but the queen is out of play, the king's out of play, like all their pieces are
because everything is hanging. But this is also, if you see this position, of course, it's one thing, but it's not super easy when you don't have some clear.
But the other thing is, like, Levy wouldn't even look at this too much because even he'd be like, oh, that's probably good, but I don't want to take that risk. I have an extra pawn. I have a great position. I have 6 minutes. I'm going to speed up and just try to play normal moves. So that's why someone asking, is queen c2 a mistake? It's a mistake. It's a miss, right? It's a miss because he missed a stronger move. The move itself is totally fine and reasonable, but bishop g6's bishop sacrifice was like completely crushing, but very understandable why he didn't play it, or perhaps didn't even look at that move. And now, Pia's got to defend the g6 pawn.
She does. And so, yeah, f5 or g5. I think g5 looks nice because I don't like the idea of giving up these squares for the knight, but she has to defend this pawn somehow. Is she thinking about going queen h6? Just
Stop
without
away from castling.
stopping the castles. I don't know, but I like the idea that with g5 we're also threatening to take this pawn finally. Because if I could just get a pawn back, I feel good, So that's why I like this as well.
At least one of the problems is alleviated. But the problem is, I think after g5, long castle, let's say you take on g2, I have a feeling like something like knight e3 I was thinking about, but my knight's hanging. I cannot do that. See, okay, so there.
What does she do?
We're getting tired. I'm getting tired. They're probably getting tired too.
She's going knight 7. She doesn't want to make a choice here.
Makes a lot of sense. But now long castles. Then she could still take on. She could still. Actually, no, she can. You can still go knight h4. Yeah. Or even fancier, bishop g6.
Bishop g6.
Knight g6. Queen g6. Yeah.
I could just show
knight
g2. Knight h4 is strong. Yeah.
Of course, it's stronger. Yeah.
Because
if it works, it's just not as logical.
Exactly.
You get up. We still remain with an extra pawn, but Anyway, we're far from reality. Yeah, he goes here.
And she has to defend here. I don't know if she takes knight here.
No,
I don't know.
I don't think you want to give up g6.
No, it just feels like your whole king collapses then. So let's see what she ends up doing.
Yeah, I mean, now Levy's next move is just knight e3. Get that knight out, hit the queen, defend the pawn on g2. If the queens were off the board, it wouldn't be so bad for black because then you could have more chances of actually pushing these pawns. it's not that so much that Pia is down a pawn. It's so much that the king on f7 could get into some trouble.
Exactly. That's one of the main problems here. But yeah, P has the bishop pair.
She has a bishop pair.
I'm just, yeah, she goes queen h6, which I think looks normal to defend everything, check the king. And okay, king will just go to b1, I think. And I'm just trying to find something for her. Can she try to play e5? I want to be active. I want to just, you know what? We have a lost position. Let's go for it. e5, e4. I want to find something for her.
Yeah. E5 is the move you'd love to make work, but the downside is that you are weakening the king. So she did that. That's a good move. Bishop d7. Just maybe put the bishop on c6. Maybe bring the rook out. For Levy, same thing. I mean, maybe like to me, knight e3 looks pretty natural. But yeah. I mean, look, she's down a pawn, but that's about it, right? So far, there's no other major weaknesses. Maybe she can play b5, a5 down the road, try to create some counterplay. So
no, you know,
yeah,
the thing
you love her position.
I do love it, but I do want to be positive, and I do think that things can turn around at any point.
Yeah,
so
stopping e5.
He's stopping e5, which was a dream of Pia maybe to play it. Okay, maybe now she should just. Do you think she should just go b5? Does Levy have an immediate threat?
No, not that I could see. I mean, he could try to go like g4, g5, and
yeah,
or just.
But g4, maybe we can go g5 ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, no maybe immediate threat.
Yeah,
something like that. That would actually trap the queen. That's kind of funny, but
that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, no immediate threat, just kind of safer king and an extra pawn.
So let's see. Maybe I would honestly at this point, let me also just bring up my mic a little bit. I would honestly at this point just want to start playing b5 just to try to get something. I don't know. Maybe this is a bad move.
No, nothing bad about it. Just
yeah, there we go.
Move. Yeah,
oh, Pia. Yeah. Am I allowed now to chant "Go Pia" now that we have a little difference in match situation? At least in this game, it would be so fun to see a comeback. I think, at least in position. So let's see. B5 is played, and the idea is very clear. You want to get rid of the pawns in front of White's king. You want to exploit this little box of pawns. And Levy immediately goes g5, g4. And I think this move makes a lot of sense. I mean, you're threatening right now to go knight g3. You're threatening to go rook h1. And you have to be careful. I mean, if g5, actually, this could be a little...
Yeah, I think Levy also wants to play g5 himself, even sacrificing that pawn temporarily. And then after that, after pawn takes, he can go knight e3, knight g4, knight e5. And that knight is going to dominate the position. So if Pia plays a5 here, I think g5... followed by knight e3 could be quite strong.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's such a bad king that we see here. But okay, let's see if we can get some activity somehow. It'd be nice if we could like move the queen around to the other side of the board.
Queen f4, I like that move. Because then h6, it's like getting hit by g5, getting hit by the rook h1.
Exactly, and we get the queen active. The queen is not really doing much on h6. It's just kind of offside.
I think Levy will sacrifice that pawn with
she
g5.
Does it. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Nice.
I think g5 for him is also good. And because you don't even mind a situation where fg and then you go knight e5 and I eliminate that dark square bishop and just create more weaknesses. But yeah, queen f4 is a good move. You know,
it's a good move. She's fighting in the difficult position that she has. And will Levy now play g5? I think he will, just like you're saying. Yeah.
And then play knight e3, defending the pawn, also quite natural.
Yeah.
And maybe you continue with your plan, like either bring the queen or go b4 or a5 or all at once.
I just want to do everything. I just want to throw everything that I have and own onto that king. So it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, what happens if we just take it?
Yeah, I think the plan, I want to get my knight to e5. I don't have to do it right away. Now, the queen on f4 is very useful because my plan was knight e3, knight g4. Now it's not so easy to do that. He didn't go anywhere.
No, he doesn't play it.
I thought he went somewhere.
3:56. Yeah. So Levy's time is ticking, and
yeah, he'll probably play knight e3, just like, okay, why not? My knight's on the back rank, just defend the pawn.
Looks very natural, but then I'm hoping that we can start seeing some push over here.
Yeah, I mean, I think we will, right? Once you play b5, you're ready to play a5, yeah.
You're ready to bring in the other piece.
He's really been taking his time this game. He plays queen e2. Okay, so now he defends g4 indirectly because then there's knight e5. So, yeah, pretty reasonable.
Can you go now?
Well, he's also attacking. He's also attacking the pawn. So P up of rook b8's good move. Right now, b4. Try to do something. One very nice idea for Levy. That knight on f1. We were thinking. Well, we were saying knight e3. He can go knight d2, Knight b3, knight c5. So the
Sorry,
knight
knight.
knight 1 to d2.
You want knight 1 to
Yeah,
d2?
because the f3 knight is good, right? So I'm gonna bring that guy to b3. Then I can even put it on c5.
Oh, that's a beautiful square for the knight. Yeah. Because it's not only attacking the bishop, it's also threatening on e6. So this would be such an active piece. So whoops, let me just see exactly where they are. So rook b8 is the final move. Levy does have 3 minutes.
He's got something to think about now, right? He's thinking about b4. And sometimes even if it's objectively fine for you, you start getting a little scared, right? Like, oh, there's an attack.
Because let's see, actually, if he goes knight d2, if we go b4.
Yeah.
If you go here...
No, I don't want to go there because I don't want to open... I was thinking I can take on b4, but it's not so obvious. Rook b4, yeah, the rook is getting more active. So suddenly there is some activity.
There's more chances here for P. I see her more having chances now than what I saw before when we saw rook takes h7, and I love to see that. So especially with Levy's time ticking down, things can happen, and right, like both players can make a mistake. So 2 minutes 30. How will you tackle this? And let's say he plays, he goes g3. Okay, but now she gets to maybe place her queen on a more active square. I like d6.
Yeah, looks
just
good.
to be able to bring in the queen. c7 maybe also makes sense, pointing a little bit towards c3. So let's see what square she picks.
Yeah, d6 looks like the most solid, defending the most amount of squares. Queen c7 gets some pressure on the c file. Yeah, I mean, once she plays b4, she'll open up some files for her pieces. Levy's going to need to defend, not defend necessarily, but watch out for some potential threats, which is always a little annoying, yes, because you're like in control. But also he has his own ideas. Now that the queen is moving away, he wants to play g5. Now it's not even a pawn sacrifice. And if he removes that f6 pawn, which he will with g5, then Pia's king is also going to be a bit weak.
And you know what they say? Sometimes the best defense is attacking. And g5, I think, is one of those moves.
Yeah, well, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I think that's exactly why he played g3. So let's see. He's thinking he can still go knight d2. He can still go g5.
But now there's more pieces pointing towards this king.
There are.
In the past, this queen was over here. He goes knight d2.
Okay, so logical move. He wants to play knight b3. Also now in b4, he can play c4. That's pretty smart, keeping the b file closed. And if you take it, then I'll take with my bishop and get tremendous pressure against your king. That's a really nice idea.
It is a very nice idea. There is right now but this feels wrong. No, I'm not even gonna...
You got some
e5, but take the knight g5. I hate it.
Even worse, I take an e5 also.
I can't count right now. Yeah,
it's okay.
I can't count. Okay, so yeah, so maybe she's gonna play b4, but I think she's gonna see the c4 and she's gonna think, okay, what can I do then? You know?
Yeah.
This. Yeah. c4.
She plays it. I mean, yeah. Okay. Very instantly, he plays c4. It's a very, very strong move. Keep the b file closed, and now in the next turn, he can consider playing c5, getting a passer. I mean, the main plan, I think he still wants to play g5 because the knights, right, they're kind of kept at bay by Pia's pawn structure. But once you start doing pawn breaks and poking holes, then we're going to have some more weaknesses for the knights to exploit.
Exactly. So I mean, maybe she'll just start pushing down the a pawn as well. But because if you take, I mean, then we take with the knight.
Yeah, I don't think I want to run, but then it will allow me to go like bishop c4 or something.
Bishop c4 could be a thing. But yeah, if she takes here, it's just bishop takes. You can go knight here.
Yeah.
But it just, you can taking a queen e7. It doesn't work. Yeah.
Yeah, amongst, maybe some other ideas as well. Yeah, Pia's thinking hard. I mean, I think she's done a great job creating some counter ideas, but Levy has been responding very precisely so far, where it's like, oh, she's got b4, and he's like, no, I have c4, right? So he's really trying to do his best to not only keep his advantage, but prevent unnecessary counterplay. Rook c8, okay, putting pressure on that c file. See what he does. He can still play maybe g5, I kind of like. That was the original idea, because c4 is well protected.
Yeah, just exploiting everything. But, all right, 2 minutes for Levy, and will he go g5 now? But then f5.
Right, but then he'll have the option of going knight e5
at any point. Moment. Yeah.
But maybe for Pia, she'll be like, well, now my bishop's open on g7, and if I can play like knight c6 and attack d4, and for Levy, he's despite the fact that, or not despite, but he's a strong blitz player, but needs to kind of pay attention to the clock, because even with 10-second increment, you start playing with 10 seconds, you get nervous. You get nervous, and mistakes can happen of any caliber. Yep, absolutely. So for him, he's played great so far, but he needs to make sure that the 137 doesn't turn to 37 and lower and lower and lower. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, the thing with time is that it's not even about flagging, it's just about having to make quick moves under pressure. So 123, and maybe it's considering, should I just go c5 or should I just lock this whole thing in? Maybe then though, at some point she can play e5 a little bit easier. Now that this pawn could be hanging. So that could give her some counter chances too. Maybe rook c1 to get the queen out, but
Rook
maybe
c1, but
can we go queen a5? Bam bam. That's what I want to do.
well, knight b3. Knight b3
Knight
will,
b3,
will
yeah.
be a cold
Okay.
shower then. But still, yeah, I mean, he's
I'm just trying to find something.
He's a big thinker this game, I'll say. It's kind of interesting to see because he's kind of been ahead early on, and maybe it's like so unexpected. You're like,
Yeah.
you know, I don't know, just pausing so much because last game he was like in his zone, but now he's thinking to 40 seconds. Yeah.
So things
have not looked better all game for Pia, I think, than now.
This is the best point for Pia. And she plays rook c1.
Yeah, very solid move. Again, the rook is pinned, so don't be going c takes d5 in the next move.
Yeah.
But I think his plan is to play knight b3, which defends the rook on c1. Yeah. All right, he's got 45 seconds. His position, you know, he's got an extra pawn, but it's quite sharp, right? There are, you know, ideas for black now. You know, got to be on the lookout for these like e5s or whatever it is. So he doesn't want to get too low in time, I guess. For Pia, you know, she's thinking, no, he does want to get low in time.
Of course.
Yeah, and then there'll be some tricks, but
yeah. So she's not right now trying to find how can I make it as tricky as possible for Levy. And sometimes I feel like when you feel like you're just lost, which she's probably felt since rook takes h7 in some way, you just kind of feel no pressure and you just go, okay, this game is already lost. Let's see what the best continuation here can be, and let me try to create some chaos. And that can sometimes make you play more relaxed, and sometimes it make you play better.
I agree. It's just like, I got nothing to lose.
I got nothing to lose.
Just move.
Exactly. Yeah. I already messed up. And that can sometimes create something. So I think that's what she's been trying to go for. So let's see if she can create some more problems for Levy. I mean, yeah, I'm thinking now that the rook is not on the e5, can we now play e5? Is this crazy?
Maybe, but maybe it's what we need. Yeah, I mean, e5. Because you also open up some...
I mean,
you open up a lot of things. Yeah, let's say
I don't know if she's gonna do it because it's so crazy.
Well, you know what? Why not? Right after takes, like you said, the rook is gone. Next, she's threading some e4. I mean, the thing is, you need to watch out for knight g5 check, but then you go king g8, and it's safe looking for now.
And this pawn is hanging too, a little bit.
Yeah, it could be a target. Yeah,
right.
I mean, she must because I mean, it's the most kind of, if it's not losing on the spot, which I don't think I currently see because there's knight g5, king g8. But if it doesn't lose on the spot, it's like the most kind of principal move. Like I got the bishops, I got like the time advantage. Let's just kind of, you know, full set forward, just like e5 and fire on board. And Levy got 45 seconds. He is thinking about it.
She is thinking about it, and she needs to keep the time advantage because that is the one thing she has right now. And so I hope that she just is able to play a move relatively quickly.
Queen b8. So
queen b8.
It is a safe move. She just removes the queen from the x-ray of the rook on c1. So yeah, I mean, she's obviously trying to look at something like e5, but yeah, Levy quick move knight b3. Now he's thinking about playing knight c5. I think it's a strong move from him, and he overprotects the rook on c1.
So how does she continue? I feel like if she didn't play e5 before, she's not going to do it now. So what else can she do right now? The knight is coming in. a5 is now not possible. I like the idea of at least going a5, a4. This just feels a little bit slow right now.
Yeah, it was just a move, just like a nice, safe, solid move. But yeah, now it's Levy's improving his position. So she decides to take. Okay, so bishop takes. She probably wants to get the knight to d5, but yeah, it's not looking so fun when the knight for white arrives to c5.
It's not, but it's opening up the game a little bit more, which
it's also opening up to your king. Yeah,
it's opening up to her king too. But yeah, I mean, she needs to open up something to try to find some kind of counterplay. So I'm sure that we're gonna see bishop takes because
rook
it just
also looks fine, but
it does, but it just looks so natural looking towards the king, I think. So he makes that move, and I think we're just gonna see knight d5 now.
Yeah, next move for Levy for sure is knight c5. Just coordinates extremely well with his bishop and his queen.
Maybe actually our idea is to go rook no, bishop b5 looks well. I guess then you have takes, but
I think it's it's not really that Pia has ideas. She just needs to make moves, and it's so hard to make any moves. So you just make something. It's hard. I wouldn't criticize a single one of her moves. You know, it's like you got to play what you play. All right, now.
At some point.
Oh.
At some point. Give me a rook
I was like, did I
to
blunder
D8,
something? That's knight c3. Yeah. Yeah.
something.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see what Levy's got here. But he's got low time,
Mhm,
and that's gonna
30
make
seconds.
him. Yeah, his play could get a little shady here. I mean,
8, 7, A5, A4 is coming. So he's going G5.
Yeah.
Good move.
yeah, we've been talking about that one. Open things up.
I mean, if is she gonna go F5? I feel like she might.
Yeah, she does. I mean, at the
'Cause it
very
does-
least, I was thinking he could take B7, D7 and play knight E5, then
Uh-huh.
forcing more trades. He's got the extra pawn, right? So he goes back. That looks good. He's going to E5.
He's going to E5, so very
Mhm.
principled. Yeah, can we see? I mean, what about? I was trying to make some Queen B6 work. I'm just trying to make this move work, but it's just not really
Yeah.
fully working.
She just steps out of the way of the check.
That
I
makes
mean, he can
sense.
put a knight in E5.
This is a beautiful knight.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing I
I
think
think
that's
she's gonna
going
go
to be.
Bishop E8 now.
Yeah, to defend G6. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
there we go. There's nothing that's necessarily working. It's like you just have to keep it, keep the fight going, and
Are
see
we
if
gonna
there's a
see
mistake.
A5 now? Isn't
Good.
it time now to just start throwing those pawns and see what happens?
Yeah, defend B4, push.
I love just throwing those
Mhm.
pawns. Like everything here is working pretty well. I think we just have to get another piece into the attack. So let's go A5, Pia. A5, A4, A. I don't know what else, but let's
Well, if you
start
get the
with
pawn
this.
to A3, you're gonna at least open the king up, right?
Right?
So
Yeah.
might as well try.
She's looking at that side of the board. So, oh, she
Knight
goes knight
B6,
B6.
okay.
Okay.
Well, she's attacking the pawn on D4 and attacking the bishop on C4.
That makes sense.
Yeah, knight C5 from Levy. He jumps back, so he's willing to trade that bishop, but he's yeah, his knights are extremely powerful here. You can't take in D4 because E6 is hanging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's making those moves fast, which
I'm
is
gonna say
pretty
he made
good.
it with 2 seconds, but it's 10-second increment, not 30. Yeah.
Exactly, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we'll see her taking this at least to be able to get those light squares for Pia. And a minute on the clock for her. A minute on the clock. Time is ticking. Okay, she has to make a decision.
Yeah, I mean, she can go back to D5, right? Because you
She
have to
can.
do something to defend the pawn on E6.
Mhm.
She
She
takes
takes.
it. Makes sense.
I like the practical idea of taking, just
Yeah.
to at least have the light squares for her.
Yeah.
Of course, this knight is really strong.
Both knights are completely
Monsters.
dominant. Yeah, they're both an outpost. Now you still have to deal with the threat to the E6 pawn. I guess before I didn't see that.
Oh yeah,
but yeah.
this pawn doesn't even matter
Yeah.
because we can just go rook b8
Yeah,
maybe.
Queen E6 is a Levy's threat here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's
35 seconds. Very tough position. I don't even know how you defend it.
yeah, I was gonna say like you can't go Queen D5, but now Levy will just trade the queens and utilize his extra pawn. You can trade and maybe knight E6 after.
But this, when you have so little time, this just looks so
No,
natural
it's
to play.
okay. He doesn't get trade. It was also a good move. Now, okay, he's renewing the threat to E6. Yeah, I mean for Pia, it's not like she could have played this move. It's she needs to just try to defend, and maybe Levy will make some inaccuracy. But so far, yeah, Queen A6 is great. Attack C8, attack E6.
Yeah, this is just, he's playing so well. And I don't know, can you go bishop c6?
I'll take the rook.
Oh, the rook is hanging.
Yeah, and yeah, there's
I don't really
there's no
see
move
what
that
you can
defend.
do.
Yeah, you're losing E6.
You're losing e6, and I think there she might actually resign the game.
Yeah, yeah. If the time is accurate, it might be okay. She makes the move
She
with
makes
2
the move,
seconds.
yeah.
But now Queen E6, trade queens, trade pieces, and yeah, I think this game is
You go knight takes.
I
Can
don't
you?
want to.
The queen.
but Queen
Big.
E6 is a bigger, yeah. Knight E6.
Wait
Yeah.
a second. This is crazy. Okay.
You tried to will it. Yeah.
We tried, okay?
Yeah.
We tried.
Mm.
We tried. Okay, yeah, it's 2 pawns. But okay, she's gonna keep on playing this. She's gonna keep on, I think, fighting here. Even, of course, it's really tough. It's a lot of pawns, but she's gonna keep the bishop here. These knights are really strong, and then I guess she's just gonna try to bring in the king as much as she can.
Yeah, it's Levy can do the same. You can go king C2. Unless he hangs yeah. Well, they're still fighting. But yeah, here the bishop pair, I'd rather have the knight pair in this position, I feel. You can't even attack them.
No, it's annoying. It's annoying. It's very annoying. And look at this bishop is doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
And maybe this is also nice for her to just kind of be able to calm down before the next game instead of the next game just starting immediately. Problem is that she can't even move the king. She can't really move anything.
Yeah, Levy's got a pretty straightforward plan. D6, D7, D8.
D6, D7.
The knights are paving the road for the pawn.
Yeah. So let's see. Maybe she can do something like this. That's what she ends up doing. Just to get the king out, but that's a very strong move. I guess now, yeah, the idea is just once again to go D6.
Yeah, she can push the pawn. He could bring his king out.
Okay, go king f8, maybe.
Oh, it's possible.
She does that.
Yeah, I'll just move my king up the board, but more than one move here for Levy, I'm sure.
So what will he do? Maybe he'll just push. Yeah. Okay, there's a pawn. Can we take the pawn?
Yeah.
Ah, there's this hanging.
D7 is also maybe good. Yeah, and she just decides to.
Yeah, she's just saying that she just misses rook takes h7. Aw. I think now this is the moment. I actually feel very guilty because I do think that I think it's just too many games, honestly, for her. I think that maybe we should have just done half of all the games, like 2 classical, 3 rapid, and 6 blitz. Or just have today a few less rapid.
I think, maybe 4 rapid games today.
Yeah, you can see it in her face that she's just feeling so tired, and there's still one more game to go. Future Pia watching this, I am sorry. This is my fault. I feel like as I push for the 6 games of rapid. But you know, this is Levy's playing so well as well. Like he's not messing up. He's not blundering. And that's the thing. You play well, your opponent blunders, you don't blunder yourself. That's how it goes. And he's playing really well, and all credit goes to Levy because he's playing this really well. And I also hope that this shows to everybody Levy's a very strong player. Levy has, I mean, he's proven that a lot of times, but I feel like there's so many people online sometimes that try to make fun of it or whatever. Levy is an incredibly strong player, and that needs to be said. He's beaten a lot of strong players. You don't beat Fabi, Napa, and all these people if you're not. And I think now my mom feels like she's probably playing a lot worse than what she actually can play. It's hard to play a tough opponent then.
Yeah, and you just play the same player over and over. Obviously, you know, the match is... you know, she said the energy levels are going down, and but yeah, no, I absolutely agree. Of course, you know, I can only imagine, you know, if millions of people were following my games, you know, the amount of trolling and backlash I would receive would be, you know, unparalleled, because I feel like I played the worst games of all time. But of course, at the end of the day, it's all relative, right? With you know, Levy he's not a grandmaster, he's an international master, but he's quite strong. He's quite strong, and we do see him at his best today, I have to say. 2 games that were in draws, both players played really well, but that 3rd game, once he kind of broke through, kind of opened the gates.
That switched the whole match, I think. It was that 3rd game. If Pia would have been able to draw that game, I think that maybe wouldn't have gone into this tilt. But I think that, like I said, this domino effect, I think that the 4th game was played in the way it was played because of the 3rd game, and then I think that the 5th, well, this game it was a blunder, and it's just so unlucky, right? Like all these things, but they changed the whole game. And yeah, this is just very sad that she tried to create some counterplay after that blunder, but I think after this blunder in the opening, she just felt like, oh wow, I didn't even see this, like where am I think that's what she felt like. Yeah,
I mean, she played quite reasonably afterwards. It was just such a deficit to come back from. Like Levy never really, you know, he didn't play every best move, but he didn't make any mistakes either. And that can happen, you know, if you're in a bad position, you know, you need your opponent's help. So he got the advantage. But yeah, it's like you said, when he won that game, the next game when Pia played very aggressively, playing G4, that was probably like, okay, I need to fight back. And that backfired. And then the next game, you know, you're getting more tired, you're getting upset, you lost these games. So it's all kind of related. And as you said, there's still one more. There's still one more game to go. So let's see. The players are going to get a much deserved break, and
tomorrow we will be back with 12 blitz games.
12 blitz games. Did you push for that one too?
I love this. I mean, to be fair, I do want really to reiterate this, that I think a lot of people are just gonna say, oh, Pia's losing so much, what has happened to her? But I really, really, really want to reiterate the fact of how difficult this is to do at the age of 61. And just the fact that she signed up for this, knowing that this was going to be watched by a lot of people, knowing, you know, how vulnerable you are in a position like this. So I really just want to give her a lot of strength because of that, because for both of these players, this is very difficult. And I think especially for the player that it goes a bit worse for, it's going to be extremely difficult because there's just so many people watching, and she's not used to this either. So yeah, so I just want to give her a hug. I want to give her a, it's all okay. But I think she's just so upset because I think she feels like she's not even playing like herself. She's just doing, she doesn't feel in control right now, I think. Who thought 6 rapid games in one day would be a good idea? Me and Levy. We're to blame. We are to blame.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, hopefully, I'll say that I think the format so far, I mean, it's been extremely interesting to watch, especially, the classical portion every day, that huge battles. I definitely hope that we see not just, it doesn't have to be Pia and Levy, just in general. I feel like this match format has a lot of potential. I don't know if we'll see something that maybe you'll be playing against the, I saw you got a raid from Anamaya, the Battle of the Annas or something like that. But I think it's quite an interesting thing. And hopefully that, another benefit of this match, aside from all the wonderful action we get from both players who, like you mentioned, we're very thankful for putting themselves on the line, is perhaps also start more matches. And, you can change the format, tweak the format, and maybe one of these days, I'll be commentating your battles.
Exactly. I'm watching this and I hope that everybody watching this is feeling the same. I feel so inspired to play. I'm like, I want to play chess myself. When is my next chess tournament? What do you mean it's not in a while? I need to play chess. It feels so weird to me to just be commentating. I really want to switch and just play myself. And that would be so fun. But, of course, that is not what we're here for. But I just really feel the urge to play. Do you feel the same?
Well, whether I feel it or not, I'm playing in 6 days. I have a 9-round tournament coming up. So, yeah, I'm ready to play. But I also, unlike you, I came here from a tournament as well. So I'm already feeling overly expired.
Yeah.
It's not expired. Maybe that too. Inspired to play some chess. But I also have no choice. I have to play in 6 days. But yeah.
I'm jealous of you.
You're jealous?
Yeah.
Well, like I said, maybe one of these days you'll have to play in one of our New York events.
I would love to. It would be so amazing. It would be so amazing to do that. But yeah, we do have one more game. Like you're saying, I think that this format is really cool. Maybe actually the best thing would have been to do 3 rapid games today and 3 tomorrow and just extend it to one more day. But it's already a 6-day event, so this format can definitely be tweaked for future events. But we do hope that more people and more strong players want to play this kind of format because I think that it's really exciting to watch. And I hope that so far you've really enjoyed watching all of these games and we've loved it. And to be fair, no matter what happens, we do think that Levy's going to be favored in the Blitz, but I think that the same thing can happen. Pia gets a couple wins in the Blitz early on. Levy starts tilting. It can be a domino effect there too. So no matter what happens today, tomorrow is going to be an exciting day. And tomorrow could also change whatever the result is. The match is not over no matter what happens today.
Absolutely. I mean, now I think we are, I was going to say we are, the 12 games tomorrow, we are finally getting to the halfway point, which I keep thinking about. It's so kind of funny, just like we're here so many days, but wait a minute, we still got 10 more games or 15 more games. And it seems like we're going to be able to hear some thoughts from Levy. I mean, he's on a great streak here of 3 wins. Let's see maybe how he feels about it.
Let's listen to the confession.
Hello. I don't remember the last time I was here. I guess it was after the 3rd game. Yeah, before the break. So for the halftime, I walked 20 minutes to get pizza, but I forgot it's not New York, so there's no pizza slices. You have to order an entire pie. I was also informed that on the broadcast, Anna had said that in Sweden they eat pizza with bananas, which basically is everything you need to know about a country. I'm just kidding. Although I'm very curious to try peanut butter and banana on a pizza now. Yeah, and so when I got back, we had this really complicated Queen's Gambit declined. I took a look at it after the game and I saw f5 was not the best move, but and it was better to play on the other side of the board, but I played like that because I kind of felt like the only way to refute my position was to get into a huge mess, and I was just sort of hoping Pia would maybe slowly play the position, and she did. She played h3 and g4, and then all of a sudden, I mean, I don't know where it went wrong, but it suddenly went very, very wrong. I think it went wrong when she went knight g3, and all of a sudden all my pieces are getting in. But I mean, she boxed her king in the center, so it was always going to be tough after that. That game, I felt like I played a good game. The end game that I won felt decent, and obviously yesterday, if I had played this E2 move, it would have been nice. But that game with black, and now this last game with London, I mean, she just blundered rook takes h7, and that's a big risk in this format. Like if you lose one game and then 2 games, you could tilt. And I was very happy that didn't happen to me in classical. That I lost the first game, and then I managed to get this repetition draw in the second game. Probably Pia should have just tried to absolutely take my soul in the second game of the whole match. And since then, yeah, I've sort of found the groove. I feel like my nervous system is keeping intact pretty well when it's under 1 minute. And I mean, I'm enjoying playing black a lot more than I am playing white. Like these Queen's Gambit declines, I feel like I'm learning a lot. So, so far so good. I hit my groove, but it could have been the other way too. Like Pia could have won, 1 rapid game, and all of a sudden you've won 3. So, hopefully the show's good. 1 more game. See you soon.
I want to begin by saying that we don't eat pizza with peanut butter here. That is madness, Levy. What are you talking about? We will put peanuts and we'll put curry on it, but no peanut butter. That sounds disgusting. Talking about what he was saying, he is saying exactly what we mentioned, that it's so easy to lose 1 game and then lose like 2 more in a row in rapid, because it's just such a tilting format. You play so many games against the same person in a row, and that's just how chess can go sometimes. And fortunately for Levy, it's going his way, and yeah, it's sad for Pia, but I really hope that at least we can see her coming back in this final game, and then just her getting rest and moving on to playing the Blitz tomorrow, and maybe she'll surprise us all in the Blitz. Oh, she's smiling. Is this her now? Oh, they're all smiling. I'm so happy to see her smiling. This is very sweet. This is making me very happy. I was really scared that she was just in a full-on, everything is horrible. But she's not. She's smiling and she's keeping her head up. And that to me is literally like, yeah, like it's so hard to do that.
Yeah.
Like I'm almost getting emotional.
Yeah, I mean, game in, game out, it's so draining, but it is inspiring to see her at the board. I also see the arbiter's really smiling. He must be happy that it's almost over, because he's been hard at work all day. So shout out to him. I would just want to, because he's got the biggest smile. I was going to say, I don't know if you noticed that, but yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it's like Levy said, it could have been the other way. Pia wins one of those games and it goes, backwards. But, yeah, in an optimistic perspective, Pia's got the white pieces here and they'll be starting shortly. If she wins this game, which is not impossible whatsoever, it's going to be a 2-game match. And tomorrow they're going to play 12 games. So, of course, Levy will be very happy. We have a handshake. He'll be very happy to have a 2-3 game lead or whatever. In 12 games, a lot can change. But let's see the players. They're going to leave it all on the board today in the rapid portion. We should be getting the moves in. And Levy was saying he's learning a lot from these Queen's Gambit declines. So we're probably going to keep seeing them.
Yeah, and there we go. D5, knight c3. The moves are being played very quickly. And there we go. Yeah, it's just the reason it's making me kind of emotional. It's because I think that it just shows so much strength, how you can still be smiling after, losing 3 games in a row. And after this kind of defeat, she's been so close the whole match, and now the match is turning around and she's still there smiling. And I hope that inspires some people at home, that even when things are going very badly, or even when things are not going your way, you can still find time to smile and you can still find the good in whatever is happening. And she's still, I think, enjoying playing the chess, but she's kind of laughing at some of the mistakes that she's doing, because she feels like they're just out of proportion from her strength.
Absolutely, yeah. And yeah, I think a lot of people don't realize how grueling chess could be, especially losing and just playing the game. For a lot of people, they have a great time. They get to watch wonderful streamers like you, and they enjoy chess from the comfort of their home. Of course, I'm sure we have some active tournament players following along as well. But absolutely, there's games, and I'm sure you've had them, where you just feel so awful, from a loss or from, a negative result. So absolutely, the fact that, Pia is able to still keep her head up. She's coming in for the last game here. Like you said, for a lot of people at home, for even us, I think it's a very, very beautiful to see, and hopefully inspires us with a positive attitude going forward.
And some people are saying, oh, is it not possible for Pia to come back if Levy wins this game? That is not true. So if Levy wins this game, he's going to get 16 points, which means that he's going to have 8 points more than Pia. Tomorrow, there's going to be 12 points up in the air during the blitz. So tomorrow, if Pia would win all games, she would get 12 points. That means that she would win by 4 points. If there is a big tilt tomorrow, if someone is just dominating in the blitz, and if that ends up being Pia, then, things can absolutely turn around. So there's anything can happen, even no matter what happens in this game. And I want that to be very clear. Tomorrow's still a day, and tomorrow anything can happen. And yeah, we can be surprised. So Bishop D3 is played. We're seeing the Levy moves. I mean, I feel like I want to play against Levy. I know his,
his style now.
I know the queen is going up to A5. I know it. Like, C5. This is so Levy at this point.
But this now it's actually we're in the line that I was wondering if this is all theory, and that's why Pia is playing very quickly as well. Early in this game, just to catch up quickly in the moves. So we had a deviation from Pia because in the previous game, she took on D5, then she played Bishop G5. Levy played C6. And that's why I was saying, hey, what is he up to here? Because I thought he was going to play Bishop B4. Well, this game, we see him play immediately Bishop B4, get so many moves. Yeah, this is a lot of theory here. I'm trying to catch up. He plays Bishop B4. Now he plays C5. He doesn't waste time on C6. Pia goes Queen C2, Queen A5. And now we're going to get this unbalanced structure where Levy's got this queenside pawn majority. We actually saw this in an earlier game, but Pia has all this pressure in the center / kingside. I think, yeah, there's some lines here where white will try to push with E4, black will try to push with B5, and it's a strategic slugfest going forward.
It is. And now, okay, Pia has to maybe decide what she's going to do with these rooks. Because I feel like, well, right now there isn't really any open file, but I just feel like I want to get these rooks to play. Or is there something else we want to do as white?
This is like still some kind of theory. I don't remember all the moves. I think knight D2 is an idea, and there's some insane concept in some lines. You're going to love this one because I know you like trapping the queen. I
love it.
There's some idea. Let's try this one. So this knight B6 move here, this could be a blunder. Okay, this is like a really bad move. But there's some positions where this gets your queen trapped after here, and AB, and the queen suddenly has no squares.
I love it. Thank you, Alex. Thank you. This is everything I like to see. This is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Okay, so Rook FB1. Wow.
Well, she's preparing for a potential trade on C3. We actually could see this exact structure again that we saw earlier. Like, imagine we have an immediate trade. All of a sudden, this rook on B1 is looking pretty good. And your rook on A1, it's kind of stuck. But the point is that you're going to be able to push the pawn up the board with the support of that rook. So I'm sure this is some kind of move as well. It seems logical enough. I'm pretty sure this is the main line. But yeah, I don't know. I'm no expert on this position, and I'll let the professionals handle it.
You're a professional as well, Alex. And okay, Levy's thinking a little bit. Maybe he's a bit surprised about this move, or, well, I guess the idea is very clear. What happens if you don't take it? What happens if you just retreat with the bishop and you just say, okay, what's your rook doing on A1? Is the idea to go B3?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Levy doesn't need to make a choice with the bishop in B4, right? It's not like PS played A3 yet. I mean, generally speaking, he would be very happy to make this trade. The problem is if he moves this knight, let's say I try to move it to F8, that's not a good idea because F6 will be hanging. But if we ignore that for a moment, the reason that this trade would be very beneficial to him is because he's got these pawns on the light squares. So now if you play like A3, he can trade, he can put a knight in E4. So that is one of the strategical goals for black here, to make that trade kind of happen and dominate the light squares. But he's got to figure out how to do it without, having this knight being captured and his structure getting destroyed.
And the thing is that if this knight moves as well, maybe a little knight can jump up to E5. I mean, of course, this is hanging, so this is something that we would like to do first, but I just love having the idea of going knight E5. When I get to play knight E5 in a game, I feel happy. Do you feel happy?
For you?
No, but no. When you get to do the same move.
Yeah, I suppose playing knight E5 is quite good because your knight goes deep, starting to get into their position. So
it feels good.
And I'm happy for you as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I like that. Okay. 3 minutes down the clock. I love that PA she's not doubting herself. It's not like she's going, oh, I blunder rook takes H7. Let me go and think about everything too much. No, she's just 50-40. More time than she started with. Let's go, Pia. Let's go, mom. We got this. I'm going to start calling her mom, I feel like, at this point of the match.
You got to throw all the support behind her. And but we have been seeing this time and time again today, with the exception maybe one game. She has been starting off the opening very confidently. She's been building up a time advantage. And her best games in the match, they came, they were drawn at the beginning, but they played at a really high level. And she kept starting out with this big clock pressure. So it's like you said, she's perhaps not phased by that blunder. Just okay, one more game, gonna give it my all, sticking to that strategy. And look at that. She's not, I'm looking at the camera. She's very focused. Levy, he's
Look at those eyes.
yeah,
You see that?
yeah. What was that? He's oof. He's feeling I don't know. Heavy is the what is the heavy is the burden that wears the crown, or what? I'm mixing up the whole saying, but yeah, he's got the lead, but he's not calm about it. He's like, oof, down 4 minutes. I have no idea what I'm doing. I've never played this position. Literally, I know he's never played this position.
Okay.
But he's really learning a lot.
That's good. That's good. And you know something actually that Pia's also said? Pia has wanted to well, she's thought that no matter what, this is going to be such a nice thing for his road to Grandmaster.
Really?
And she's actually hoped that no matter what happens in this match, that this is going to inspire him to play more chess and to continue studying and learning more. So that's something that she said very early on. And that was actually also one of the reasons she wanted to do this match.
Wow, so that's very, it's just, she was really thinking about Levy's journey as well. And
so yeah, because she knows it's, many people are following this journey and many people are excited for it. And the journey is even better if it gets accomplished, right?
Absolutely.
That's
I mean,
the full circle of the story.
I was going to say, I mean, think about it. For Levy, this opportunity, he's going to play 22 games against a Grandmaster. Like, that is phenomenal training, not just, the match and the prizes and whatever. It's fantastic training, right? I know you also on a little journey of your own. Like, imagine you played 22 games against, like, I guess, what, FIDE Master or something like that, right?
I would love to.
Exactly.
And in fact, something may happen in the near future.
Ooh.
So H6, everybody, has been played. And okay, this move makes sense. You get this pawn out of the bishop queen diagonal, but
Bishop
now
H4.
bishop H4, you can just keep on the pressure. What is this going to do?
And I like my bishop on H4 because in the future, if you ever play knight E4, it's not coming with any tempo.
Yeah, I like this too, because bishop F4, we might have knight H5 at some point. Maybe not immediately, but
now I'll be able to move my knight from D7 without you being able to take on F6.
Exactly. So that's the main point. So you want to keep on having this bishop over here, I think. So she is thinking here a little bit. You know something? Oh, she goes there. Nice. You know something that I want to do?
No.
It would be fun to play you.
Really? Well,
I've been learning so much as well commentating with you. Give me a little lesson. I would love to.
Okay. Well, I guess, we can set it up. I mean, there's only 12 games tomorrow, right? So maybe we
can make it 13.
Yeah, we could.
One game between us? It would actually be really fun.
I'm down.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Okay.
I feel so ready to play chess. Like, I just want to...
You just want to beat me.
I do. I want to beat you.
Yeah.
Would you be very sad if I beat you?
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
I don't want to lose, but
Okay.
I've lost many games in my life, so
Yeah.
it wouldn't be the first or last.
Same. That's the thing with chess. You win 1,000 games, you lose 1,000 games.
Or 2,000.
Then your elos are reflected on how that is.
Yeah.
Okay. We should have P and Levy comment. That would be so fun. Okay.
That would be funny.
Funny, right?
Yeah.
They switch the roles and they just watch us, and Pia just goes, "Oh, but Anna, what are you doing?
Move, Anna, move."
Move." She feel the energy that I've been having, and the pain that I've been feeling when she's been low on time. Okay. So bishop H4.
Levy's in pain. He's down
Levy's
6
in pain.
minutes.
He's actually in pain. He's actually.
He
in
looked
pain.
like he was in pain for a moment there, where his eyes started bugging out of his head. But yeah, I think he knew. So he knew around up until I think Pia played Rook FB1. Yeah, it's could be quite tough playing something for the first time in a rapid game. You don't really know the plans all that well. You got to figure them out in 15 minutes. He's really testing himself, I feel.
Yeah, he is. And Pia, like you said, she has more time moves than she started with. So 15 minutes. What is he gonna do now? It's like it's kind of annoying, right? Because these two bishops are both having their own threats.
I don't know where he plays. Maybe I was thinking he can move his queen to A6. I don't know.
What is the idea of this?
Just overprotect F6, and also he plays A6. Okay, so he wants to play B5. So presumably, let's say Pia goes A3. He's probably just gonna chop off on C3 and play B5, I guess. Although I really like white here. This whole and she does go A3, but yeah, his plan must be to take and then to try to play some kind of B5 move. But even then, you can get hit by A4.
You go A4 then, especially with the rook being in the same file as the queen. I like this idea of taking with the pawn, and then you just go for A4. So, and if he goes bishop E7, let's say he simply goes back, what do you do then?
Yeah, bishop E7 is not so crazy, but I would think that He takes. Yeah, I was going to say maybe there's b3, but then Levy is ready to play b5. Well, we don't have to worry about it because he does take. That is often the idea of bishop b4. So let's say she takes. Oh, you know what Levy could do now that I think about it? One of the benefit of h6, of course, we got to remember the Levy moves. He might want to play g5 at some point so that he can play something like knight e4 afterwards, continuing harassing all these different bishops. So if like queen takes, he trades the queens, he plays g5, he plays knight e4. Yeah, I don't know. That could be very similar to a structure we saw in game 2.
I feel like we've seen this sort of structure in a lot of games, which says a lot about both players. Just thinking now, do I take with the queen? Do I take with the pawn? I like taking with the pawn simply with the fact that you can go for this a4. Of course, queen takes c3 is a very PM move as well, just trading off the queens. Maybe she feels like, okay, some of these games actually haven't gone so well for me. Let me just keep the tension and take with the pawn. She's going to make that decision now.
Yeah, and I feel like her queen is quite nice in c2, keeping the queen side safe and putting pressure on the center and queens. She does take with the queen. I'm a little surprised.
Yeah.
Levy's queen in a5 felt a little misplaced.
It did. So I agree. I think that this would have been way more scary for Levy, but you know, we have this position and it's a completely fine position. And I just feel like soon we're going to be getting g5, knight e4, and a lot of things that we've seen in the past are going to happen again.
And we have the a6, h6, the classic Levy Queen's Gambit declined. He can't stay away from those moves. And here, yeah, he can consider b5 and g5 and knight e4 at some moment. This is like super similar to game 2, I feel like. Even Pia had both her rooks, a1 and b1. Levy had that pawn structure. It's a very thematic match.
But maybe this also makes her feel good. Like, she had this last blunder. She just wants to keep everything safe. And she feels like, okay, this game is under control right now. It's fully under control. And she has a lot more time. So, yeah, we saw takes. We could add a little bit more takes and do exclamation mark take, one of the sponsors of this event, which we're very thankful for. You can watch this whole match from take right now if you would want to. So, really cool. There we have it. Look at that. We even have a little QR code for you if you want to download the app. Take, new app, new platform founded by Magnus Carlsen. We see b5 on the board. So let's get back to the board. And we see immediately a4. And why does the engine not like this?
That was what I was going to say. I was like, this is the most natural move.
I've never seen a more natural thing than this. I don't understand this question mark.
Okay, so... yeah, the reason we're saying it's natural is because both of Pia's rooks are lined up perfectly to tag the queen side, and Levy's building a very strong pawn majority. So a4 breaks it down.
It's the most natural move I've ever seen.
Plays knight b6, which is also going to get a question mark. So Levy has the right idea. He needed to start. Okay, we're doing a little. We're getting our helper here, saying you need to start with g5, break this tension against the knight, and after bishop g3, now you play knight to b6 with tempo against their bishop. After takes, rook takes, this pawn is not going to be hanging in the end because of back rank. So after takes, you can't gobble up this pawn because you're going to lose your king. So if you cannot take on b5, then all of a sudden there's knight a4, maybe knight e4, and this pawn is hanging. So I guess the difference now is that Pia is going to be able to eliminate this knight, ruin Levy's pawn structure, and prevent knight e4.
Exactly. So now she can just trade or whatever you take with. Maybe you take with the other rook, then take here, and then... if you go for all of this, maybe you can go even king f1, and now just play against this pawn.
There's no knight e4, and that was a huge resource that Levy could have used there. So, yeah, the position is still roughly balanced, but that was that's why we're, everyone obviously sees question mark, X, whatever else they throw at us. So we'll do our best to explain it.
And, it's in chess, we constantly see these moves. I mean, everybody gets question marks. Everybody gets misses, grandmasters of all kinds of levels. So this is just the engine. Nobody plays like an engine, and that's just part of chess. It's so easy to go, oh, miss. What is this? What a bad move. But no, that's not how chess works. Chess is, at the end of the day, played by two humans. So bishop takes c8. Now this leaves her this opportunity of getting a little upper hand in this game. Just because she gets this, she gets Levy to have this really bad pawn structure. I hope she finds this idea and then just tries to bring in the king and plays against this b5 pawn. It looks nice and comfortable for her.
Not a lot of choices here because Pia's bishop is hanging, but also her pawn is hanging, right? So the first thing you kind of look at is your alternative is going back, but that seems a little bit strange, right? A bit passive. So
and allowing knight e4, it just looks very passive. So it makes all the sense to trade.
She's looking at these lines. She's also built up a very healthy time edge from the opening. So seems like, we do get the trade. And it makes a lot of sense for her to take on f6 because it's not even the pawn. The pawn structure is great too, but knight e4 looks really annoying in a lot of lines.
It does. And now it's important for Levy to take with this rook because otherwise he's not going to have this back rank idea. Now she's taking here. She's finding all these moves. And after g takes, we can see what she ends up playing.
Levy's thinking here, is he considering? Wow, he has actually a really interesting idea now that I think about it. He's definitely seen it because he's pausing. He can go knight a4. Knight a4, and he doesn't recapture the bishop. So now if you move it away, let's say you play like, I don't know, bishop h4. Now I take on c3. I have 3 connected pass pawns.
Wow.
That would be really interesting. And he's hitting the rook. There's also some forks and also some spoons or whatever these are called. And yeah, that's why he's pausing.
Wow,
He's
what a
pausing
crazy
this
move.
Mm-hmm.
What a crazy, crazy, crazy move. Also, I think that if he plays this, Pia might go, wait, did I blunder something? Like, what is happening? This is insane.
I think now she sees, why on earth is he pausing?
Exactly. She must be seeing this and she must be calculating it. And actually, the only good move for Pia after knight takes a4 is actually for her to give up.
Yeah.
And let's see what
Did he do it? No, he
No,
didn't.
he didn't. He didn't.
That would have been
wow.
cool.
That would have been so crazy. That would have been so crazy. But no, we see pawn takes f6. He's not risking any of that. And she goes a5, which is actually here the most accurate move, which looks a bit weird because it looks like a free pawn, but
not free.
Not free. Not a lot of things are as free as they look. Actually, here, can we do something like this?
Yeah.
I want to have some fun.
Yeah, that's an outpost for the knight. So Levy's got this great, well, I actually don't mind Levy's position either. I know the engine is giving Pia a bit of an advantage, but my dream, my knight from b6, it's a pain. The horses are very slow. I want it to be on c6 because on c6, I'm going to, yeah, so Levy goes knight d7 because he wants to go knight b8. And then he's going to,
no, knight b8,
knight b8 and then knight c6. Now I'm attacking the pawn on a5. I have opportunities to play before. This is still double-edged. If Levy's f6 pawn was on g6, he would just be, I think, much better because now he would have no problem. Pia plays the very strong knight h4, your suggestion. Knight f5 is an outpost. Now the knight's like knight e7, knight d6, but Levy can play knight b8. So it's like a ritual between the knights. Although actually I got to be careful because I just realized you're attacking here and here.
There's a fork.
So maybe, whoops,
e7.
ran out of space for the mouse. Maybe he should start with king f8, but maybe can he sacrifice this pawn? Like, just like, you can have it. Because I'm all about the queen side here. You can take here, king f8. And now I just kind of go for b4 and have this passer.
Yeah.
You have your passer, but we'll see.
What
Levy goes knight b8. Okay, I like that move a lot.
Wow. So he's going to go for this. And he obviously realizes that the square that the knight is going to c6, there's no other square.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it feels like she still probably should go for this very sharp idea. Okay, sure, you're going to get all this. I'm going to get a pawn. Your pawns are going to be really weak, and then hopefully I'll survive. But it's easier said than done because these pawns are coming with a lot of force as well. But she's going for it. Knight f5, threatening knight e7, and now he has to pretty much go knight c6, stopping the fork. Of course, he could go king h7, but
Yeah, no, knight c6 or king f8. But the thing is, Levy was going to do this plan no matter what. Okay, I don't know why. Okay, he doesn't want to give up the pawn. Sure, whatever. But I was going to say he was going to do this knight b8, knight c6 no matter what. So the fact that Pia played this knight f5, she had to. If she just did nothing, he could have easily taken this over. Now, yeah, I thought, so I guess knight e7, it's another type of fork. But then you have rook d8. And it's funny, the knight kind of prevents me from going here. But I should be able to boot you out. And
with the rook a7, what a
developing the rook and then knight c6. So
yeah.
Okay, so Levy's saying, why would I give up that pawn? It's a good question. I mean, he doesn't have to. And next up is knight c6, rook b8, and he's going to be looking for this breakthrough.
And how dangerous is this breakthrough? Let's say that she goes king f1, which makes sense, bring the king closer.
Yeah, if you just, let's say you go king e2, just to keep playing relatively normal looking moves.
You want to go here now?
No, rook b8 first. Let me prepare it. And well, white needs to, like, Pia can play f3, e4, but let's pretend she doesn't. Let's say she plays like h3, just our king d2 is like even better. Yeah, like you're asking how dangerous it is. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but b4. Now, you know, if you take it, well, if you don't take it, I'm going to play b3, which looks kind of spooky, and rook b5, and then I'm going to take a5. But if you do take it, which I guess we might as well put on the board. Yeah, I was going to say maybe knight takes b4. I know there's some other moves, but then there's like knight to d3. I mean, black gets a lot of activity then. So maybe not dangerous, but black's got to go for it no matter what.
It's black's plan, and you got to go for your plan. So yeah, is she going to try to find some counterplay with f3, e4, try to get her own pawn? It does look very natural to bring the king closer to where the action is going to be. It's like, you know what I compare it to sometimes? Well, no, this is a very bad comparison. But I sometimes see chess as football, you know, where you sometimes need to bring in another player for defense. And there's one of those moments. Sometimes even you can see the king running to the other side of the board. And that to me is like the goalkeeper at a penalty when he has to run and try to shoot as well. And okay, he goes f3 here as well. And so she's going for this maybe stronger idea of trying to create some counterplay herself. She's playing very well this game so far.
Yeah, she's playing excellently, and I like this plan a lot because let's say Levy goes knight to c6 and we get e4, and if he trades, which he should not do in my view, Then look at this massive center for Pia. She gets a pass pawn,
Mhm.
and this knight on a5 is just gorgeous. So instead, okay, no, we do get knight c6, absolutely, from Levy. I mean, he has no choice. The knight made all those moves. You got to put it here. So yeah, I mean, aside from trying to go b4, the knight here is well placed in general. I'm keeping pressure on the a pawn. I'm keeping pressure on the center. Pia is definitely looking to play e4, which she does. Look at that speed this game. Very nice and fat. But this is her bread and butter. Very technical position, right? She's in the end game. You know, utilizing her class as other players have said. But yeah, I don't think Levy should take, but if you don't take, I'll take. So I
It's a
guess
big
rook d8.
question.
Rook d8 is what I would think of.
Yeah.
There.
Also, rook d8 gets the rook out of this d6.
Mhm.
Maybe weird. Ah,
He does
takes.
take, but okay, he's got to really justify this, I think, because yeah, I mean that's the strong. I mean, the thing is for Pia, if she plays d5, that gives up the outpost. He goes rook g8, so he's looking to try to set up some counterplay like this. It looks ugly for black, I have to say, because this is a really nice center. These pawns are all smashed up. Maybe you can change plans for white from the queen side or the center and start her, you know, hammering down this f-file.
Absolutely. It looks like a beautiful center, but those beautiful centers, sometimes you can also push those pawns a little bit too much, you know? But I love that.
Here's all my arrows.
Oh, it leads to checkmate. It leads to checkmate. What a beautiful thing. I actually love that. King f2, it makes sense. Bring the king up.
Yeah, also good. I like keeping it for the rooks, but
yeah
she's just slowly improving her position. Not slowly on the clock. Just slow. The moves are nice and slow.
I like now king f3
king
as well.
F3, yeah. Just on here.
Keep
Do
them
the
all
honors.
active. Do the honors.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. There we go. I hope that happens. We will see. But it just looks nice and comfortable, right? Oh, she goes rook e1. Okay, it makes sense as well. But now I just don't like that we leave control of b4. But I guess now there's no b4 because there's maybe some knight d6. But this actually also opens up for these sort of ideas, which I'm starting to enjoy.
Yeah,
maybe.
That I didn't notice that. I guess black has rook g6, but
Rook
still,
g6,
it's something to ponder for. And even rook e3, you can double up perhaps, but yeah, it's not a fun position for Levy because his only active plan was to play for b4. Now the rooks have kind of gone away from the queen side.
Is there any chance he plays b4 now?
Yeah, it's always a chance. Is there anything wrong with it? Well, there could be some knight d6 problems.
There are knight d6
Yeah, he does play it.
Look at that. I just felt like he might do it, you know?
He does look for counterplay. Actually, it's not so easy.
To bring in the knight here. That's what I'm seeing.
Fork on d3, fork on c2.
Not so easy.
Yeah, so I thought I could take and go. No, I can't go knight d6 because if I go knight d6 now, you can just go rook to d8, take on c4, take on c3. Suddenly my center is collapsing. It's in trouble. So
it's not an easy move to face.
Yeah, very pricey move. So yeah,
now it's a good moment for Pia to think. I mean, if she would take
knight d4, yeah, now knight d3 is really annoying.
It's a huge threat, and this could look fine because it looks as if this pawn could become weak, but it's a huge threat actually.
Yeah, it's not a disaster to go into that for white, but it feels like black's getting a lot more counterplayed than they had earlier. And if this pawn gets ignored, Levy will consider. I mean, of course, he can just take on c3. He can also try to play b3.
Can you go d5 though? D5 to eliminate that. What happened there?
Yeah, knight e5, and I still got that fork on d3.
Annoying fork.
Yeah, knights are tricky.
Rook e3. Oh,
yeah,
then you can maybe take and.
Yeah, but then e4 is loose, right? So I can still take it. Yeah, so it's a very tricky move.
I mean, you know, if we just cheat a little bit and look at what the engine is saying, rook a4 is the best move for Pia, but it's very difficult to find, extremely difficult, because the idea is that you want to just attack all of these pawns, and if you go rook a4 and you take here, then you're losing some material, maybe. Well, yeah. And how do you defend it?
I was gonna say after rook a4, what if rook b8? What's the follow up? So rook a4, it's a really nice move. So rook b8, that's pretty funny. You no follow rook b1
because you're just kind of
the pawns are frozen by that rook. That's a great positional move. I think she can find it. By the way, I know it's not an easy move, but she's thinking here. First of all, because b4 is definitely like a very concrete move, right? Where you have to like, okay, there's some actual threats. She's very focused. I think rook a4 is for sure findable. I'm not saying she's gonna play it, but she can definitely. It wouldn't shock me if she played that move. That would be a very impressive move indeed.
Let's see if she goes for that move. Let's say you go for a more like this. Yeah, this is the first move that you look at, even though
five though, and then I actually thought this is maybe possible, but it's hard to go for this. You can take on b4, and then knight d3. You go king f3 because you got to keep, and then you got to
sacrifice the exchange.
You sacrifice the exchange, and if after knight takes e1, rook e1, You have the knight and pawn, and it's amazing compensation, but it can
Very
be hard to
difficult.
make these decisions. It's like, well, why would I get to that, right? I don't want to go down material.
What happens if you just let's say you do a random move. Let's say you go G3.
Yeah.
So is the threat B3? Because then we have knight D6.
Yeah, I thought the threat is to take on C3 and just try to bring the
Then
rooks over.
I wanted to go rook C1. Can we not go rook C1? The problem is knight B4.
Yeah.
You always have to
Also
find
knight
this rook
A5 there,
E4.
maybe. Yeah, that's
You
the
always
key
have to
resource.
find this because otherwise, yeah, this is coming down. Oh, so let's see if she finds this. I think this was a great practical choice by Levy to go for this B4 move, and that's kind of why I wondered what happens if he goes B4 because I couldn't see this rook A4. But yeah,
Yeah, it kind of fooled me because I was like, oh, he's moving his rooks away. He's not going for B4, and that was exactly the moment he played B4.
The moment she goes rook E1, it's unforgiven, right?
Yeah.
She could have gone king F3 and avoided this.
Yeah.
But it's unforgiving, and now I guess she just didn't think that he could go for it because things like knight D6. Great move by Pia. What a great move by Pia. I'm so incredibly happy that she finds this move. Literally the move that she had to find to try to keep an advantage in this position. Very tricky move. And after thinking for some minutes, we see her doing what she does best, which is finding good moves. And I'm so happy to see that she finds this move. This is amazing. This is amazing. Okay.
Yeah, like I said, super impressive move, but I thought she could do it. Absolutely.
course.
And that time she put in, that was like perfect time to spend, right? And excellent move from her. And that was like you said, the top move and the only really concept to maintain her current +1 advantage. Again, position's quite messy. Why does she have the advantage? Her knight's amazing. Levy's structure is shattered, and she's got this strong center. But he's being Levy. He's being very tricky. He's pushing these pawns, but she's up to the task, completely freezing them. Whenever you push or take, now you drop the C pawn, and you're in trouble. So now Levy did not see that move. I can tell you that. And now he's like, what do I do against this? This looks pretty tough. I think rook B8 to me is natural, but you still can't move the pawns apparently because rook C4 is always going to come.
Yeah, but that's where you want to put the rook, and it makes sense also getting the rook out of this D6 square.
I was laughing because I saw Levy is outraged. Just like
Did you see it in his face?
No, it was like
oh, a comment. Yeah, there we go.
It's just funny. And she goes king F3, very logical.
Okay.
So rook B8 was, I think, definitely the best move. Like you said, it gets a question mark, this king F3, but okay, it doesn't look
fast. It doesn't look bad at all.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I would be a little concerned by is that the king is kind of like within forking range of some random knight moves.
D4.
Yeah, like I can imagine some universe where I go rook B5, take on C3, and then I take on D4 with check. So actually, check this idea out. Let's say I go rook B5, and if you go knight D6, I'm just going to sacrifice. I wanted to sacrifice. I wanted to take on C3, like BC.
What does he do? He goes rook D8.
Yeah.
And
that makes sense. He's putting pressure on D4.
Mm-hmm.
So he wants to find a solution where he can take on C3
and he wants to avoid knight D6 as well, I think, which also makes a lot of sense. I mean, she couldn't go now something like rook C1 just to keep everything nice and defended. Also maybe threatening to take well, yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what she does. We'll see what she does, but
yeah, I like maybe she can go king E3 in one of these positions and just like that now you can't check the king and it also defends the D4 pawn which Levy attacked and the king is nice and safe with the D and E pawns blocking out any checks.
Also, now that the rook is not threatening on G2, the king is free to do so. The king couldn't have gone there before because the G2 pawn was hanging. So this could be a fantastic move. Let's see what she does.
It's a position where you know, look, it's nice for her, but you have to keep control, right? Right now she has excellent, like the knight is on this beautiful outpost. She plays another great move, king E3. The rook kind of freezes these pawns. So as long as she's able to keep control, not let, you know, Levy spur some, you know, tactics or something like that, then she's going to have a large positional advantage. I mean, so far she's playing a phenomenal positional game here.
Yeah, she's playing fantastic. King E3 was the best move in that position too. She finds it. So, and she has 2 minutes more on the clock. So far, the game is looking really great for her. And a win in this game would be huge for Pia because it would bring the match so much closer for the Blitz tomorrow. Absolutely.
And just to regain that I mean, I always like to think the most important games of a tournament is the first and last one.
Yeah.
Because if you win the first game, it doesn't even matter who you're playing. Like you can be playing up, down, you feel good. You're like, okay, I won. I remember how to move the pieces. And the last game, if you're doing well, if you're doing poorly, you win the last one. That's the last thing you remember. You go home happy.
Yeah, because at least the last feeling you had in the tournament was happiness. You won the final game. You always like winning at chess. So Let's see what happens. 3 minutes up for Pia here. Levy's down to 250. Not also such an easy position for Levy.
Yeah.
Because what do you do?
I'm thinking B3.
B3 looks scary.
Yeah, because rook C4, I'll have knight A5 maybe.
Can you go rook C7? I just want to...
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm just trying to... I think Levy just needs to just keep creating problems. Like, so just push that pawn, push it to B2, right? Just get some counter chances that way. He's really in the tank here. He's looking hard for counter chances, but that was the brilliance of Pia's rook A4. Because now, no matter what Levy does with the B pawn, the rook, is going to take on C4 and activate itself into the game. And yeah, he really has to dig deep here to find some strong ideas. I mean, I'm considering rook B5, but now because the king is on E3, maybe you can play D5. Now you're not for white. If Pia plays D5, she can take B4, and now the knight doesn't come in with a check or a fork.
No, the king is in a great square now. Sure, you have this fork, but we don't care about this. You ever take this pawn, rook H1 is gonna almost check me. Not checkmate, but it's gonna win an important pawn.
Yeah. I don't think I'm worried about losing my H2 pawn here.
No.
With D5, now my king can go to like D4, right? And
it can become so active.
Yeah, so he goes rook B7. Levy just needs to make some move. He plays rook B7. It looks...
See if you just push D5.
Yeah, it's a question that I don't know. I guess he wants to go knight E5, but yeah, she'll take B4. Yeah, now you don't have a fork on D3.
You can even take it with the rook.
Yeah, that's what I was... Yeah, the rook.
And then just bring in the... it's just a nice pawn.
Nice pawn. Yeah, not a mean pawn. Nice pawn.
Yeah,
definitely want it.
She goes rook C1, which is also a good move.
Very solid.
Very solid. And she's kind of saying, I don't want to make any decisions here. I want to keep the pressure.
She's also keeping good pace. Like, she's got 530, and she's like, and Levy's tanking every move, so she's making him think.
Yeah, she's making him think, which is very practical. And I thought that the idea of rook B7 was actually to go rook B8, but can you go knight D6, or is this not a move?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, you could, because then you'll take on C4 and a lot of those. But maybe I go...
You have to be careful.
Rook D7. Yeah, my dream here for black is that I can take on C3 at a moment where D4 is going to be loose.
He's tanking a lot of time here. So he's gonna get soon down to less than a minute, which in a position like this can be critical.
Yeah, I mean, it's critical time. It's critical position. And it must be frustrating here for Levy because it feels like he's kind of maximized his counterplay. But he's stuck. He's frozen. He can't improve it anymore. So, yeah, I mean, he can double the rooks in the B file and the D file. Let's see which one he does. But at some point, Pia is going to start picking off that B and C pawn.
And when and that's 2 pawns. You pick up those pawns. Wait a second. All of a sudden, she has the advantage of these 2 pawns in the center, and they're just extra. So he goes knight E7.
Wait a minute. She just takes. Okay, so what he wants is he wants to take E7, rook E7, rook B4. Then he goes rook E8, and he's attacking the pawn on E4. That's what he loses C4, but he saw this. He's going to take on E4, and he's thinking, at least I have some active rooks, right? At least I can get my rooks into the game. But he's down a pawn here.
And if something like this, there's king E2. But of course, she can go king D3, and if something like this, you can
But wait, you don't. You want to show that?
I was about to lose.
No. Checkmate.
Games. Yeah. Maybe you can start becoming active yourself and go rook C6. I'm not sure. Okay, let's. Pia, don't do this. Mom, don't do this.
No.
Your daughter fell for some nasty tricks. This actually could have fallen for a blitz game in a title.
It's very easy. Yeah, you just go rook C2. Hey, stop the G2.
Oh my, I completely forgot about it. This is why you gotta always be careful. Yeah, I mean, another idea here is just to go G4 and just kind of wait. Yeah,
I mean, that continuation looks very straightforward for Pia. Like, take the knight, take a pawn on B4, take a pawn on C4. You just, I mean, look, you have 2 connected pass pawns in the center. The only thing you want to be worried about is, can Levy's rooks just, what you showed?
Also, checkmate us. Just take.
Knight F5, check first. Yeah.
I'm just wondering, because now we don't have this situation.
No, I'll do the same thing. I think, maybe rook E7, and some positions I can play either rook E8, maybe rook D5 is my next move, because I double attack A5, F5.
Nice.
So let's say move king F3, or just for example, now I go rook D5.
Rook D5.
Yeah, because I want to attack A5 and F5. I think there's going to be a high likelihood that Levy is going to be on the reverse here, meaning that he's going to be in a position where he's going to be in a rook endgame down a pawn. We've seen him in rook endgames up a pawn. I think he's going to have to defend a very difficult rook endgame here. He's got to take out a 5. That was the whole thing. What else are you going to do?
So here we see it. This was played by Pia.
And he does take.
He takes, and she's going to take back immediately. And then rook E7 check. And she's got to make sure that she doesn't fall for this checkmate, but I don't think.
Yeah, I don't see it happening. I think the moves are coming in, but are we not getting them? Hold on.
Rook e7,
Yeah,
king f2.
Now rook d5. Hold on.
Rook d5. This changes a little bit the game because now this pawn falls. So she's almost gonna go.
But you know what it is with the king and f2?
Yeah.
Now g4 is the natural move, but then after rook a5, I have rook a2 with check. So that king on f2 is maybe
Becoming a bit
slightly
harder.
imprecise.
It's becoming a little bit more difficult now for Pia.
But I think Levy's still going to be down a pawn in some endgame. Just yeah, let's see. So Pia, I think she missed maybe or underestimated this move.
Yeah.
Rook d5 because she's paused here.
Here was the moment where maybe she just had to
King f4, but it's a little scary because there's rook e2, right? So she that's why she put the king on f2. She didn't want this rook. I mean, the best move here is like rook f1. Like it's not really obvious.
G4, which is good. And now let's see what she does. Maybe she'll go rook c2 to prevent
rook d4. I'm not sure about that because rook a2 check and both my rooks are coming in. Lots of counterplay, right?
Lots of counterplay, but she has time to think here. So she's gonna end up being a pawn up, but the question is Levy gonna get enough counterplay? I mean, this looks crazy because rook a2 check. Yeah, you have to go like king g3, but check.
Don't go king h4.
Yeah, king h4 you get checkmated, but there's king f4. But still, I mean, looks
This looks a little scary.
It does.
Not scary, like you're not scared you're gonna lose, but it feels like you're giving your opponent lots of counterplay. So you gotta like, to me, rook c2 is a little more natural, but then there's like rook a1 maybe. Just I don't know. I'm trying to get my rooks into the game. Levy's going to be very pesky here, getting his rooks in. Just he's going to be fighting for that draw, trying to get enough counterplay. I mean, right now I think it's equal pawns, but it's just that he's got 5 isolated pawns, so kind of hard to count them.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and all these pawns are nice and together. But it's just the activity that we that might happen. So let's say rook c2. Do you go rook c7?
I guess so. I guess I just defend the pawn. That's another idea. And you know what's another? It's not gonna be so easy. I was gonna say I can play h5 and maybe king h6 and king g5, trying to bring my king out that way. So yeah, big moment for Pia because she can grab c4, but after rook a2, it looks a bit unclear.
It does look unclear. So she's spending some time thinking here, which I think is very good. And I think she's worried about this counterplay, which is very rightfully so, right?
Yeah. And also the rook on c4 for the moment is going to be a little bit out of play. Since it's blockaded by its own pawns. But yeah, I mean, she could take it, as we saw, it wasn't like it's not bad for her to take on c4. That's a much more, I think, human move where you just don't want to allow rook to a2. But now Levy has a breather to play rook c7.
And if you go something like this, you go king g7.
Yeah, just kind of holding the fort. You have the bad structure, but at least you're not down any material. Levy's down on time, though.
Yes. This pawn is a little bit hard to move, though. I mean, I guess you're going rook a1, and then you're just going to start moving it. So, yeah, this looks actually very strong. What do you do? Rook c7.
Yeah.
Yeah, how do you continue here?
I would... Yeah, Pia's okay. She goes rook b6. I mean, it's nice after king g7. At least the rook is tying down all the pawns. But what's the winning plan? I think you want to use that d pawn, right? Rook d2 and d5, but not so easy because you go rook d2, I go rook a3. So I got my counterplay.
Oh, can we checkmate?
Oh, maybe I'll have to play h5, right? So my king can escape through the h6 square. That's an idea, though. Yeah, rook e2, and if I go rook a3, I could get into a lot of trouble there after rook b8.
Yeah. So. Yeah, this game is absolutely not as clear as before, and you're right. It was probably an important moment for her to capture on e7 to not allow all this counterplay. I think she missed this rook d5. She goes for rook b8 though, so I think she's gonna try to go for these sort of ideas, and I like it. I like it a lot because now maybe Levy has to play rook e7, but then rook c8. I think you can defend this way, but yeah, I don't know. Then you can start pushing maybe.
Yeah, h5 at some moment is gonna be. It's a good move anyway because you want to trade off more pawns. But also excellent move from Levy because now he's going to have king h6. And the king is not going to be in that checkmate, box. Although you could still get something where if you play h3 and we get pawns traded off, like some position where the white rook is going to go to h2 and then the other rook goes to h8 and then you get a checkmate in h7.
Like this. Bam, bam, bam.
Yeah.
Bam. That's a checkmate.
But it's quite hard to set up because Levy will resist.
Yeah, of course he will. So let's see how she defends this. Does she go king? She goes rook e2. What is happening here? Is this not a free pawn?
Yeah. Wait, what does she think?
Oh, maybe she just wants. Maybe that's just that she wants to draw, and she thinks that after this it's just a draw.
No, but I don't see how it's just a draw because she's going to lose f5. She's going to lose.
So let's say you
the
take
f5 pawn. No, but I take an f5.
King g3. How do you get out of this?
Okay, I see. Okay, wait. So let's see what he put.
He
Okay, he
takes?
takes. Yeah. Okay. I was thinking like, can I not just survive with some extra pawns there? But
She's going for the checkmate. I mean, she doesn't know that there's no like immediate that there's nothing, right?
well, I was just
Take the
assuming
king
without
g3.
like, yeah. So
She
she
goes
goes
for this.
here. Okay, to take the pawn with check.
Mhm.
Levy's got low time though, but yeah, king g3, very
Mhm.
quick. You are threatening mate, actually. My own rook is blocking me.
Mhm.
Okay.
So 16 seconds for Levy.
Those... If rook. Okay.
5, 4.
Apparently this is pretty tricky. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think he'd be in danger, but he needs to move. Yeah, he can get 4 boxes in the king. Yeah, because I was wondering why not e5. Yeah, he made that move with 2 seconds.
It's an incredibly moment for Pia. I'm not even using the words right. Wow.
Big moment for Pia for sure.
It stops the king from getting out.
Yeah, I mean that move, that to me looked like the safest move because it's like my rook's defended.
Wow, will she
King
find
f4
it?
is brilliant.
I
Yeah,
think she'll find it with touch.
she plays it.
Oh, and now
It's force mate.
get checkmated. It's F5. This turns around the whole game right here.
It's
finds
over.
it with so much time, and
It's gonna
a
be
checkmate in
checkmate.
3.
Yeah, the king. Wow. So this whole concept was brilliant. It turned out to be brilliant. She gave up both these pawns, and she's gonna get it. She's actually down 2 pawns here, but she's up the game. And I think Levy will maybe even demonstrate the checkmate on the board because it isn't. It's a nice checkmate.
This,
Yeah. Check
and
and
mate.
Beautiful. Yeah.
And that's it.
So there you go. After
Wow.
3 difficult defeats, Pia strikes back, gets a win.
Very
with the white
important
pieces.
win.
Huge win. Massive props to her. Massive congratulations because, and they're analyzing the game immediately, but still super impressive to come back. And Levy still keeps a 2-game lead, but this is also reflected by 4 points. And tomorrow, 12 games of blitz, each is worth 1 point. So Levy's ahead in the match, but now it's a match for real because he had a 6-point lead. That's quite a lot. 4-point lead. Well, we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. I mean, if the blitz goes well for Pia tomorrow, the match is still, it's definitely a match that she could still win. And it's just so incredible that after those 3 losses, she bounces back like this. And this is going to be so huge for her confidence. She is back in the match right now. Let's listen into what they're saying.
Yeah, because you needed to take this here, king g3. But maybe this is okay. Here, maybe this is okay. And now you just go, no, do you have already the rooks down?
Yeah.
No, I don't have the rooks
Yeah,
down.
you went here and then
You played here. Yeah, that's made, of course. But you go here. Yeah, you go here. Where is my rook? It was not, where was it here? I don't remember.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, rook b5. Yeah, I wanted to go rook b5.
And it's fine, okay.
So it's kind of funny, this move from Levy. It was the move that I thought I would have probably lost the game the exact same way, considering if I had this amount of time, because you see you're about to get checkmated. So you got to move the rook. Where do you move it? Well, why don't I move it close to my king? They're good friends. He's going to keep me protected. But this was a huge mistake because Pia played the brilliant king f4. If she started with these checks, this would have not led absolutely anywhere. The king gets out. And now you're actually losing because black's up 2 pawns.
Yeah.
So this was super, super clutch. But like you said, she's saying rook b5. The whole point is that, yeah, you can give me the same checks. But now, because, my rook isn't blocking me. My rook isn't blocking me, and I survive.
The king actually, and that's why you have to go to b5, so you don't have.
Yes, I was gonna
check.
say you still have to be very precise because where else you can't go here.
No.
But if you go to d5, oh, that's a good square. No, you can still get into. I guess you're not losing here, but there are still some lines here where I don't know. Do we not? Oh, okay, I can still go to e6. I was thinking there's this check, but king d7. Yeah, because
wow,
king d6 there's here. So it was very tricky. Levy had to pick the right square for the rook.
He had
2 seconds.
He had 2 seconds, and he just made a move that looked safe, but that boxed in his king. But I'm just so excited that the match continues in this way because this win is going to be huge for Pia's confidence. And tomorrow, we're going to be seeing the blitz portion of this match. It's been brutal. It's been so many games, but she gets this final win. And now it's a 4-point lead for Levy, like you said. But anything can happen in the blitz, and we'll see who comes out as the stronger player in the blitz. Now, we do think, of course, that Levy is going to have an upper hand, but Pia, I know that when she gets in her flow, she can play very good blitz, and we've also seen that she can play very fast in a lot of these positions.
I mean, this game from her, most of the games today, She kept a really good pace at the start of the games. So of course tomorrow's a totally, I mean, we were playing 15-10. Tomorrow's 3+2.
3+2, 12 games
Yeah.
starting at 2 p.m. CET, same time as today.
Yes.
I thought you were going to continue saying something.
No, I thought you were gonna
Oh,
continue. Yeah.
I don't know what I was going to continue, but there we go.
Yeah, it's on the screen.
It's on the screen. 6 rapid, 12 blitz. Super long day tomorrow as well. I hope that both players get some good rest. Wow, what a day it has been. You know, we've been here for over 6 hours. They've been playing chess for 6 hours. They're such strong people for being able to do so. And tomorrow, 12 more games that are going to decide who gets home those final 12 points. And the prize, $10,000, sponsored by Surfshark VPN. 6,000 for the winner and 4,000 for the loser. But it's going to be incredibly exciting. And for me, the most important thing is just that Pia gets back that confidence with this final win.
Yeah, and although of course, you know, I think from a spectator perspective, from our perspective, I think it is great to see Pia get this victory because obviously Levy was in great form, kind of running away with it. But you know, Pia obviously is also a very strong player, and I think this is one of the games in this match, just like Levy's win, and I believe it was game 4, which was kind of a staple win for their styles. Like Levy had that one win where he played really energetically and aggressively and got the tactical win. And here, Pia, you know, she got that advantage from the opening, was squeezing him. Yes, there was some inaccuracies, but in the end, she prevails. And this rook endgame just really shows great technique overall. So they kind of both get to show off a little bit, I think, today.
You get to see also how much stronger you are when you play in something you're very comfortable with. But I think the moves here that were very clutch. Rook a4 was such an important move. Levy was still playing his Levy style. He was trying to create some counterplay over here. I was not shocked at all when he played b4. And he almost got away with it, separating all the pawns and getting the rooks active. But at the end, she found this idea that ended up being practically just so strong. And maybe that's why she played it, because she just thought, oh, well, this is going to be hard for him to defend with the little time he has.
Checkmate wins the game, and that's what we saw on the board. I believe our first game that ends in actual checkmate. Of course, Levy was graciously played it out because, you know, obviously both players knew it was losing. But I don't know if you do this, but sometimes if my opponent has a nice checkmate, I will play it out.
You will play it out.
I will play it out, and I guess it maybe depends who I'm playing. Maybe if I don't like the person or something like that, I won't give them the honor. But there's very few. I don't remember that being an issue. So I have allowed some checkmates in my career, and I think Levy thought the same. He was like, you know, it's kind of cool. Like I'm up 2 pawns, but that king and a 4, like it is a nice checkmate, I think.
And he was also, you know, he had such a poker face. When he went king h7, he just seemed unbothered. And then Pia was like, oh, isn't this a checkmate in 3? Like, what's going on in 2?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was just really fun to see. And I love that they're still analyzing. Let's hear what they're saying.
If I need to go here, this way I should go. If you take a go rook to but now you have rook here, yes?
Yeah, rook
But
is
here, but I take with a pawn. It's also made. I will be made first. I will be made it first, yes. But this is, no, this is still here. So here. So we have this position. This is, what it is. King f4, you go here. So if I go rook d8, if I go d5. Okay, let's see, I take the, yes.
Oh, but now I have this, right?
Now you have this again.
Yeah, this must be okay.
Okay, yeah, this is okay. Yeah, so yes, but
I love that they absolutely can just go home at this point, but they're just still analyzing the game. They want to, I think especially Pia is so interested in this game. Maybe Levy actually wants to go home soon, but he's just so interested in the game. It's so fun to see.
And the interesting thing, I've noticed when you can't tell if she's won or lost. Like she's got that same, look at her. Like you could even think that, did she lose this game? Like she looked so intense. Like no, she won. And she's analyzing like this endgame. Like, could you have avoided this checkmate? Could I have avoided this checkmate? And yeah, Levy does look like, I mean, they both had a very long day.
They did, of course.
But she's looked like him. But you can see P is also obviously a bit tired. But she looks like she's ready. You want to do another hour of this post-mortem? Yeah, I got the strength for it.
You want to play another rapid game?
I don't think she wants to play. I think she wants to analyze.
Yeah.
I've definitely learned, a bit more about Pia just from watching these games. And I can see that she loves the post-game skittles, the post-game, analysis with the opponent. A little bit of nowadays most people, they finish the game. Okay, let me go to my room to check what Stockfish says or whatever.
Exactly.
But she wants to hear what Levy says.
She wants to hear what Levy says, and yeah, she's trying to look back at that game, and she just looks so happy after having those 3 losses in a row. I remember having a tournament like that myself. I was playing the European Youth in 2019, and that's a tournament actually when I gained 100 points of rating. I was doing really well. Started with 4.5 out of 5, but then I lost 3 games in a row, and I thought, am I just gonna lose the rest of the games? But when I won the final one, the 4th one, I just felt like, okay, it was still a good result. And so I think she's just now feeling very happy. They're also getting right now the information that they're going to be doing confessions. So we're going to be hearing both players' thoughts, both Levy's and PS thoughts, instead of having an interview due to a little bit of a place difference. So
Well, players have also had a very long day.
Yeah.
So we're sure they want it, but they are going to be giving some thoughts. So I think that'll be great to hear. Yeah, we are in a different location, but I think it would work perfectly today.
I think
yeah,
it
home field advantage for you. Yeah.
Yes, it's how it is. I do feel very much at home, to put it that way. And I hope that, everything has worked very well as well. We did decide to have a few overlays today that had the board a little bit bigger, because especially with the time scramble, it's really nice to be able to follow all the moves as good as possible. So we hope that you've enjoyed it. And, whilst we're waiting for those confessions to happen, once again, I want to give a very big shout out to Surfshark VPN, one of our main sponsors of this event. This is the Pia vs. Gotham Battle of Generations presented by Surfshark VPN. So everybody do !VPN in the chat. We're so thankful that it's thanks to sponsors like Surfshark VPN that we can do these sort of events, and we want to do more of these in the future. So please !VPN in all the chats that we have. We got a fantastic deal for you guys. So yeah, there we go. With surfshark.com/Pia Gotham, you'll be able to get an amazing price and even some for extra months. So yeah, there we go. Amazing. And we also want to, of course, thank Blitzfuel, another sponsor that we have, an energy drink that I haven't still tried myself, but I'm very excited to try. I know Levius tried it, and he's a huge fan, and we got a discount code over there as well. And we also want to thank, the place where they're playing, Svarta Hästen. It's a beautiful venue, and we're so happy that we get to have this match over there. They've made it beautiful. We got a beautiful setting, everything. So big shout out to them as well. And also a big thank you to chess.com for all the help they've provided, and huge thank you to Take as well for being another sponsor of this event. We got all the !Take as well if you want to check that out. Really cool platform where you can follow this whole match. So yeah, it's awesome. I'm just really excited. And also, actually, I have to say something. With Surfshark VPN. Today I have a new, I was part of the Traders, which is, it's called Fradarna in Sweden, but it's a Traders Sweden, and that's the international name in other countries. If you are not in Sweden and you want to be able to watch the Traders and watch the episode where I'm in, today, it's literally dropping today, then you can use a VPN to check out the Traders, check out the episode where I'm in. So use Surfshark VPN to connect to a Swedish server and be able to watch the Swedish Traders. So I think that's a fantastic usage of it as well. So yeah, if Anna drank energy drink, she would just explode. I would not. I want my Blitz fuel over here.
we hoping we can get it for tomorrow's Blitz portion, but either way, we do appreciate their support. And yeah, I know I've been telling Levy to get me some himself. Sometimes I drink coffee, I'll drink some other energy drinks, but he's telling me, oh, it's pretty good. You got to try it. So I'm waiting for my shipment as well. But I feel like so far we've been getting all our energy from the players, from their fighting games, from their confessions, from their postmortems. It's giving us energy as commentators.
And I will have to say that there was a point in this match when I felt so much for my mom that I felt like I was losing energy, but this Pia win just gives me so much energy, and I'm so excited for tomorrow. It's going to be a fantastic day, starting at 2 p.m. CT. You don't want to miss it. This match will be decided tomorrow. Levy is entering on a very strong position with 4 extra points, but that is when this match will be decided. The final day of Pia vs. Gotham, the Battle of Generations, presented by Surfshark VPN. We're waiting right now for the confession, so don't go anywhere, because we're very soon going to hear the thoughts of both Pia and Levy.
And one thing I was thinking about, right? The current score we have in the match, I believe it's 14-10. And, in that last classical game, if it ended in a draw, we would have had an incredibly close match right now.
We would.
With
We absolutely would.
because that's a 3 point. So it would have been 11.5 to 12.5.
Exactly.
That would have been pretty cool. But as it is, we have the current score. It's on the screen. So the classical portion has concluded. The rapid portion has concluded, leaving us with tomorrow's giant, massive blitz portion with 12 games. And yeah, it'll be really interesting to watch. I think momentum is going to play a massive role. Here we saw once Levy was able to break through the drawing streak today, he was able to rack up some wins. Tomorrow, we'll see who's going to be the beneficiary. Once I think you win 1 game, 2 games in blitz, oh, you start feeling it. You start feeling the power. You start feeling the blitz fuel in your veins, and you're going to start, banging out a lot of brilliant moves.
Exactly. And we remind everyone that the points tomorrow will be a little bit different from today. So for every win that you get tomorrow, you'll be able to get 1 point. So for Pia now to even up the match, he does need to get at some point 4 wins against Levy. But I'm really excited to see how Pia's blitzes, and we will get the answers to that tomorrow. In the meantime, we're going to hear Levy's thoughts after this final game. Let's listen to Levy's confession.
Hello. I don't think I was supposed to get checkmated that game. But things were off to a very bad start in the opening. I spent so long after she played rook b1 because that's not the move. But I just couldn't remember what the move was. And I should have just played faster. Then it was very unpleasant to defend that game. But I thought I did. And then I got mated. I completely relaxed, actually. It was a total lack of loss of concentration. Like, she gave me the pawn on g4 and the pawn on f5 with check, and I was like, oh my god, like, the game is over. That's it. Then I got mated. That was really bad. Like, I just totally spaced out after I took on f5. I was like, okay, that's it. I did my job. And then I'm like, wait a second. Like, this is actually a lot trickier than it seems. And even standing here, I'm a bit annoyed that that's how it ended. But okay. I'm up 2 games, which I guess is 4 blitz games. So, not bad. But, I mean, it was so brutal to play this last rapid game. Like, I'm looking at the board and nothing is happening in my brain. I think we're both pretty fried. But this is what we discussed before. I think we always were a little bit concerned having 6 rapid games. I was pitching like a 10-minute time control, but 10-minute is a bit too fast for traditional rapid. Probably the right thing to do would have just been to play like 4 rapid games, because I think the quality toward these, I mean, Pia blundering rook takes h7 and then me getting checkmated in these last 2 games was not good. We just want the fans at home to to feel like they are with us at all times. But I'm happy with my play today, and as long as I show up focused tomorrow for blitz, I should be in good shape. But in blitz, anything can happen really, really quickly. So yeah, that's all. I think Pia's gonna go join the live show. Shout out to everybody who's watching. I'm not gonna pitch the Snapchat anymore because y'all don't even follow it. It's crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna go get some rest, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Battle of Generations finishes up. See ya.
Okay, we're coming back. I thought maybe we're going to be in that room as well. But very nice to hear Levy's thoughts over there. He seems a bit annoyed that this happened, but like he's saying, both players at this point are so tired and they're making mistakes that they wouldn't make if they were less tired. And that is what this brutal format is. I think me and Levy will talk about maybe changing it a little bit in future editions, but it's been incredibly exciting. And tomorrow we have the final day. We're actually not going to be getting Pia joining. She's going to be resting. But tomorrow at 2 p.m. CT, we have the final day, the Battle of Generations starting, presented by Surfshark VPN. Thank you so much, everybody, for following us all day long today. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much, Alex, as well, for coming up with all these amazing chess ideas and being the greatest co-commentator that I could ask for. We are gonna raid, at least I'm gonna raid on this channel. I hope that people are raiding on Gotham's channel as well. And yeah, I just want to see. I feel like, we're tired too. Like, I'm almost not spelling correctly, but I am spelling correctly. On YouTube, thank you so much, everybody, for following. We're not going to raid over on YouTube, but yeah, consider subscribing to both me and Gotham's channel if you haven't already. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much for watching. It's been so much fun. I want to watch more chess. I'm going to actually play some chess after this. I feel very excited. And shout out to all of our sponsors. Once again, thank you so much. So, yeah, we will be back tomorrow. Final day of PF vs. Gotham Battle of Generations presented by Surfshark VPN. See you all tomorrow at 2 p.m. CT. Don't miss it. Bye-bye.